It's a gene injection ceremony for high schoolers. Each of them will be injected with a special serum containing the primal genes of all magical beasts ever recorded. After the injection, students will absorb one random gene and awaken as a beast. The professor warns them not to panic after the injection and to calmly accept the surge of power. All the students are overwhelmed with their new power and can barely hold on. But when Yi-He injects himself with the serum, nothing happens. Even the professor suggests that he received a defective injection. One of the girls immediately starts laughing at our MC. But as soon as she comes closer to tease him, a strange feeling fills him. Instead of one gene, he receives an infinite monster template that allows him to acquire all Beast's abilities and traits. His body is suddenly filled with a surge of energy and incredible strength, and his bully classmate is thrown back several meters, and all the other students are unable to remain standing. They are shocked by such power because everyone thought he was the ultimate loser, and now they are all at his feet. Right then, a voice comes through the loudspeaker. All awakened students are to report to the testing building immediately. It's time to analyze their magical beast genes and martial arts levels. The machines inside will reveal the true extent of each student's power. One by one, students step up for their results. Xinyuan awakens a third-tier bloodline, Swift Spine Bug. It grants him speed and strength, pushing him to the top of the class. Shu steps forward next and awakens the rare Ice Demon Dragon, a top-tier bloodline. The teachers instantly recognize him as the class favorite and a future champion. Then Miss Liu is called. She awakens a Stage 4 Nether Sparrow bloodline, powerful enough to destroy a city. Only Grandmasters can resist something like that. Meanwhile, Yi-He checks his own awakening details again. He wonders why his beast is labeled with a letter rank while the others are ranked as Stage 3 or Stage 4 types. Something doesn't quite line up. Finally, his name is called. While the student body anticipates something big from our boy, he walks into the testing chamber. Inside the testing chamber, a heavy pressure rolls off Yi-He. The other students feel it immediately and start whispering. They think he's about to break through to the next stage. But when the results load on the machine, confusion spreads. Most of Yi-He's data is hidden, with only the basics visible. His beast bloodline shows up as unknown. His martial level is listed as just Stage 3, martial disciple level. Murmurs ripple through the room. Of course, students start laughing, mocking him for the weak result. Some call him useless, while others scoff at the unknown beast label, saying it proves he's just an average failure after all. Seems like Yi-He has understood what's going on. His system doesn't work like the others. The testing machine can't recognize the infinite monster template he possesses because it doesn't operate on stages or bloodline tiers. He can upgrade his monster template infinitely by doing quests or accumulating reputation. And this is something completely outside standard classifications. That makes Yi-He smile because his power isn't weak, it's just different. And once he meets the right conditions, he'll be able to draw monster templates without limits. That means endless growth. If he plays it right, he can rise above everyone and become the king of monsters. A few days later, Yi-He requests to study from home. His teacher frowns, clearly skeptical. He assumes Yi-He just wants an excuse to slack off. But Yi-He argues that he wants to grow stronger and finally do better. He knows he's far behind the others, and that's why he needs extra time and focused training to catch up. The teacher warns him. Even with awakened powers, he won't pass the entrance exam without solid fundamentals. He suggests repeating the year and trying again next time, instead of setting himself up for failure. Yi-He doesn't back down. With sparkling eyes, he pleads for a chance. He swears that his bloodline gives him what he needs to push through. All he asks for is the opportunity to prove it. Eventually, the boy's sincerity cuts through the doubt, and the old man agrees to the request, but warns Yi-He not to get his hopes up. Yi-He leaves school and heads straight for the Ansheng Warrior Center. As he walks, he reveals to us that he has over $1 million in starting funds. After the accident, the insurance payout and a mortgage on the family home gave him the capital he needs. Now he sees two clear options: train like a warrior or find a way to improve his compatibility with the Demora template. That's when something catches his eye. The system shows that Demora has 3 compatibility points, 2 more than the standard template. This detail grabs his attention. He thinks through every possibility and arrives at one conclusion. The gene serum he received earlier must have caused this. Somehow, it boosted his template and granted 2 extra compatibility points. This changes everything. If serums can enhance his template compatibility, then focusing on acquiring serums might be more effective than warrior training. This path is faster, cleaner, and far more suited to someone with an infinite monster template. Fired up by the realization, Yi-He heads into the facility to buy a gene enhancement serum. He scans his student ID card at the entrance and steps inside. As soon as he walks in, something grabs his attention. The room is packed with strong individuals. Each one is surrounded by a dark, heavy aura, an echo of the beasts they fused with. These are awakened warriors, and Yi-He can feel it. Every single one has already unlocked their bloodline. Ever since awakening the Mad Flame Demora template, he's gained a special ability called the Life Magnetic Field. It's one of Demora's powers, letting him sense living beings and detect the flow of energy within them. Now Yi can clearly feel the heat and pressure rolling off every awakened warrior nearby. His blood boils. Mad flame. Demora is king of beasts, so my guy also possessed this insatiable hunger of defeating everyone in plain sight and conquer the world. Even though Yi knows he's still weak, the instinct runs too deep to ignore. One day he plans to stand above them all, and when that day comes, the world will witness the true power of the king of beasts. Suddenly someone taps him on the shoulder, catching him off guard. A stylish woman stands behind him, and teasingly, she suggests not to stare at people so openly. Yi quickly apologizes. The woman waves it off, saying it's normal for new awakeners to lose control. Most can't help it at first. He asks if she can help him find the gene medicine. She affirms, explaining that while gene medicine is effective, it's also expensive. Worse, the body builds resistance over time, making future doses less useful. Her advice is clear. Use them only after hitting a bottleneck, when regular training can't carry you any further. Yi asks how much it costs. She says at his current level, only beginner potions will work, and each one runs about 400,000 yuan. Well, that number hits him hard. Even with everything he has, he can't afford 5 doses. He tries asking for a discount, but the woman laughs before handing him a business card. As a veteran warrior, she tells him he can get a referral discount by using her name. Yi waves goodbye and thanks her with a grin. She smiles back, wishing him luck. From somewhere nearby, someone watches silently, their glowing blue eyes fixed on Yi, ready for what's coming next. First, he goes to receive all the money he has left. Then he visits the warrior's weapon shop. All the weapons are extremely expensive, but not that he can have any choice in the matter. After a long spending day, he finally injects himself with all the serum he bought. With effects taking place, his stats begin to spike. One after another, values climb. The mutation pushes his body to the edge. Every muscle feels like it's burning. But at last, he's finally leveled up, a thought that brings great joy to our boy. For the first time, he genuinely believes he has a shot at dominating the college entrance exam. Even with a cheat-like ability, it means nothing if it can't push him past the true geniuses of the world. To climb his ranks further, he sets his sights on the secret realms. These otherworldly zones are ranked by danger, from E-class to the catastrophic S-class. S-class realms hold beasts so powerful that if they ever escaped, the world wouldn't survive. Today, Yi arrives at Ancheng number 3, an E-level secret realm reserved for rookies. He heads to the counter, books his entry, and signs the standard death waiver. Moments later, he stands before the realm's glowing portal and locks in his ambition. He's going to become the king of beasts. With that, he charges forward into the rift, diving headfirst into the pulsing energy. On the other side, Yi lands like a hero. The realm stretches endlessly, scattered across the stars of Kanglin, Anhui, and Taijin. He's read about places like this before, but seeing it in person is something else entirely. It's breathtaking. While he marvels at the landscape, a red creature watches him from behind. It's a blade-fang rabbit crouching low in the grass. When it lunges towards him, Yi doesn't flinch and grabs it midair with one hand, slamming it to the ground. Well, my guy had sensed it coming long before it moved. That's the power of his life magnetic field, Demora's special sensory ability. By crushing it, he finishes the beast. He checks the rabbit's magic core he has acquired, and estimates the value at around 1,000 yuan. For a few seconds of effort, it's already more than what some people earn in a week. Still, he knows this pace won't get him far. Low-level cores won't cut it. It's time to hunt something stronger. A massive figure suddenly appears in Yi's path. It's a second-rank demon corpse bug, exactly the kind of opponent he came here to face. My guy grips his blade and is ready to fight. Drawing from memory, he recalls the monster encyclopedia's details and targets the beast's weak point, its soft abdomen. The demon corpse bug retaliates by firing a swirling blast of energy. Yi gathers his strength, charging up a wave of martial energy. He launches a full-power hyper beam directly into the monster's path. Before the dust settles, another beast emerges from the shadows. This one unleashes spinning purple projectiles from its mouth. Yi's eyes widen as he realizes its mandibles are built to fire deadly ranged attacks. One projectile slams into his body, sending him crashing backward. He grits his teeth, frustrated by the damage and the ruined outfit. His martial skills clearly aren't enough to keep up with this level of beast. He blames the original body's weak foundation, both academic and martial, for holding him back in critical moments like this. With no other option, he activates the Mad Flame Demora bloodline, Emperor Demon. His body ignites with energy as his strength jumps from 15 to 21. Power surges through his limbs while the demon bug roars in rage, preparing to charge again. The monster lunges forward with wide jaws. Yi drops low, his claws with energy as he dives toward his enemy. He strikes with beast-like force and finishes the second-tier demon corpse bug in one clean motion. Still radiating heat, Yi inspects the damage. The venom has already begun corroding his weapon. He mutters under his breath about the sword being a scam, annoyed by its poor resistance. Suddenly his stomach tightens due to hunger, and conveniently enough, he smells something appetizing in the air. Yi-he turns toward it, eyes landing on a green-grade magic core emitting a surprisingly rich aroma. It's the magic core of the monster he just killed. Despite the evident risks, he proceeds to consume the stone. As soon as he swallows it, energy bursts inside his body, spreading through his limbs. The system flashes an update. His compatibility with the Mad Flame Demola template has increased slightly. You see, even cheap magic cores can improve compatibility more efficiently than high-priced potions. This stone gave him the similar results which he would have gotten after consuming 4 bank-breaking serums. He can't believe how much money he wasted on pay-to-win gene potions. It is then that Yi-he makes a decision. He's going to hunt all night to make up for the losses. Activating his life magnetic field, he sends out a pulse to scan the surroundings and locks in on nearby targets. By the next afternoon, his compatibility reaches 9%. His physical stats also climb to 15.8. With white-grade cores no longer improving him, he decides to stop consuming them and sell the rest. When he puts over all the stones on the counter, the receptionist is boggled out of her mind. A high schooler turning in this many cores is just insane. Following protocol, Yi-he earns 200,000 credits from the sale. 9 days remain before the college entrance exam. In Ancheng number 4, a D-class secret realm opens to the public. A small team prepares to enter. Their target is the Blood Jade Flower, tied to a high-paying bounty mission. But they're one person short. Old Chen's recent injury left them without a full squad. One of the guys, Lin-he, assures the group he already contacted an agency, and a replacement martial artist is already there. And that martial artist is Yi-he. Now in disguise, he confirms his fake identity, Dadsla, a level 9 martial disciple. Turns out, he had paid 100,000 credits to an illegal agency for forged credentials so he could join the mission. Naturally, the others react to his name with confusion. Yi-he casually admits it's a copyright-safe version. Lin-he then sizes him up and warns that he better not hold the team back. His level is low, and they don't need any extra risk. Still, he allows him to come along, as long as he observes the mission quietly. My guy is ready to do everything they ask of him. Eventually, the group crosses into the secret realm by vehicle, driving through the shimmering portal with the Blood Jade Flower as their goal. They are heading toward an oasis where the Blood Jade Flower is located. Also, a powerful Tier 2 monster with an elite bloodline is guarding that flower. Meanwhile, Yi-he surveys the terrain. Unlike the lush rainforest he explored last time, this realm is nothing but wide-open desert. Without warning, a swarm of earth demon rats bursts from the sand and gives chase. The captain reacts instantly, shouting for Hood to handle it. Without a word, Hood gets ready with his blades. As the rats close in, Hood unleashes a set of massive bladed weapons, slicing through the attackers with ruthless precision. One after another, the rats are shredded mid-chase, exploding into dust as the vehicle speeds through the desert. Once it's over, Hood calmly confirms the threat is handled. Yi-he watches from his seat, quietly noting how efficient and brutal Hood's combat style is. In the distance, the desert stretches wide under a sky of glowing planets. A green oasis sits at the center, likely marking the location of the Blood Jade Flower. The team advances on foot beneath a burning sky. Yi-he wonders why they aren't using the vehicle to cover more ground. Lin-he explains the reason clearly. If they drive any closer, the engine noise will draw nearby monsters. From here on, they travel quietly. Roles are also assigned as they move. Xiaoxia will use a stun grenade, while Wu and Hood will handle trap placement. Old Lu is in charge of cover fire while Lin-he leads the frontline assault. As for Yi-he, he's told to stay back and observe. My guy quietly agrees, keeping things simple. Finally, they put their plan into motion. The stun grenade is detonated, releasing a cloud of pheromones that draw monsters in. A roar answers the signal, coming from a powerful Tier 2 Earth dragon that charges out of the smoke. Lin-he launches a sword slash, slamming into the dragon's body. The beast crashes down after losing its head, while the team cheers for Lin-he for the win. With that cleared, he decides to press forward without delay. But suddenly the Earth dragon's claw comes down from above. Before catastrophe happens, my guy leaps into action. He strikes fast, landing a heavy energy punch straight into the beast's body. The impact shakes the ground with explosive force. The others are in just utter awe. To think that a martial novice just forced a Tier 2 monster into ground with a single strike. They all celebrate this victory and praise the champion, while my guy brushes it off like it was nothing. Lin-he holds up the dragon's core, confirming the victory. The team gathers around, discussing the red soul essence harvested from the beast. Its power and value leave them in awe. The captain is grateful that they defeated the Earth Dragon and secured its blood. Before anyone can respond, a sharp blade pierces through the captain's back. It's Hood who betrayed them. The team freezes in disbelief, while Lin-he turns with pain in his eyes and draws his sword, demanding to know why Hood turned on them. It is then that a massive figure steps forward. He's bald, wearing a skull belt and thick fur collar. It doesn't take Yi-he's teammates to realize that he is Huopeng. He is the dungeon thief who robs martial artists of their hard-earned spoils. Suddenly, Lin-he begins to stumble because the blade he got stabbed is laced with poison. He growls through clenched teeth, asking how even the bald head knew the location of the secret dungeon. It's then that Yi-he realizes the truth. There was hidden information embedded in the blades Hood used earlier to dispatch those hounds, planted with intent. Seeing how cunning our boy is, Hood smirks and mocks our boy, telling him to stop chasing death and go back to school. But my guy doesn't flinch and replies that he plans to take first place in the upcoming exam. The bastard then throws those same poison-laced daggers, but my guy catches them bare-handed and burns them away with his blue aura. Seeing this, Huoping's interest has increased in our boy. Hood, on the other hand, decides to go ballistic and throws a barrage of daggers at his enemy. Yihe counters with a burst of fiery energy, fully unleashing his strength. Hood then vanishes from his place and appears right behind our boy, attempting to drop in with a devastating technique, Mountain Splitter. Yihe answers with crackling electricity and fires a piercing bolt of energy that directly makes its way through Hood's heart. Seeing the bastard down for the count with just one strike, Captain Linny and the others are stunned. The supposed novice just took down Hood in one strike. As my guy is aura farming with his enemy dropping from the sky, Huoping is shaking in his boots. He demands to know what kind of powerful family Yihe comes from. There's no mistaking it, he recognizes the gene technique. Yihe answers coolly, saying he's from the Damonra clan, and throws in a sharp remark about Huoping's growing desperation. The enemy responds with a roar of dominance and lets go of his human form. He has activated his bloodline transformation, unleashing the terror of Tyrant Terror Black Bear. His muscles swell and his body mutates into a towering beast. Using the martial technique Peak Shaker, he charges forward. Yihe strikes first, aiming low. His attack lands hard against the beast's legs, but Huoping swings back with a spin punch. His massive paw slams into the earth, blasting debris in all directions. Instead of towing around with this bastard, my guy decides to end this. He channels everything into one strike, core-fused mountain-crushing fist. The technique helps him unleash a barrage of devastating blows, pounding his enemy to the point that the bastard is no longer in the state to fight. His teammates stare from a distance, struggling to process what they just witnessed. The so-called martial novice just brought down a powerhouse. The injured bastard's voice grinds out a final curse. He calls Yihe's gene technique despicable and swears that he'll be punished eventually. Yihe doesn't respond with verbal jabs, because his blazing blue fist is more than enough to shut this guy up. The scene then cuts to Central Stadium of An City, where a massive martial arts tournament kicks off. Cheers rise from every corner as flags wave and lights flash. This year's entrance exam follows a knockout format. Students are paired up, and only those who win 3 consecutive matches in the audition rounds will qualify for the finals. At the top of that bracket waits the title of highest scorer. From the broadcast booth, the announcer hypes the crowd, reminding everyone that these students represent the future of humanity's survival. Every punch they throw carries more than just personal ambition. The higher-level entrance exams begin in full force as combat erupts across the stadium. In Arena 1, battle energy collides with precision strikes as students fight with everything they've got. In Arena 4, another fierce duel is already underway, with no signs of slowing down. The attention then shifts to Arena 6. There, only one participant stands on the platform. Her name is Huang, waits for her opponent. The commentator updates the audience, explaining that while Huang has arrived, her opponent, Yihe from Anqing Middle School, is still missing. With no sign of him, the match may end in a forfeit. Meanwhile, the woman looks fired after recalling the humiliation she endured in the past. She has trained hard for this moment, hoping to claim revenge with the help of her fierce fire lizard. But once again, the one person she wanted to face didn't even bother to appear. Meanwhile, students and spectators mock Yihe, calling him a coward for failing to show. The referee raises his hand and prepares to confirm the forfeit. Then everyone notices that the sky is shifting. A streak of blue light cuts through the clouds. It's our boy, descending from the sky like a goddamn meteor and crashes into the arena floor with thunderous force. The ground shakes as dust and debris scatter from the impact zone. Huang flinches, thrown off balance by the blast. She is unable to make sense of what's happening. From within the smoke, Yihe launches straight into action, driving his foot into Huang's face with overwhelming force. That single kick lifts her into the air and sends her flying across the platform. After knocking her opponent, my guy is farming some extra aura by acting nonchalant. Huang lies defeated on the ground as the announcer declares Yihe the winner. The crowd erupts with excitement, cheering for his strength and praising the legendary sky kick that ended the match. Also, our boy's power stems from the blood jade fruit he got from the captain for saving their lives back then. As expected, the tournament bracket updates, showing Yihe advancing to the next round, now scheduled to face Long Tao. But once again, my guy defeats Long Tao from Anqing No 4 Middle School with a powerful blue energy strike. In the following round, Yihe knocks out another opponent from a different middle school, securing another decisive victory. The crowd celebrates his back-to-back wins, shouting that he's become a one-kick Superman thanks to his unstoppable performance. With 3 victories behind him, Yihe clears the audition phase and moves into the 3rd round of the tournament. University scouts immediately gather around him. Each one tries to recruit him, offering praise and promising scholarships. Surrounded by officials and representatives, Yihe calmly repeats the question they keep asking and states his answer. He declares that he plans to enter Huadu University. Some nearby voices question the decision, warning him not to be overconfident. Huadu is one of the top martial arts universities, and getting in is no easy task. But my guy is clearly determined to prove them wrong and claim first place by strength alone. Shortly after, officials approach him and request a re-evaluation of his martial arts level. Of course, the results shock everyone. Yihe's cultivation stage has jumped from 3rd to 9th in just half a month. My guy spins this story that he trained inside a dangerous secret realm, motivated by his father's final message. The revelation leaves the crowd stunned. Word spreads quickly that Yihe has already broken through his genetic lock. The officials leave immediately to report the news. Well, Yihe isn't liking all the attention he is getting. While other students prepare for their matches with family members cheering them on, Yihe stands alone. He reflects quietly, realizing there's no one waiting to support him. No parents, no friends in the crowd. The feeling settles in, he's truly on his own. But it seems like he is wrong. His teacher watches the match on broadcast and offers a small cheer in Yihe's direction. Yihe walks into the arena with full confidence for his next promotion match. His opponent is Luo, a strong fighter with elite lineage and a powerful bloodline. The bastard mocks Yihe the moment they face off, but my guy stays composed. He knows the outcome will be decided by strength, not words. As the match begins, Luo activates his bloodline awakening and unleashes a martial technique, Dashing Lightning Claw. The attacker surges forward with speed and raw energy, attempting to grab our boy's face with this creepy claw. Yihe stands still, and only bothers to raise his hand to stop his enemy. He mocks the weak force behind this attack and starts twisting the arm, making Luo cry out as his hand is crushed effortlessly. Yihe lifts him into the air and smashes the bastard right back into the ground. The slam is so powerful that it literally demolishes the flooring. And once again, the announcer declares Yihe the winner. Even the host is shocked. Luo was one of the tournament's top seeds, and he didn't land a single blow. Online, fans explode with excitement. They praise Yihe's calm presence and unbeatable strength, calling him a true master. In the stands, the crowd is cheering for the one-kick man and naming him a sure finalist. As Luo is carried off on a stretcher, a new rival stares from across the arena. He watches Yihe with admiration and quietly declares that he intends to face him in the final. At Huadu University, the admissions office takes notice and quickly orders a full investigation into Yihe's record. Meanwhile, matches continue in the neighboring arenas as the second group of candidates move into the next round. Xiaoling, known as the Queen of Anqing Second Senior High, steps into the arena with the spotlight on her. Across from her stands Liu Qingju, the quiet and graceful figure known as the Unattainable Flower. Their rivalry is well known, and the crowd leans in as the match prepares to begin. The referee blows the whistle. Xiaoling charges forward immediately, throwing out a taunt as she closes the distance. Liu Qing doesn't respond. Instead, she activates a powerful secret martial art. A wave of massive energy is unleashed from her palm, blasting straight at her opponent. The impact lifts Xiaoling off her feet and sends her flying through the air. But she quickly recovers and counters with her own skill, known as Howling Gale Step. Liu drops her stance and shifts subtly. She creates a swirling field of energy, catching her opponent's hand in the air current trap. To finish off Xiaoling, she releases a strike from her powerful primordial chaos finger technique. Seeing this, the announcer reacts with shock, announcing that Liu Qing has mastered a high-level martial skill, something few students ever achieve. Xiaoling responds immediately, activating her awakening transformation. The Shadowclaw Tiger King surges out from her bloodline. With the help of it, she manages to put distance between her opponent. Now that she has revealed hers, she demands to see Liu Qing's true bloodline too, Nether Phoenix. But Liu Qing doesn't flinch, stating that she can easily defeat her without tapping into her Nether Phoenix potential. Of course, the Tiger Girl feels mocked. Her fury rises as she unleashes her full power. Liu Qing answers in kind, activating the Liu family's secret art. The clash begins. Xiaoling attacks with the fierce tiger's crippling kick, driving her full strength into a single strike. Liu Qing responds with a glowing surge of energy from her primordial chaos jade finger. The two techniques crash into each other. Energy cracks through the air as their powers collide. No one in the stands can tell who has the upper hand. As the chaos begins to settle, Xiaoling stands alone in the dust, seemingly victorious. But something feels wrong. A sudden wave of pressure hits her. Before she can react, her legs give out and she collapses from exhaustion. At the same time, Liu Qing remains on her feet. The referee steps in and announces the results, and Liu Qing is declared the winner. Online viewers erupt in disbelief as news spreads. Liu Qing has awakened a rare 4th-tier Nether Phoenix bloodline. With the battles narrowing, the tournament prepares for the top 8 advancement draw ceremony. Yihe steps forward to draw his placement and pulls slot A for the next round. His opponent is revealed moments later, Shen from Qingfeng Private High, who also draws into Group A. Since they will be battling in the second round, Shen suggests they stay to watch the first fight. In the arena, Luo is on the ground, seemingly overwhelmed by his enemy. His energy control is sharp, precise, and built for high-tier combat. Yihe watches closely, realizing the mysterious victor is actually his schoolmate, Chuzhou. The Qingfeng principal fumes as the school's representative falls in the very first top 8 match. Yihe turns to Shen and asks how he compares to Luo. Shen answers with confidence, saying he's the president of the martial arts club and that even 2 of his teammates together couldn't beat him. He admits our boy is the only real threat in this year's entrance exam for him. He describes Yihe as a dormant volcano, hiding a terrifying beast beneath the surface. With no time left to talk, Shen signals that it's their turn. The second match of the top 8 advancement tournament begins. Yihe steps onto the battlefield opposite Shen. The announcer declares the start of the round. Immediately, the two clash, their powers surging with equal force. Spectators fall silent, watching the explosive back and forth. My guy isn't going slow, he has managed to make this bastard's nose bleed. Shen then also decides to get serious, and surrounds himself with a solid martial energy shield. Yihe keeps his focus, recognizing Shen's power and preparing for what comes next. His opponent finally makes his move, activating his clan's dragon martial art and summons a blazing beast. The creature roars forward as Shen launches a devastating attack. There is not even time for our boy to even react, and ends up getting struck mid-air by a powerful blow. He coughs up blood as the force pushes him back. The impact also shakes the entire arena. That bastard then grabs Yihe again and begins his relentless assault on the poor guy. After this brutal assault at our boy, the bastard is enjoying himself thoroughly. Emergency medics begin rushing toward the stage, bracing for the worst after Shen's relentless assault. But then, the air changes, and something stirs deep inside the battlefield. A massive wave of blue energy bursts outward from Yihe, shaking the arena to its core. My guy has almost transformed into his monster template, covered in lightning and scales. His bloodline transformation is complete. The commentator is boggled out of his mind, because a full beast transformation in a high school student is almost unheard of. The transformed fighter steps forward with his heavy presence, power. Meanwhile, an elder examiner watches the field closely and notices something else. Yihe's core energy is skyrocketing. A defensive barrier activates instantly, triggered to contain the explosion of core radiation coming off his body. The spectators are having the time of their lives watching this all happen. Yihe's bloodline awakening is like nothing they've seen before. My guy smirks in his awakened beast form, fully aware that no one on this planet understands what he's become. Across the arena, Shen starts bleeding again. The pressure from Yihe's energy is too much, and his body can no longer contain it. In response, he also transforms. His beast form erupts into view, glowing with golden energy that scorches the air around him. Both begin charging their ultimate martial arts techniques. My guy strikes first, and obliterates his opponent's hand in the blast. It's clear who is the winner here, and our boy wants his opponent to realize this already. Shen starts to sense that Yihe's strength has gone beyond control after his awakening. My guy doesn't waste any time and dives in once again, throwing a rapid barrage of strikes, hammering into Shen without pause. The both contestants continue to fight, with Shen trying his absolute best to gain the upper hand. But at one point, he learns it the hard way that he doesn't stand a fucking chance against this beast of a man. Before Yihe throws a finishing blow, Shen forfeits. Yihe is utterly disappointed that the match has ended even before it started. Regardless, Yihe is officially declared the winner. Online, the response is instant. Fans joke that our boy didn't even go all out and his opponent surrendered like a pathetic dog. Clips of the battle flood every platform, and social media explodes with praise. Meanwhile, the principal explodes in anger over Shen's surrender. He threatens to cut off all support unless Shen repays what's owed. But Shen silences him with a single gesture. He grips his shoulder and explains flatly that he surrendered to avoid permanent damage. He warns this fatty that strength isn't something that can be controlled with threats. The principal stays silent for a moment, then quietly agrees, clearly shaken by the intimidation. The top 4 finalists of the tournament are finally announced, and Yihe's school dominates the board, securing 3 of the 4 available spots. Their principal can't hide his excitement, already imagining to promote Yihe's teacher for raising such exceptional kids. Meanwhile, Yihe walks up and pulls his match assignment. Once again, it's Group A. Across from him, a powerful girl steps forward and draws the same. With that, the semi-final match is confirmed. Yihe versus Liu Qing. Excitement erupts through the arena, with fans chanting for what's expected to be the most intense battle yet. Liu Qing possessed divine phoenix powers. With ease, she had previously crushed a top-tier bloodline user, which clearly explains that her power is overwhelming. Fans also revere Yihe's Thunder Beast powers. In the semi-final venue, once the both contents step forward, the referee signals the match to begin. My guy takes the initiative to start the show. Seeing his display of power, Liu Qing stays calm and composed. The only thing she's hoping for is that he's strong enough to push her limits. The commentator can't see Jack due to the swirling dust, struggling to describe what's happening. Let's cut to our boy's inner monologues. He quickly realizes she's not just powerful, her battle instincts and intelligence are far beyond most opponents he's faced. Understanding the risk of dragging the fight out, he acts first. His body ignites with blazing energy as he charges directly at her, launching a full-force attack. Lu Qing surrounds herself with energy, preparing to counter as Yi He closes in. At the last moment, he spins into a sweeping strike, trying to catch her off guard. She reacts instantly, blocking just in time, but the move surprised her. My guy leaps again, driving his energy into a direct punch aimed straight at Liu Qing. Clearly, my guy isn't giving her a single chance to strike back or fall back, overwhelming her clearly. After this continuous back and forth, she decides to act for real this time. She activates her bloodline, awakening the force of the Netherbird. Her eyes glow with intensity as she warns Yi He that she may not be able to control her strength in this state. Yi He isn't bothered. That's exactly what he wanted to hear. He explains that until now, he was only using half of his power, and he's ready to fight seriously. Lu Qing dives toward him at full speed, unleashing a devastating strike. Yi He roars, power surging through his limbs, and counters with explosive force. Their blows collide. An impact sends a shockwave across the arena. The audience shields their eyes as the blast expands outward. Meanwhile, the girl finds herself in utter disbelief when she notices this overwhelming force surrounding our boy. After preparing himself, Yi He unleashes a concentrated beam of energy blasts from his mouth, cutting across the arena in a straight, unstoppable line. Lu Qing stands there in order to counter it. When the beam strikes her, she redirects the blast using her enchanted feather. The energy scatters all over the arena, and some of it goes straight towards spectators. But a barrier absorbs the impact before it could hit the common people. Turns out it was the mayor of the An City, Huang Qing, who conjured up that barrier. After watching this explosive battle, he declares that the strongest guardian in An City's history is being born today. On the battlefield, blood drips to the floor, and it certainly belongs to Liu Qing, who remains upright, though her body is damaged. By now she is sure that she can't beat him. Yi He's single attack broke through her strongest defense. The pressure she's carried since childhood returns all at once. Memories of her struggle surface, the strict expectations, and the weight of her family's legacy pressing down on her shoulders. Her ancestors had placed all their hopes on her. Her mother's cold voice echoes in memory too, reminding her that victory wasn't optional. It was the only path she had ever been given. Meanwhile, Yi He stands there, clearly undefeated. Lu Qing can't stomach her defeat. With the last of her strength, she charges forward in a final burst, giving everything she has left. But the guy stops her cleanly, catching the attack mid-air. He then charges his fist again, and continues to slam her into the ground, pushing her beyond her limit. Eventually, Liu Qing reaches her threshold, the intensity of his blows tearing through the resistance she had left. The dormant energy inside her suddenly surges. As she unleashes her final transformation, her wings flare wide majestically in the sky, glowing with the combined power of lightning and purple flames. Yi He watches calmly, unleashing his own powers in return. He activates his strongest body technique, fusing martial force and elemental energy into one form. From that point, he leaps towards her with his technique in tow. Their clash begins, and this time the both look like two majestic deities duking it out with each other. Like literally, their exchange of blows is so rapid that I can't even follow what in the hell is going on. From the sidelines, the announcer begins to panic, realizing that neither fighter can fully restrain the energy they are wielding. As her attack heads towards our boy, he prepares himself and uses a hidden genetic technique. A massive golden wall bursts from the arena floor, ready to defend our boy. As the opponent's energy strikes the wall struggles under the pressure and eventually breaks apart. Spectators stare in shock, wondering what just happened. Some worry that if the mayor doesn't step up, the entire arena may collapse. The man in question is also tensed up as well. His eyes follow the damage across the fractured barrier. The sheer force generated by Yi He and Lu Qing's combined power had overwhelmed it instantly. Meanwhile, back in the arena, blood trickles down Lu Qing's hand as she forces herself upright. Every movement sends fresh pain through her limbs, but she remains kneeling, refusing to fall completely. Yi He steps forward to face her fallen opponent. Lu Qing lifts her head and stares at him in disbelief because her strongest attack left barely a mark. Yi He delivers a final warning, noting the radiation now spreading through her body. Without immediate action, the damage will be permanent. Lu Qing's body trembles and she cries out, her voice breaking as she demands to understand why the fight had to reach this point. Yi He crouches calmly in front of Lu Qing and meets her gaze without hostility. He is actually impressed by her fighting spirit and resolves to not give up. Internally, the girl also admits that the only thing going through her mind while fighting was desire to win. And most of all, her desire to fight wasn't just limited to victory, she was actually enjoying herself. My guy, meanwhile, helps her recover by giving her some of his mana. He reminds her that she was thinking too much while fighting, which inevitably led to her fall. So on a good note, he desires to fight her once again in future whenever she is at her prime. With that, the battle ends, and the announcer declares his victory in the first semi-final match. Shortly after, Chu claims his own victory with ease and advances to the final round. The final match of Anqing High School begins. The arena fills with tension as Yi He and Chu face each other under the watch of the massive live broadcast audience. Chu draws his glowing sword, radiating aggressive energy as he prepares to strike. Yi He smirks in response, not worried in the slightest. Chu charges with a spinning slash, coming at our boy with 7 clones of the blade, while Yi He gathers energy around him, preparing for a counterattack. When he strikes his explosive fist against the opponent's sword, the explosion of force sends shards and impact waves in every direction. Of course, the impact of that punch was heavy, forcing Chu to comment on Yi He's brute approach. Instead of hunting down the real sword, Yi He attacks every clone in his path with sheer force. By now, Chu is sure that none of his defensive strategies are going to work against this monster. Despite the setbacks, Chu decides to take another approach. With close combat no longer an option, he chooses to strike from a distance and exhaust his opponent. Energy builds rapidly around him as he summons a giant fierce dragon formed entirely from raw power. The dragon roars forward, charging at Yi He with unstoppable momentum. Activating his bloodline ability, Chu releases the power of Ice Pulse. Freezing energy floods the battlefield, spreading outward in a rapid surge. Jagged spikes of ice erupt across the terrain, generating a towering ice mountain that seals Yi He inside. Meanwhile, a faint sweat forms on Chu's face, because the intensity of his power is taking a toll on his body. Moments later, the ice begins to melt. From deep within, a burst of golden and blue light explodes outward. A shockwave ripples through the stage as Yi He breaks free, tearing the mountain apart with overwhelming force. With the first attempt failed, Chu braces himself and prepares to launch another ice-based technique, targeting a massive crystal structure right at our boy. Before he can even land a blow, my guy renders the attack utterly useless. Still catching his breath, Chu asks how much chance he has to win this match. Yi He responds with a calm smile and dismisses the odds as barely higher than that of a stray cat. Just like any sane person, Chu raises his hand without another word and surrenders. The final result is called. Yi He is announced as the winner of the Ancheng High School final battle. Cheers erupt across the stadium as Yi He supporters celebrate his victory. Standing tall at the center of the stage, he absorbs the energy of the crowd. His name echoes from every corner of the arena. Screens around the city flash his face, broadcasting the win live as his popularity skyrockets. People begin calling him the strongest champion in Ancheng's history. The host steps forward and makes it official, declaring Yi He the tournament champion. After 3 full days of intense battles, the title is his. During the closing ceremony, a reporter approaches and asks about his rise from the bottom. Yi He responds by thanking his teacher for offering support during the most difficult moments. From the edge of the stage, the principal also calls out to him to show his appreciation. He announces a scholarship offer, $2 million as recognition for Yi He's achievement. Of course, Yi He accepts immediately, expressing gratitude toward the school and the principal. With pride, he also credits himself for the relentless work that made this victory possible. Soon after, a new alert flashes across his system interface. Yi He has unlocked a hidden system reward for claiming the tournament title. Later, he walks down the quiet stadium corridor, but the moment he steps outside, a crowd explodes around him. Reporters, students, and camera crews rush in from every direction, overwhelming the hallway with lights and questions. Several students push forward, holding up suggestive images and asking bizarre, inappropriate questions. Caught off guard and unable to respond, Yi He bolts through the doors, shouting that he doesn't have time for any of it. He slips into the basketball gym, finally shaking the crowd. Breathing easier, he is excited after learning that he can earn other template abilities as well, meaning he is not limited to using just one template. Before he can mull over it any further, a man steps out of the shadows and congratulates him on winning the tournament. At first, Yi He assumes it's another reporter, but the man quickly clarifies that he isn't from the media. He introduces himself as someone connected to Huadu University, here to discuss a matter related to genetic locking. Of course, my guy gets a little alarmed after hearing this term. After all, he gained all his power through monster templates and had never used any system related to genetic locking. The man then asks if this term was something Yi He learned from his father, who was just a regular taxi driver. Yi He confirms it, but the man pulls out confidential documents and says the information doesn't match his father's background. There's more to this story, something hidden deeper. He hands Yi He an envelope and says it's related to his unique case. Yi He opens it and freezes on the spot after seeing the contents. Inside is an image of a divine-like being named Prometheus. The documents reveal a connection to a top-secret national biotechnology project, one that has never been disclosed to the public. It looks like Yi He finally understood what this guy's deal is. As far as he has understood, these guys think that his father was a scientist working on this Prometheus project, and Yi He himself is the result of that project. The man confirms this assumption by informing him that he has been identified as a high-level national subject. According to the report, he is now recognized at the national level and will be protected under full state authority. Furthermore, the state has no intention of causing harm. Instead, Yi He is entitled to know the truth about himself and his classification. Of course, my guy plays along and responds accordingly. For him, fame always brings trouble, so he would rather be left alone. Once the guy is gone, Yi He returns back to the task at hand. With his official acceptance into Huadu University confirmed, he is celebrating the substantial scholarship and prize money he received. Most importantly, he is excited to draw the template ability he has been awarded for clearing the exam. Waiting no longer, he activates the system's template draw function. A glowing portal-like structure materializes before him, radiating with powerful light. As energy gathers around the vortex, a massive godlike mechanical being emerges. The system identifies it as an D-rank template, supergiant humanoid. This thing is 60 meters tall and has a 1% fusion rate. The reveal leaves Yi He stunned. He immediately begins calculating the potential. If the supergiant humanoid could be fused with the Demora template, the result would be devastating. A visual forms through the system, an imagined fusion of both monstrous powers, towering and violent, radiating near limitless energy. Elsewhere, a mysterious big shot cancels all of his scheduled appointments. He simply states that private matters must be addressed. The guy this big shot is talking to is an investigator in a hazmat suit, reporting that no body was found among the ruins. However, remnants were recovered near the last signal location. Testing reveals signs of nuclear radiation and traces of a massive energy explosion. It looks like this masked dude is investigating our boy. The big shot doesn't want his supposed brother to put himself in danger. After all, their mother's last wish was that the big shot protect his sibling at all costs. He reviews footage of Yi He's victory at the Ancheng tournament, but laments his little brother won't be able to enroll in any university. Back to Yi He stands there holding a mysterious package in his hands. He turns it over and opens it cautiously, wondering if the contents will help him in the upcoming secret realm exploration. Inside is a handwritten letter. He reads the note and learns of an ancient artifact discovered in the realm. The details leave him stunned, and stares at the letter in disbelief, surprised that anyone still writes by hand in this era. As the sun sets, Redwood Mountain in An City glows under the fading light. A massive crowd has gathered at the trial site, thousands standing in anticipation as the secret realm event approaches. Among them, we see Chu greet Yi He with confidence. Yi He observes him carefully, noting how much stronger he seems since their last meeting. Curious, he asks which university Chu plans to apply to. The guy answers with Huadu University, which clearly means that the two of them might still end up at the same school. Suddenly, Yi He senses a subtle sadness in Chu's demeanor. Right then, a loud announcement rings out over the mountain, calling all participants to attention. In the sky above, a dimensional rift begins to crack open. The rift pulses violently as a massive dark creature with multiple heads starts to emerge from the void. Above Redwood Mountain, the monstrous beast hovers in the sky. Participants scattered across the battlefield stare upward, stunned by the creature's overwhelming presence. Amid the rising tension, a red-haired warrior steps forward and rallies the group, ordering them to take down the demon and charge into the secret realm. Combat erupts instantly, with so many people charging at one creature only. By now, the poor creature is regretting his decision to come here. Inside the Redwood Mountain secret realm, Yi He and the other participants are trekking through the realm's terrain. As they walk, Yi He detects a sharp metallic scent thick in the air. From the forest's edge, a swarm of demonic creatures emerges. Their twisted forms rush forward, charging in from every direction. Right away, an immediate order goes out across the group, eliminating the monsters first before anything else. The fighters respond without delay, and blades and energy strikes tear through the swarm. As the warriors are cutting down the monsters left and right, Chu is also doing his part. But just as he is about to get attacked by one of the monsters, our boy helps him out. Speaking of our boy, Chu glances behind him, only to find dozens of demonic beasts lying in a melted heap nearby, their remains dissolved down to bone and smoke. He gets shocked when he realizes that it's Yi He who killed all of these creatures. It's revealed that he's been using large-scale nuclear radiation strikes, quietly destroying the cellular structures of the monsters, without leaving a trace. Observers watching are shocked by the speed and scale of the clearing. Some express doubt that a high school student could be that powerful, but others recall the strength shown during this year's live broadcast, reminding them how exceptional the top candidates truly are. Yi He and his team stand ready, power radiating from their bodies as they maintain formation. After the intense battle, the leader of the Beast Tide has finally been defeated. The remaining monsters have retreated, marking the end of the assault. Meanwhile, my guy went all green goblin and swiped every stone he managed to find. Though he isn't sure how he's going to travel with all this baggage, his friend Chu lends him this ring that can help him carry the supplies. Just then, the powerful senior warrior who defeated the beast leader returns. Relief spreads through the survivors seeing the big shot back. Without his intervention, the outcome would have been far worse. The big guy turns his attention toward our guy and introduces himself. His name is Wu Sen, from the An City Silver Wolf Group. He directly praises our boy for his performance. He is impressed so much that he offers an S-rank contract to join their elite squad. The contract includes university backing and high-level benefits. Of course, those watching react with disbelief. After all, even top university students rarely receive offers of this caliber. Before Yi He can respond, a girl arrives riding a black flame beast. She teases Wu Sen for showing up so early just to swipe up all the potential candidates. She then also invites Yi He to join their smaller organization, offering 15% of their monthly cultivation resources. Well, the deal is unusually generous, equivalent to a shareholder-level benefit. And once again, the surrounding crowd reacts with shock. But Yi He declines both offers politely. He states clearly that he's not interested in joining any teams for now. Despite the rejections, he shakes hands with both representatives, leaving the door open for future cooperation. With the beast tide repelled, Yi He and Chu turn their attention back to exploration. They leap into the sky, scouting the terrain from above as the forest stretches out beneath them. The two land atop one of the massive red trees, scanning the vast landscape. Suddenly, Chu spots something strange. In the distance, enormous beings tower like mountains. While Chu is feeling a wave of apprehension, my guy is getting turned on after seeing these massive guys. He then continues scanning. With his life force radar, he maps the distribution of all living creatures in the area. Most of the forest pulses with life signals, but one zone is completely blank. A vast section of the southeast reads as a void. This anomaly is so suspicious that he is sure there must be something big. When there is smoke, there is fire. Without any hesitation, he decides to head toward Stud Lake. A while later, Yi He suddenly finds Sister Yuli in the forest. The girl is here with two teammates beside her. Yi He walks up beside them, asking how long they've been inside the realm. Yuli explains that her team only arrived recently and has been scouting the lake area. Yu Yang suddenly bursts from the surface of the lake. The guy excitedly shouts that they've struck gold, claiming to have discovered something beneath the lake. He tells the others that ancient ruins lie below the surface, and the group cheers together. Yi He, surprised by the energy in his voice, questions what kind of ruins would cause such a reaction. Chu explains that inside secret realms, structures left behind by lost civilizations are known as ruins. These places often conceal powerful knowledge, techniques, or ancient artifacts. Chu further adds that many of the foundational principles behind modern martial arts and technology are believed to have originated from such discoveries. Suddenly, Yu Yang goes on high alert when he notices our duo, and he is certainly not looking pleased. But Yuli tries to calm her teammate down, explaining that our duo had ranked first and second in the last city trials. Their strength is well above average, and suggests letting them join the team. Yu Yang eyes them carefully, then demands to know how the spoils from the ruins will be divided. Yi He suggests that rewards be distributed based on individual contributions. The more you contribute, the higher your share gets. Reluctantly, Yu Yang agrees to the temporary alliance, but leaves a warning not to step out of line. With the plan set, they dive into the water. Together they swim toward the ruins, entering a glowing cave lit by crystal formations hanging from the ceiling like icicles. The glow reflects across the cave walls, casting light across the team's path. They examine the chamber ahead and notes that the deeper section of the cave lies beyond a narrow corridor. Suddenly, Yu Yang realizes that their teammate Li is missing, who was supposed to be guarding the entrance. Another teammate guesses that Li may have gone ahead alone in search of treasure. Yu Yang shouts for Li, but no answer comes back. As the group inches forward, Chu asks whether any precautions were taken against potential monster threats in the underground area. One of the girls responds, saying she and Li placed detection bombs near the ruins, but not a single monster has appeared. She doubts whether they should continue, especially now that Li has vanished without a trace. Yu Yang reacts with anger and shouts that they must continue. Fortune is ahead and only cowards turn back. Those who fear risk can leave now, while the rest must move forward. As expected, his declaration silences the group. Under pressure, no one steps away. Each person steadies themselves and begins moving through the glowing underground corridor with caution. As they go deeper, our boy can sense the danger ahead, but there's no time left to assess the situation further. The danger has already begun. In his mind, he realizes that Yu Yang and Li finding this hidden route in such a massive underground cave is too precise to be coincidence. The path they followed was likely a trap. Even so, Yi He doesn't falter. He smirks slightly, confident in the trump card he has yet to play. The group proceeds into a vast underground chamber. There, eerie green vines crawl across the walls, pulsing faintly with energy. As they look closely, they come to notice skeletal remains wrapped tightly in vines, evidence of a massacre that occurred here. Above there, they also see the remains of Li's body, which has been dissolved into nothing more than a skeleton. The group is shocked out of their minds, so much so that Yu Yang drops to his knees. Not only the relic they came to find is missing, but Li also lost his life. But right then, something starts affecting his body. The same force that took Li is now consuming him. He tries to warn the others to run. Before he can say anything further, green vines explode out from his skull in a bloody fashion. He's killed immediately, his body yanked upward and impaled by the same demonic vines. My guy steps forward and blasts the body into smithereens before shit escalates further. Turns out, the demon beast is more intelligent than expected. It captured 2 warriors and used Yu Yang to make a perfect bait in order to draw more prey. It's already too late to realize this, since they've walked straight into the trap. The cave shakes as massive vines slam down, sealing the entrance tunnel behind them. The beast doesn't want them to escape. Chu then decides to enlighten this clueless lady. Based on everything they've seen, the enemy is a second-stage demon beast, known as a ghost vine demon. Its power and cunning place it far beyond normal threats. Yuli's eyes go wide in disbelief because a king-level beast is something none of them are equipped to face. But my guy isn't fazed at all. He doesn't care about the classification. The only thing on his mind is smashing the monster to pieces. The ground shakes under the weight of his power as the first strike launches. At that moment, another force enters the chamber. A powerful man charges forward, his presence fierce and commanding. Our boy notices this mountainous man. Looks like it's the same man who was digging in our boy's background. He explains how he traced Yi He using radiation he left behind in the mountains. Even after suppressing his presence and trailing behind through stone walls and collapsed tunnels, he managed to follow Yi He into the cave undetected. Now he's here to finish what began long ago. The one who escaped their ambush before is finally within reach. Yi He glances at the furious man charging toward him, casually feigning confusion over the attacker's identity. The man, shouting in rage, launches a reckless attack. Mid-charge, he's suddenly entangled by a set of hidden vines coiling from the ground. He realizes too late that he's stepped into the ghost vine demon's lair. Panic replaces fury as he struggles, yelling that the demon is now targeting him, suspecting it may have been Yi He's plan all along. Yi He reminds this brute that these veins have the ability to absorb spiritual energy and rage. The man then unleashes a massive energy blast across the battlefield. Yuli surveys the battle and spots cracks spreading across the cavern walls due to the high pressure. The structure is beginning to collapse under the weight of their combined power. She yells for the others to clear out before the entire cave falls. Yi He focuses his energy and fires a spiraling blast upward into the ceiling. The explosion tears through the rock, sending debris raining down. Amid the chaos, Yi He instructs Yuli and the others to escape while he holds the monster back. The fiery attacker roars in response, determined to stop him. Just as the enemy charges, a sudden burst of ice energy cuts across the battlefield. It's our homeboy Chu stepping forward, holding his sword firm and blocking the enemy's path. The attacker scoffs and mocks the defense, reminding them that he holds the rank of 8th stage martial artist. But my guy doesn't give a damn to these fancy titles. With his fist charged with lightning, he delivers a sudden strike. A fierce blow lands, a technique known as atomic explosive fist. The explosion spreads in a flash of blue light, rattling the terrain. After the hit, Yi He turns to Chu and instructs him to fall back, acknowledging the difference in rank. The opponent is powerful, and Yi He intends to take him on alone. He steps forward, telling the others to leave the rest to him. A while later, everyone except our boy finally gets out of the lake, and Chu also gets out. Just as he is worrying about his partner, a massive eruption of blue energy bursts from the lake, and out pops a massive mutant creature from the blast. Is it an Attack on Titan reference? Whatever it is, I don't care, but what I know is that bastard who was all full of himself has been cooked through and through. A while later, Yi He reappears in his human form. He leaps from the lake just as his teammates rush toward him. After taking a seat on the ground, he reveals that the dude who barged in was laced with a plasma bomb. Both that guy and the vein monster died in the aftermath of the explosion. With their joint venture coming to an end, the both teams decides to part ways. He offers polite farewells to Yuli, promising to repay their support once they escape the secret realm. Now the both boys are alone to grind their asses off and collect as much loot they can. After they're exploring together, they return back and visit the appraisal center. Yi He slams his bag on the counter. The receptionist warns him to show caution with the loot he has gathered. If damaged, he won't get shit in return. He apologizes and begins placing bags on the counter calmly. Each one is filled with resources. One after another, they stack up. By the time he places the final bag down, the receptionist stares in disbelief, barely able to keep up. She hesitates before asking if he's finally finished unloading. Yi He smirks and tells her to begin the calculations, adding that he still has plenty of spirit medicines waiting to be appraised. Not long after, people gather near the center as they start to recognize the rare herbs in Yi He's possession. The crowd is totally stunned by their high value and rarity. Meanwhile, my guy is busy mentally sorting through his inventory, planning to sell off the lower-grade magic cores. After all the exchanges, his account receives a credit transfer of 27 million yuan after the sale. My guy exits the center, preparing to sell the appraised spirit herbs next. But suddenly, a luxury car pulls up in front of him. An older man steps out, the owner of Ping Pharmacy. He greets Yi He directly, mentioning that he heard about the herbs Yi He had brought in. He offers to buy them at a price above market value. Yi-He quickly realizes that someone from the appraisal center leaked the information, but he doesn't mind selling. The buyers came to him on their own, and the price is just right. After the transaction, the luxury car drives away, while the man reminds him to reach out again the next time he has more spirit herbs. He checks his phone and sees that his bank account has received another deposit of huge cash. With the money in hand, he begins planning his next steps. Standard supplements and low-tier herbs from the market have done little to improve his cultivation. If he wants to grow stronger, the next investment needs to be in power. The resources required for significant breakthroughs remain out of reach. But another option comes to mind, one that doesn't rely on wealth. He decides to pursue martial arts training. With that goal in mind, he sets off immediately. At Ancheng No 1 Middle School, the doors of the principal's office open. Inside, a warm drink is served, setting the tone for a respectful and formal conversation. The principal greets Yi-He kindly and expresses mild surprise at his visit. Yi-He presents a small package from Ping Pharmacy, clarifying that it's not a bribe, just a simple token of gratitude. With the principal humbled with the money, he explains his request clearly. Since he hasn't entered university yet, he can't ask for help from his clan. He's hoping the school can assist in finding him a strong martial arts teacher. The principal suggests waiting until university begins, where proper training resources will be easier to access. But Yi-He insists. He's ready to grow stronger now and doesn't want to delay. The principal studies him for a moment, then agrees to make an exception. Recognizing Yi-He's drive, he decides to help and promises to make the necessary arrangements. The next afternoon, Yi-He wipes sweat from his forehead after a training session. His phone rings with the update, telling him that everything is ready. He thanks the principal and asks which martial arts family is willing to take him in. When he hears the answer, he stops in disbelief. The Liu family of Ancheng has agreed to teach him their secret techniques. In the outskirts of Ancheng, a motorcycle tears across the road at high speed. The girl riding on the back is enjoying the ride so far. The driver looks like a playboy, and he is ready to show even more power. Ahead of them is our boy, pedaling his bike fast enough to keep up with the bike's speed. He warns the lovers to ride cautiously because speed kills. Of course, the biker feels humiliated when he realizes that a biker is going way faster than him. So, the reckless driver decides to go all out, determined to prove his dominance. He accelerates more than he should, and leaves his opponent behind. Before the rider can feel proud of himself for getting ahead, my guy utilizes his powers and zip past the bastard with a speed no ordinary cycle can match. The riders stare ahead in disbelief, unable to process what they just witnessed. Moments later, Yi-He arrives at the gates of the Liu family estate. He takes a moment to take in the grandeur of the towering structure. His radar has picked up a bunch of powerful guys living here. From the estate's entrance, a girl steps into view. Liu Qing greets him with a smile, but she stiffens the moment he tries to tease her. Eventually, she turns and begins walking. As they enter inside the mansion, Liu Qing announces Yi-He's arrival. With her call, her mother begins descending down from stairs to greet the young man. Her beauty is undeniable, but it's the command in her presence that stills the air. She introduces herself as Qin Lan, the matriarch of the Liu family, welcoming Yi-He. The scene then cuts back to the past. After the college entrance exam, Liu Qing stands nervously before her mother. As she starts to speak, her mother interrupts softly, telling her not to be nervous. A large screen nearby plays footage of Yi-He's performance in the exam. Watching closely, she praises her girl's exceptional performance in the exam even though she lost. She then brings up her younger brother. The mother reminds her how her son lacks the talent to carry the family forward, leaving Liu Qing as the sole heir. Similarly, she also acknowledges her daughter's worth, her intelligence, her beauty, her strength, making her their final hope. The Liu family is standing on a fragile edge with her father already pushing up daisies, and their future hinges on powerful alliances. Without blinking, she suggests marrying her daughter to our boy. After all, Yi-He's strength, talent, and solid bloodline makes him the perfect candidate. He isn't just a rising star, but someone worthy of the Liu family. She simply asks her daughter to spend time with him and see for herself what kind of future he represents. In the present, at the entrance of the Liu residence, Yi-He bows respectfully and presents a gift. Liu Qing's mother receives him warmly, greeting him with kindness. She mentions that the school principal informed her of Yi-He's request to study advanced martial arts. She confirms the arrangement and instructs Liu Qing to guide him. Yi-He will be taken to the Liu family's martial arts pavilion. According to the family's rules, he will be granted 1 day inside to train. She explains that deep within the pavilion are 3 powerful martial techniques, and whether he can comprehend any of them depends entirely on his own talent. Yi-He bows again, offering formal thanks to the Liu family rather than to her alone. The gesture does not go unnoticed. Liu Qing's mother silently marks his awareness, noting his political tact and steady demeanor. The girl meanwhile watches the exchange, puzzled by the way her mother seems to view Yi-He with new interest. Without commenting, she leads him through a long underground corridor toward the martial pavilion. As they walk, Yi-He decides to lighten up her mood by making a teasing remark, prompting a flustered denial from Liu Qing. He leans in too close to her face and she reacts with irritation and embarrassment. The cause of her embarrassment is already clear to us. The poor girl just can't shake off the fact that he is going to be her hubby one day. Anyhow, they arrive at a massive sealed gate, carved from a rare, reinforced material designed to endure high-impact martial techniques. Yihe studies it closely and asks if he's allowed to strike it directly. Liu Qing looks at him, clearly unsure if he is even supposed to ask this question. Moreover, why this goofball isn't so impressed with this stone's material. Without waiting, Yihe unleashes a glowing blue punch filled with martial energy. As he is about to strike the surface, Liu Qing stiffens slightly. The technique's color and force bring back fragments of past memories, ones she would rather forget. Yihe follows up with a second strike, launching another wave of blue energy into the gate. The impact ripples through the air, but the stone doesn't crack or shift. Liu Qing lets out a quiet laugh over his failure, while the guy is totally confused about what just happened. All he felt was his energy being absorbed into the void. Anyhow, she escorts him further inside the scroll library. Going further through this library will arrive the secret vault containing techniques. Before heading further, he is told he may select any technique and unlock it using the identity card he has been given. The girl also warns him that mastering a profound level technique in a single day is almost unheard of, and advises him to begin with something foundational. Yihe responds with another casual tease, earning a hesitant, flustered response from her. Regardless, she inputs the code and unlocks the secure vault where the techniques are placed. As the chamber opens, we see small vaults that contain the techniques. She further educates him that learning Xuanhuang martial arts is all about feeling the marital rhythm inside him. If he fails to feel it, then he won't be able to learn it. Long story short, Xuanhuang martial arts are living things. It's not the martial artist who chooses the art, but it's the art that chooses its martial artists. A while later, Yihe sits beneath a glowing statue. All he is supposed to do is soak in this light pouring out of this statue. To get context, we cut a little back in time where the girl educates him that the Xuanhuang martial arts are not passed down through scrolls. Their transmission is tied to statues, sculptures, tools, vessels. Any object capable of carrying the imprint of martial rhyme can store and preserve a technique. Legacy is not written but forged into matter. Liu Qing explains that only a true master possesses the ability to forge martial intent into a physical medium, transforming it into a lasting vessel of transmission. So what happens next depends entirely on him. Back to Boy, he stands there for a moment, then lies down flat on the floor. Liu Qing observes from the monitor, looking totally unimpressed due to his shenanigans. Inside the chamber, our boy realizes that this martial rhyme is some kind of spiritual world, and being currently inside, he doesn't possess his powers. Even the system notes that he has entered a spiritual world. The statue behind him comes to life, and reminds his guest that only those with true strength and will can master martial power. It demands proof, strength, resolve, and the courage to walk the martial path. To prove himself, the old man tasks Yihe with guard duty where he is supposed to safeguard this temple from the hundreds of ghosts who will roam this place nighttime. With water drops dropping down marks the beginning of the trial. Right away, red demonic ghosts begin to swarm the area. As those bastards leap toward him, Yihe channels his power. He charges into the wave with his blade in hand. My guy continues his slaughter, slashing down these ghosts left and right as if it's nobody's business. Meanwhile, the statue watches in silence. Its tone is filled with contempt as it mocks the weakness of the current generation, dismissing how far martial arts have fallen. Meanwhile, my guy is doing his job diligently. But just as he is attacked by one of the ghosts, nothing happens to him. Even the watching statue is forced to acknowledge what he sees. Yes, baby, ghosts can't do a damn to our boy. It turns out that his system is automatically protecting him from these spiritual beings. So within minutes, bro massacres all the ghosts with his majestic golden energy, much to the statue's shock. Now the next step is to dive into that well in front of him. The well before him holds more than just light. It contains the condensed essence of the old master's life, a reservoir of pure martial energy accumulated over generations. Within the well lies a forbidden technique known as the devil in the flesh. If he can endure the process, there's a chance he can integrate the technique into his body. With that in mind, Yihe dives in. The observer watching from above tenses at the sight. After all, never before has someone entered so boldly, so unshaken by the risk. Inside the well, Yihe's consciousness is drawn away. Pulled into a spiritual dimension, he finds himself standing before a fierce, multi-headed beast, an embodiment of the trial. As the process begins, blood inside his body starts to boil. His muscles seize and bones convulse under the pressure of the demon technique. Back in the control room, Liu Qing stands beside her mother in silence, watching our boy go through the process. The girl is losing her mind, figuring out what in the hell is going on with this guy. It looks like her mother has begun to understand what's happening. The third Xuanhuang martial technique, the one sealed at the deepest level of the vault, had once come into Liu Qing's grandfather's hands by chance during his later years. No one in the family had ever managed to master it. The technique required enduring shitload of unimaginable pain, and no one had the balls of steel required to master this technique, not even her grandfather. If Yi He has truly chosen to bear the full weight of that technique, it means he possesses a will far beyond the norm and must be ready to face whatever price it demands. Right then, my guy wakes up yanning and stretching casually as if he just had a casual Sunday stroll. Against all odds, he has survived the trial. He then turns toward the statue and gives his thanks to the elder, directing his words toward the ancestors responsible for creating the technique. Though his base stats remain unchanged, he confirms that mastering the technique has doubled his combat capacity. Moments later, Liu Qing and her mother step into the room, still processing what they've seen. Liu Qing looks directly at him and asks whether he truly completed the technique. Yiho responds with a casual salute and confirms that he succeeded. Of course, her mother struggles to find words. The technique had defeated every practitioner in the family for generations, yet Yi He completed it in under an hour. As Yi Hu is feeling all smug, Liu Qing silently watches him. Though praised as a genius herself, she knows that the one in front of her stands on a different level. Yi He then turns back to the group and prepares to demonstrate his power. In an instant, blue and red energy surges from his body. His martial aura erupts like a storm, drawn directly from his internal martial world and transformed into force. Liu Qing senses something darker buried in the energy, a presence that carries the echo of trapped demons. As for her mother, she is visibly impressed and compliments Yi He's strength with admiration. Not gonna lie, mommy looks totally turned on. Liu Qing then suggests he use the rest of his time in the vault to study the remaining techniques. Meanwhile, the mother feels disappointed for her girl. While she clearly discourages the idea of marrying our boy, she is still handing over literal generational wealth to this boy without any reason. But surprisingly enough, Yi He declines further training, explaining that absorbing the last technique took significant effort, and that he has other responsibilities to tend to. Liu Qing's mother accepts his answer and instructs her daughter to escort him home. Before they leave, she casually brings up a rumor about our boy arriving on a bicycle earlier that day. So, she offers to open her garage from where he can pick any top-tier vehicle he may like. Remembering that couple on that cool Hayabusa, Yi He also decides to grab a heavy bike for himself too. We then cut to that Hayabusa walking down the road on foot after losing his bike in an accident. Turns out, he is that pathetic brother of Liu Qing her mother had mentioned. Suddenly, a high-end motorcycle blazes past the estate entrance, kicking up a trail of dust behind it. Of course, it's our boy. That young man outside freezes mid-step, realizing with shock that it's the same person who was racing on his bicycle. Back at our boy's residence, Yi He prepares a strange and unconventional meal. On the table sits a bowl filled with glowing spirit crystals, arranged with sauce and chopsticks as if it were an ordinary dish. He lifts a glowing blue shard and eats it first, treating it as casually as any other bite. As soon as he consumes the stone, his physical stats rise up, but it's not enough. He chooses to allocate all available points into the giant transformation template, aiming for maximum impact. Moving forward, he lifts a golden demon core to consume it, and as soon as he does, energy explodes out of him. His system gives him an option of mutating his Daimora template. He is prompted to choose whether to proceed. Of course, he hesitates for a moment and weighs his options. After having made his mind, he strikes the confirmation key in an hope that he is going to strike something good. Once the procedure is done, he manages to unlock another monster template, known as Star Universe Demora. Once the Savage Trace Demora reaches 100% synchronization, there is a 2% chance that it may evolve into Star Universe Demora. Moving on, my guy is happy to hear the good news. To complete the evolution, he must push the current template to 100%. The only path forward is accelerated growth. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave erupts outside, a clear sign that shit is about to go down. Right outside Yi He's apartment complex, dozens of police cruisers swarm the area as armed officers lock down the perimeter and evacuate civilians. Suddenly, someone knocks on our boy's door. Yi He knows the original owner of this body had no friends who'd show up like this, and there were no scheduled deliveries, so something's off. Right then, he spots an intruder sitting right over the apartment's window. She looks tall, sharp, and deadly. While we don't know who this clown really is, she hints at her intentions a little. Her original plan was simple: hide an item in this apartment and alter the host's memory on her way out. But now that he's seen through her stealth, the situation changes. He'll need to be dealt with. My guy shows no fear. Instead, he takes a moment before dropping the line, "She is already a dead woman walking." Down on the streets, a group of officers clash with a lone man named Joe. Even with all eyes on him, Joe's trying to hold his own. Getting cocky, he ignites the forbidden blood-burning technique. But the bastard is soon humbled when my guy drops down from the air while fighting that freaky woman. Her nano-battle suit is now scorched black, which clearly means that our boy is giving her rough treatment. Turns out, these two freak shows are accomplices, and the woman announces to her accomplice that she has hid the item, so they should retreat. Before the police can restrain the criminals, a smoke bomb detonates. Thick white fog floods the street, and by the time the fog lifts, the targets are gone, vanished into the sewer system without a trace. Just when these two think that they have finally managed to shake off the threat, my guy arrives there. Yiho wants to know why the lady who broke into his house still hasn't offered an explanation. Joe shouts at our boy, demanding to know how he managed to track them when even the elite forces couldn't. But Yihe doesn't owe them an answer. In reality, our boy was able to sense the nuclear traditions the woman is exuding. When it's time to strike, he doesn't talk. Without further ado, he rockets forward like a missile. His fist is already in front of Joe. Once the punch connects, the energy rips through the bastard, slamming him into the concrete wall behind him, cracking it on impact as dust bursts out in every direction. That woman, known as Yime, loses her breath after witnessing this horrific scene. Seeing Joe tossed like that hits differently. To her, that shouldn't even be possible, and whoever trained this kid isn't normal. Yi-he bothers to clarify that he is the disciple of Emperor Guangla. Turns out, the woman has never heard that name before. That is when that knocked out guy decides to get serious, and transforms into this grotesque, otherworldly alien. Boasting a dignified title of 6th tier martial artists, this dude is a force to be reckoned with. Seeing a powerful opponent really puts a smile on our boy's face. Meanwhile, that big booba woman tries to surprise our boy from behind, thinking there's no way he'll see her coming. But before she gets close, my guy fires up an energy beam without even looking in her direction. The force knocks her out of invisibility and sends her flying. Seeing that big booba woman knocked out like yesterday's trash, her accomplice Joe decides to throw a devastating punch. In the aftermath, their fists collide in a thunderous impact. The enemy's attack output is tremendously high, and he can feel it. In the next scene, our boy is nowhere to be seen, much to his opponent's bewilderment. But then he reappears in his giant humanoid form, intending to crush this bastard under the weight of his heavy blow. As soon as he throws the punch, you can only imagine what's going to happen to that poor guy. The big booba watches in utter awe, regretting ever messing with our boy. This shit is way above her paycheck. She has no way to escape, leaving her only option: fight to the death. With that in mind, she lunges at our boy and tries to wrap the humanoid's giant head with strings. This thing is a molecular threat pulled from the nano armor, strong enough to cut through high-grade alloys. As soon as she tightens the threads, the humanoid's head disintegrates into nothingness. Just when she thinks she has won, a gigantic beam of energy strikes her out of nowhere, likely obliterating her into oblivion. My guy then approaches that injured bastard, fully bloodied and battered. Since he's going to die anyway, he decides to take Yi-he down with him. The thing that woman, Yao Yimei, hid in his room is something called the Golden Gene. Now it belongs to our boy, and he'll supposedly be a target for many because of it. So Yi-he's death is inevitable. My guy shuts this bastard's trap with a solid kick to his face, killing him on the spot. Yiho knows reinforcements might be on their way, and the amount of ruckus he's caused won't go unnoticed. So he returns to his apartment, texting with Liu Qing's mother, who is relieved to hear that the police didn't suspect him of anything. He then shifts his attention to the Golden Gene, the same thing those guys were talking about. Looking at it closely, he notices a prominent emblem he's seen before. It was in the Prometheus file a man from Huadu once showed him. From what Yi-he can gather, those two guys stole it from Laserbird and were being hunted as they tried to escape. Now those shitheads have passed their headache onto him. In the B-level secret realm, Swan Lake, deep inside the inner zone, a squad of seasoned martial warriors is mid-hunt. They've managed to corner and bring down some blood wolves. As the team captain splits open the blood wolf's stomach and pulls out the magic core, a low, ominous rumble breaks through the forest. The ground shakes under the weight of countless monster footsteps, pounding like thunder, all running in a certain direction. What they see next freezes them in place, an endless wave of beasts, tearing through the forest and swallowing everything in their path. The highlight of this show is a massive beast, known as Sovereign-class beast, Sinwolf. Seeing the monster leading the chaos, the adventurers' party bolt in full retreat. With this sovereign-level beast tide marching toward An City, the adventurers are sure as hell that An City won't survive this. You see, high-tier magical beasts almost never leave their own turf. That's why the Swan Lake secret realm had stayed stable for so long. Now a monster of that level showing up here meant one thing: something seriously wrong. That giant ape-like monster roars and throws these meteor-like objects, and within seconds, the warrior team is torn apart, crushed under the weight of massive boulders. Outside the Swan Lake secret realm, alarms begin to scream across the city. People in the city freeze where they stand. A second later, the mayor's voice breaks through on the citywide broadcast. A massive beast tide is advancing from the B-level Swan Lake realm. Estimated time to breach, 20 minutes. The army has already mobilized, and all citizens are ordered to shelter or evacuate. The mayor's broadcast goes out, calling every warrior in the city to stand and fight. Armed police hit the streets right away to keep order. Government agencies kick into overdrive, trying to keep the city stable and calm as best they can. Inside the mayor's office, he moves from one call to the next, doing whatever he can to stall the inevitable. The second his secretary bursts in with an update, he asks about the reinforcements, who's sending troops. The answer's bad. This city isn't the only one under siege. Beast incursions have hit multiple regions. Most cities are too deep in their own disasters to offer any support, and the ones still standing are locking themselves down, building fortifications and bracing for impact. His voice shakes as he asks about Huadu. Maybe someone from there, a Grandmaster-level warrior or higher, could be sent to help. Even one would be enough. But that's off the table too. An S-class secret realm just opened in Guanshan City, right beside the capital. Seems like the battle for the city has already started, and one's coming to save them. They gotta fight with what they have. Elsewhere, in the Chu family's training grounds, Yi He and Chu are locked in a sparring match. Just as they move in to start another round, a siren blares across the district. Seconds later, their phones buzz with official alerts. College prep students in N City are ordered to evacuate immediately. Chu breaks the silence, asking if Yi He plans to leave. But well, my guy is on cloud 9 after hearing the announcement. Bro is looking forward to smashing some monsters himself, so evacuating away is just waste. Meanwhile, Lu Qing heads for the door, ready to leave and fight. But her mother steps in and blocks her path. Her daughter's ready to face the beast tide head-on, but the mother is not having it. Her only priority is Lu Qing's survival. If she steps outside now, there's no safety net. No guarantee she comes back. An City's entire fighting force barely scrapes 30,000. Even with old veterans and fresh volunteers counted in, they're under 50,000 in total. Against a beast tide that size, they're like boats in a tsunami. And if sovereign-class monsters are in that wave, that's a death sentence. Even grandmasters struggle to hold the line. According to her mother, her life doesn't belong to just herself. She carries the entire Lu family's legacy with her. One mistake, and that all goes down with her. But the girl isn't having it. A warrior clan that can't stand against monsters doesn't deserve to exist. Without waiting anymore, the determined girl leaves to fight for the sake of her city. As soon as she is gone, Aunt Hong steps out. She questions the mistress about our boy, questioning if he is going to leave too. The mistress decides to let Yi He make his own decision. Inside the Swan Lake secret realm, fighters young and old pack in tight, getting ready for the fight. The beast tide is back for the first time in 20 years, and no one plans to run. With no hesitation, the fighters charge ahead to protect their homeland from the monsters. At the realm's entrance, the soldiers are ready with their artillery and weapons ready. This is N City's last line of defense. Right in the middle, Huang takes command. He emphasizes that 60% of N City's military is already inside, along with every ranked martial artist available. They are supposed to gather intel and return back in one piece, because losing isn't an option. Suddenly, one of those soldiers staggers through rubble, soaked in blood, barely hanging on. Seeing him, medics race to help, dragging him toward the mayor's location. In his shaking hand, he clutches a USB drive that holds the Vanguard's entire combat log. Huang demands answers, wanting to know where the rest of the unit is. The soldier lifts his head and delivers the worst possible news. No one made it alive. He warns his seniors about that black ape, responsible for wiping out the entire platoon. Finally, the monsters have started to make their move, ready to burst out of the realm's gate. These bastards are cunning. They're intentionally targeting the landmines buried near the realm gate near the tower. As soon as the mines are triggered, everything begins exploding. The traps that humans set up turn into noose in their own necks. Huang roars out the order. Hit back with everything they've got and wipe out the enemy before the damage spreads any further. Explosions detonate across the battlefield as flaming debris rains from above. But the main monster boss is sure that these little bitches can't hold their ground much longer. Let's cut to our boy, Aura farming while standing over the tallest building. He has grown fond of this city, so he isn't letting it turn into mush like this. With that in mind, he jumps off the building, activating his one of the monster templates, ready to join the fight. Meanwhile, the city is already breaking apart. Aerial beasts swarm down, flames spread through the streets, and overturned vehicles litter the ground in every direction. Chu is in the battlefield too, cutting down monsters left and right with his precise sword strikes. Xiaoling is also there, fighting the enemy. Suddenly, she notices a beast so massive that she remembers all too well who this monster is. This bastard is an elite-type monster, a force to be reckoned with. Chu is stunned when he realizes what they're up against. Just as the monster is about to smash everyone with his massive fist, my guy fires a huge energy beam, knocking the beast off its feet. While the attack is powerful, it's not strong enough to kill the bastard. Now pissed off, the monster swings its hand to attack the new threat. My guy remains unfazed, radiating dominance over the creature sprawled beneath him. Bro's smile is so wicked that even the monster looks confused, like, what the fuck is wrong with this dude? In a matter of seconds, my guy makes his move and unleashes an attack so devastating that the monster disintegrates into an unrecognizable mess. From nearby, Chu and Xiaoling watch in stunned silence. Yi He then turns to his friends and gives Chu a direct order to hold the line. Meanwhile, he heads out to support other zones. High above in the air, he begins scanning the area for bigger prey. Down on the battlefield, a monstrous creature resembling a spiked elephant is causing chaos. The soldiers are trying their best to take it down, but guns are useless against this beast. One soldier tosses his rifle aside and shouts the order to switch to blades. With everyone now armed, these fools charge straight toward their own demise. As expected, not a single one survives. They all end up impaled on the elephant's spiky tusks, giving the monster a downright badass look. While the remaining soldiers argue whether to retreat or fight until their last breath, the elephant prepares to strike them down with its massive trunk. But before that happens, the bastard is pierced by a burst of blue energy that kills it instantly. Of course, it's our boy, crashing down to the ground like a goddamn meteor. Meanwhile, on other battlefronts, the monsters have started retreating to a single location. The awakened fighting there are confused by the sudden withdrawal. One girl explains that the enemy isn't retreating, they're swarming Yi He from every direction. As for his introduction, Yi He is a top candidate who already proved himself in the entrance exam. In this case, the guy with her suggests they can't let him get overrun by monsters. He proposes joining the chaos to help protect their top scorer. An City's martial artists have another challenge they need to overcome. A Lord-class beast has appeared and has locked onto Yi He. They are prepared to protect the pride of An City no matter what it costs them. They believe they are the saviors of humanity, and as heroes, they must hold the rear line, the only line that's keeping the residents of An City protected from the behemoths. Mayor Huangqing is also protecting his people from within the boundaries of the city using his signature Earth Vein seal. He's aware that his seal won't stop all the primal beasts, and their focus should be on eliminating the sovereign beasts. Suddenly, a monster climbs up the Earth Vein seal and jumps at him, but he reacts quickly and scorches the low-tier beast into crisp before it could even reach him. Once again, another behemoth appears, a fourth tier, King Species, Lord Class, mounting crushing python. This beast is Blood-Eyed Black Ape's strongest mount, and its arrival on the battlefield only indicates that the ape must be getting nervous. The beast unleashes mountain-crushing Dominator Hammer, one of its special abilities to bury its opponent in rubble and wreckage. However, Mayor Huangqing emerges from the wreckage unscathed and reveals that he already knew his enemy was good at Earth-type attacks. He then retaliates with Burst Martial, Serpent Surge, an attack just as strong if not even stronger. This burst of beam inflicts great damage on the beast, but that's still not enough to overpower it. The retaliatory attack enrages the beast to a whole other level. As the beast prepares for another round, the mayor considers himself lucky for obtaining intel on the beast. If he hadn't gotten them on time, the situation could have taken a far darker turn. Even worse, if it had gotten into the city, defeating it would have been far more difficult. In a burst of fury, the mayor unleashes a flurry of punches at his opponent. But his enemy already has something to counter his attack. The mounting crushing python grows quills out of its whole body, making it practically impossible to penetrate through its defense. Things go from bad to worse as another beast strikes from the shadows. Turns out it's the Blood-Eyed Black Ape, and he was hiding inside the stone spike. The ape isn't satisfied with the way this battle between the mayor and his minion is unfolding. To prove how insignificant humans are, he crushes the mayor with his bare hands. Acknowledging Mayor Huangqing's capabilities, the Black Ape claims he has confirmed that there are no strong martial artists left in An City, which means he can kill everyone without restraint. However, Mayor Huangqing is not ever going to let that happen. He casts Bladewine Tempest to stop him, but the enemy dismisses his actions as pointless, declaring that his death is inevitable. The ape further adds that he no longer has a natural enemy in this field. This has become a game for him. He wants to make humanity drown in fear and despair. The Bladewine Tempest unleashed by the mayor makes no difference. The caster himself admits that it was fast, but unbelievably weak. In his second attempt, the mayor does the exact opposite. He shoots a powerful attack, but it's so slow that the enemy dodges without even breaking a sweat. After the mayor's multiple failed attempts, the ape decides to demonstrate the best of his strengths. Once he closes the distance between them, he throws a jab at him, which the mayor surprisingly absorbs as if it were nothing. Huangqing shoots him a fearless look and angrily tells him that he's miscalculated things because he's an arrogant beast. The mayor then lifts him in the air using his blood-forbidden technique. This is the moment when the beast discovers that he's been lured into a formation that was laid out by his enemy in advance. To end this fight, the mayor casts Earth Vein Seal, but it's several times more intense than the ones he had shown before. The ape concedes that his enemy plans to bury him underground, which sounds naive to him. He lets the mayor know that the moment he falters, he will obliterate every human here. Grinning, the mayor shows her the surgical scars he has on his chest, revealing that this isn't a backup plan, but a hymn to humanity and courage. He then starts striking his chest where his heart is. Confused, the enemy asks him what he is doing. He reveals he buried An City's only nuclear warhead beneath the battlefield before this war intensified. The trigger is implanted in his heart, and if it stops, the warhead detonates. However, the enemy assumes he is bluffing because no one would bet their life on something like that. The mayor states that as the mayor of An City, he would never walk away from this. After all, he made a promise to his people that he would serve them. Now, with his life flashing before his eyes, he feels he's done enough. He finally closes his eyes, embraces death and stops his heart, triggering the nuclear warhead's detonation. The explosion is so insanely massive that the martial artists on the front lines hear it loud and clear. Before this explosion that birthed a towering cloud, the martial artists received an evacuation signal. Now, as they witness the battle's end, they stand in complete silence. The explosion from the nuclear warhead erased an enormous portion of the city from existence. The mayor went all out to pull this off, but even destroying a big part of the city wasn't enough to kill the evil black ape. The black ape starts regenerating, and after twisting and reshaping, it transforms into something even more terrifying, though not very powerful. He couldn't believe he had almost been eradicated by a human. Enraged, he decides to slaughter every last person in Ann City most brutally. However, his fight with the mayor has weakened him, and since he can't continue, he decides to return to the Sin Domain, the realm where the beasts come from. He plans to return once he has recovered his blood and chi. As he is about to leave, Yi-He appears and calls him out from behind, asking him where he is headed. The black ape remembers him as one of the greatest threats and acknowledges him as a terrifying prodigy. Aware that he's too late, he calls it a shame, though he's so ready to fight and win against him. Yi-He unleashes Radiant Energy Blast Fist, confident that it's going to be enough to defeat his opponent. However, his enemy emerges from the smoke unscathed and calls this moment a perfect chance to kill him. The top scorer tells him that if he had taken the chance and had escaped, he would have survived his mini-nuke, but now he can't evade what's about to come. This mini-nuke of the top scorer is so impressively huge that the evacuated martial artists deduce it was another trap set by the mayor. The nearly scorched-to-death black ape glances at Yi-He, now in his armored titan form, and calls him a monster. The beast calls him more beastly of the two, because not even king-rank beasts carry an aura like his. The top scorer declares that he's nothing like them, and then begins throwing successive punches at the enemy. Though weakened, the enemy still manages to evade his attacks impressively. He tells him that there's no point in running, which only fuels his rage, prompting him to warn that he's not to be underestimated. Once again, both sides clash with full force, neither willing to back off. But in the end, the top scorer emerges as the victor, ending this fight with minimal damage received. He acknowledges the blood-eyed black ape's sovereignty, admitting that this fight wasn't easy for him even in his armored titan mode. What's more, the ape managed to injure his arm, though he's already healed it by now. Despite wielding inhuman strength, it still wasn't enough. The enemy reveals he went all out on his last strike, and since it failed to bring down the prodigy, he's now certain he can't win. With that, he starts running for his life. However, Yi-He is not going to tolerate that, not after Mayor Huang Qing's sacrifice. He shoots the Radiant Pulse Strike to kill the evil ape, but the latter manages to evade his enemy's attack. The evil ape dove underground to act dead, but this only means one thing: it's afraid of death. Since it's gravely wounded, Yi-He thinks it's his best shot to hunt it down. He discovers that the beasts like his enemy can suppress their life force completely, and thinks that if he had found it a little sooner, Mayor Huang could still be alive. But since he is injured, and his stealth won't save him, even the faintest trace of his life would give his position away. Just as he's thinking about his enemy's life force, he suddenly senses it in the distance and starts firing beams at him. Before the ape's position got exposed, he was very close to reaching the Sin Domain's entrance. He blames the deceased mayor for his coming failure, and in the blink of an eye, he finds himself plummeting into the air. In his last-ditch efforts, the evil ape starts burning the last of his core's power, intending to take his opponent down with him. With his core's remaining power unleashed, he recovers one of his arms and jumps at the top scorer with a suicidal attack. When the two sides clash, they both sustain a great deal of damage. In this collision, both lose their dominant arms, the one they used for their ultimate attacks. Just as Yi-He believes he has destroyed the enemy, his head begins to spin from a sudden mental attack. He guesses that another beast might be inbound. When he looks behind, he catches a glimpse of countless limbs peeking out of the ground, pulling the ape out of sight. Soon after, the limbs start growing out of his giant's joints, jamming them to the extent where he's unable to move them. The top scorer smiles, realizing that this is what the evil ape is pulling to stop him, which is never going to happen. He activates Wicker Flame Howl, a spell that allows the giant to unleash flames 1,000 degrees hotter. Meanwhile, being pushed by the limbs, the black ape gets very close to reaching the entrance of the Sin Domain. However, despite making it this far, he's not escaped death yet as the flames are closing in. He panics seeing the literal death following him, and in that critical moment, the limbs that were carrying him towards the Sin Domain's entrance begin to merge to form a face. Soon after, these limbs shape themselves into a colossal creature with female-like characteristics, and witnessing such power, he wonders if he's seeing another sovereign. If this is its true form, he thinks he will be done for in a second. This newly emerged sovereign opens its eyes and screeches so loudly that the scream echoes in his enemy's head, even when he has muted the giant servant's auditory system. Yi-He is consumed by rage. He can't just stand by and watch the monsters leave after everything they have taken. He goes back to his usual crazy self, flips off the sovereign, and then triggers a nuclear warhead. The explosion is so immense that it fractures the secret realm, leaving the martial artists outside the battlefield doubtful of the mayor's victory. Even though they know that odds are against them, they still cling to hope. The invasion from the secret realm came to a standstill. The martial artists swept through the city, wiping every last beast that remained. The An City won, but at the cost of 80% of its protectors. Later, when he wakes up at the site of the nuclear detonation, he realizes that he has lost track of time. He recalls concentrating whole of his nuclear power in his core into the giant servant for that massive explosion. But the atmosphere here is still ravaged by radiation and remnants of atomic force. This battle was a bloodbath. He had to blow himself up multiple times to finish this job before that brute could drag it back. He admits that he was no match for a sovereign class beast, not even when he had the infinite monster template activated. He thinks he was lucky. He emerged as the victor because he had the time, terrain, and luck on his side. Having no idea when he will unlock his next template, or if it will be a gold tier, he concedes Star Thunder Titan template is still his best shot at his peak combat power. To achieve that, he needs high-grade plant-type monster cores that are compatible with the fusion template, especially blue, purple, and gold ones. Additionally, he's also thinking about mastering the Xuanhuang martial arts. If his template can adapt to the martial rhythm field, body refinement is key. Xuanhuang techniques develop more slowly than template abilities, but their potential is higher. He believes that's the reason he was brought into this world. It's been a month since the An City crisis, and the city has already built a statue to commemorate the death of Mayor Huang Qing. The top scorer is sitting on a bench in a local park, watching a broadcast that's covering the beast tide's devastation. Through this bulletin, he discovers that the beast tide struck 18 cities across the Xia nation, 12 of which were overrun. Among them, Guanshan City vanished into the S-class secret realm. To investigate this mystery and rescue the people of Guanshan City, 30 Xuanwu martial artists and 5 grandmasters led by Du Jingming of the Great Xia Dragonfinch organization were sent. After everything that happened, Guanshan City is now the 12th global death zone, with more than 1.8 million dead. Shocked by this coverage, he realizes that he can't sit still anymore, though he already seems to have an idea of his next move. He immediately calls Qin, who picks up the phone thinking he's going to ask her for the other 2 Xuanhuang manuals. Nervously giggling, he informs her that he plans to collect high-quality plant-type monster cores, preferably blue, purple, or even gold tier, and needs help with that. She first lets him know that he's demanding something rare to an extreme. Lord-class cores cost a fortune, and since he's asking for something of that caliber, she's expecting something in return. In response, he explains that Huadu University holds a realm trial for new students, and says he'll team up with Qingzhou to help her take first place. That's what he plans to do in return. However, she thinks he's underestimating the other city elites, and honestly tells him that her daughter is at best mid to upper tier. Furthermore, she believes that even if he triumphed over her in a spar, he's far from being a monster himself. He confidently tells her that he's the one who can restore the Liu family's legacy. Surprisingly, he seems aware that this is why she's been supporting him from the start. He's ready to sign a promissory note. If he can't help Qingzhou win, he's going to serve their family for life as their servant. She finds this offer amusing and decides to help him in this one. Yi He arrives at An City's central hospital to visit Chuzhou. But right when he sets foot inside the hospital, a herd of people calling themselves his fans block his pathway, expressing how much they love him. Getting past the crowd, he arrives at the room where his friend is admitted, covered in bandages, from head to toe. He starts cracking silly jokes about his miserable condition. Just as he's laughing at his friend's miserable condition, a stranger suddenly greets him. When the top scorer doesn't recognize him, the stranger introduces himself as Luo Xuan, his first opponent in the tournament. The top scorer is stunned when he notices Luo Xuan's amputated leg, but the boy asks him not to look at him with such pitiful eyes, because his leg isn't toast yet. In the worst case, he might get a regeneration surgery or a combat prosthetic. Seeing how optimistic Luo Xuan is despite having lost his leg, he considers him a real one. Abruptly, the top scorer receives a call from an unknown number. Thinking it's a spam call, he tries to mark it as spam. As he is about to flag it, the principal of his alma mater calls him and tells him that he has blocked a big shot from Huadu University and urges him to unblock that person. Once he does as told, Wang Tao, an admissions officer from Huadu, tells him a special train will pick him up in 3 days. While Yi He speaks with an admission officer, his friend also receives an invitation to Huadu from a professor named Liu. Meanwhile, seeing both his rivals getting an invitation, Luo Xuan feels upset for not being invited. Before enrollment, Yi He remembers something that he needs to do. A few days later, at Swan Crater Lake, he arrives to disperse the thick ashes and smoke clouds from the atmosphere. He activates the infinite monster template to make it a success. His fight with the blood-eyed ape pushed the Damonra's sync rate up by 1.5%, which is a massive jump, and training for 3 consecutive days boosted another 6%. He's glad that this place proved worthwhile. After achieving his goal, he decides to leave the place. Elsewhere, Chuzhou is waiting for him to come so that they can board a train to Huadu together. Flying at nearly Mach 1 speed, Yi He lands at the train station. Sensing his presence before he even touched down, the nonchalant martial artist acknowledges that his friend has become stronger once more. As he hops onto the train, he realizes that this is his first stop since transmigrating. With that, he bids An City farewell. Noticing Yihe making things awkward by not sitting still in his seat, his best friend tells him to stop making everything so intense. He first informs him that everyone on this train is a top scorer from different cities of the Xia Kingdom, and then explains that this train is made with next-gen alloys, meaning it's capable of not breaking apart even when it's hit with tons of force. The top scorer used life sense to sniff around, and he found a few real powerhouses abroad, but none of them could last more than 5 moves against him. All of a sudden, the driver reports that the train is under attack by unknown forces, and it's a level 1 alert. While the professors and the staff are assessing the situation, the students are instructed to evacuate the carriages immediately. Everyone on board starts panicking. Some guess this is a trial from the Huadu University, while others suspect the enemy nation must be behind it. Chuzhou asks his friend, who's just about to take a nap, for his opinion. Since the top scorer trained all out before coming here, he now wanted to rest and recuperate. However, as this threat can't be put off any longer, he chooses to investigate it. When they reach the entrance of the carriage in front, a freshman named Zhou Jingxian crashes into them. Severely injured, he tells Yi He that the first 3 carriages have already been overrun. The enemy is using dimensional field to drag people into an isolated space where the battles don't spill out. Inside that space is something terrifying that is hunting everything. To make matters worse, the Zhuanwu instructors, who were guarding the train, have reported a massive death toll. Those instructors risked their lives to push him out of that space. To warn them, he remarks that this isn't a drill, which gets them all serious. As soon as Zhou Jingxian finishes speaking, a freshman named Yan Zhengxiong asks for proof. He suspects him for various reasons, mainly because the boy is claiming to be the only survivor. Not to mention, he's got a friend up front, who's strong enough to secure first rank. Exasperated, he decides to go to the front carriages with the other freshmen trailing behind him. Seeing that they're not listening, Zhou Jingxian warns them that they're heading straight into a death trap. Turning to the top scorer, he asks him if he's Yi He. Sensing an abnormal emotional field around him, the top scorer asks how he knows. Zhou Jingxian explains that a girl named Liu Qingzhu showed him his photo and asked him to pass on a message that no matter what, Yi He must not go forward. He shockingly reveals that she took a blade for him and got seriously injured. He says he's going to fulfill her last wish and make sure he lives. Before he says something even more ridiculous, the top scorer smacks him in his head. He then reminds the erratic guy that he's speaking of her final wishes when she's not even dead yet. Annoyed by his pitiful behavior, Chuzhou draws his sword and unleashes an energy burst aimed at the freshman. Deflecting his attack, the freshman calls both of them thugs. Annoyed, the top scorer knee-kicks him in the stomach, and then pities him by giving him the blood chi pill. Once they are done with the freshman, they rush to rescue Qingzhu, and soon reach the entrance to the dimensional space that the freshman mentioned earlier. Yihu attempts to inspect the entrance by tossing a briefcase inside, but when there's no response, no sound, no feedback, and not even his life sense can detect any energy inside, he deduces that the freshman must have gone inside. He wastes no time and jumps into the portal with Chuzhou. Making it inside the dimensional space, he starts to feel unwell. However, the thing he appears to be mostly concerned about is that he doesn't see his friend anywhere. He's vanished. Despite that, he continues forward and soon finds himself in a ruined city. Realizing that he can't use his life sense, he wonders if he's being blocked somehow. Intending to utilize what's working in this situation, he climbs up a building and shoots an energy beam up in the sky. Hidden in the depths of the ruined city, the martial artists alive at the time are witnessing Yi He's detonated explosion. Awestruck, they are wondering which big shot is showing off their extraordinary power. Qingxu gets emotional as she recognizes her friend's strike, though she's still worried about him. His attack was so flashy that not just his soon-to-be classmates but even the enemy caught a glimpse of it. The enemy appears to be wearing a pig mask and is equipped with a machete. The top scorer wastes no time and immediately jumps at him, but the enemy takes his nuclear fist head-on without even flinching. The enemy retaliates by stabbing him with the weapon, which turns out to be ineffective due to Yi He's super regenerative ability. He grins as he speaks about his healing, letting the enemy know that his muscles alone can jam his blade. He's surprised by the enemy's weapon. It can cut through his defense like it's paper. He grabs the enemy's jaw, forces his mouth open, and blasts a magic burst ray from his mouth into the enemy's, successfully ripping his head off. Inside the mask, he finds a pendant and wonders if this is a Huadu trial that requires securing the loot. He guesses that the masked guy's weapon must be reinforced with a high-level martial artist's chi. It was unbelievably sharp up until the chi faded. Curious about the pendant he's just found, he assumes his task is to hunt down more pig-masked enemies and snatch their pendants from their helmets. Just as he starts thinking he's in a battle royale setting, another enemy ambushes him from behind. Although he's able to detect the enemy's presence, he's still caught up in its attack. Even so, the low-level attacks don't harm him, and in the next moment, he unleashes the armored Zodiac unit to fight back. He goes all out against the new threat, taking down an entire building with a single shot. Since everything happened unusually fast, he wasn't able to see the enemy's face and is now curious. Closing the distance, he confirms that it's indeed a rabbit-themed mask, Zodiac-themed. When Yi He attempts to strike again, the enemy outsmarts him by changing his trajectory mid-air, shifting his path, and hitting when there's an opening. But at the crucial moment, an ice wall shield appeared before him. Trapping the rabbit-masked enemy in the ice walls, Chujo jumps forward, but the enemy dodges effortlessly. The rabbit mask attempts to counter by using his sharp spear, only to be overpowered by his opponent's ice magic. Just as he's forced back, He seizes the moment and crushes him in his palm. A few minutes earlier, a group of survivors hidden across the ruined city is wondering if he's alive. They are making that guess because even with 10 of them combined, they couldn't leave a single scratch on the masked enemies. One of the women survivors, a martial artist, thinks that whoever came in blasting light beams must have entered Huadu University by sheer luck. From what she's heard, prominent names like Yan Zhengxiong and Ouyang Zhe from Modu, Lan Yusi from Chengdu, and Xin Chen from Liuli Island have already started hunting the evil masked guys, something quite unbelievable. Furthermore, she believes this year's top rank will come from that group. That's how strong they are. But then she realizes that the locals of Huadu always take the top spot, and the students of the Xia Nation can't compete with them at all. Suddenly, another ridiculous blast, a railgun, catches them off guard. Spectating the blast from another area of the ruined city, a few of the strongest freshmen mentioned earlier concede that it was likely triggered by a fellow freshman. Ouyang Zhe, an elite from Huadu, is curious to find out that someone outside the Huadu elites possesses such power. Between him and Zhengxiong, they have already collected the rat, dog, monkey, and horse pendants, and Lan Yusi of Chengdu most likely has collected the goat pendant. Xinchen from Liuli Island has the snake pendant, and Qingzhu, who seems to have joined forces with them, killed the minotaur and snagged the ox pendant. Assuming these masked ones follow the zodiac pattern, only 5 pendants remain: pig, rabbit, rooster, tiger, and dragon. However, the dragon-masked fighter is like an unkillable boss, a guaranteed death encounter that they can only flee from. He's sure that whoever fired the blue beam must have at least a few pendants. Furthermore, he believes Xin Chen and Lan Yusi will get drawn there too. With that, this game is entering its final stage, and if they want to win, they must steal from others. Elsewhere, Chuchu notices the boar pendant in his friend's hand and asks him about it. Yi He explains that before he got here, he took out a warrior with pig mask, and they pulled this pendant from its very head. He seems to have figured out how this trial ends, collecting every zodiac pendant hidden in the masked guys. His friend also understands that they are proactively hunting down the masked ones. The top scorer tells him about another masked enemy he encountered earlier on a rooftop, one that managed to escape during the chaos. Luckily, that enemy's arrow grazed him so he can track him down. While tracking the enemy, they come across a site marked with clear traces of battle. Yi He deduces that someone got there first, and his friend confirms it. The burn marks are still warm. Just as he's inspecting it, he realizes that someone is close by. He immediately unleashes his ice magic to expose the enemy's location, revealing a girl, the infamous freshman, Lan Yusi, who had been using optical stealth. Coming to Yusi's aid is another popular freshman, Xin Chen of the Liuli Island, who unleashes his gene art, Flame Demon Physique, to attack Chuzhou. But the top scorer intercepts the enemy attack and manages to save his friend with the help of the Demon Pendant Strike. Since his gene art was busted, he blames Yusi for having weak optical stealth. He approaches them and asks if the two of them were lying in ambush for them. The girl clarifies that they just took down a guy in a chicken mask, and were lying low to catch more of the masked ones. However, the top scorer isn't convinced by that explanation. He grabs her by the neck, and it's revealed that she is a clone of Lan Yusi. Since her decoy got spotted by them, she acknowledges their skills. Meanwhile, her partner in crime was expecting an outcome much like this. He throws away his cigarette and says that he's going to show her how it's done. The infamous freshman exhales a toxic smoke that forces the duo to retreat, and soon after, Yusi unleashes Windrise to join the fight. Even after unleashing an attack of that scale, Chen says he's not done, and casually throws a heat burst to eliminate the opposition. Thinking they've fallen into an eternal sleep, Chen mocks them, urging them to laugh. Just as he finishes, Yi He claps and scatters his flame cloud, and before he can even acknowledge his physical strength, the top scorer's punch sends him flying. None of these top guns has broken into the true martial artist rank yet, including both Yusi and Chen. They are all stuck at the martial disciple level, and their physical potential is sealed by an invisible barrier. Even Huadu freshmen have a slight advantage at this stage. But Yusi has never encountered someone like Yi He, whose physique goes way beyond the boundaries of conventional thinking. Since she was too focused on the top scorer, Chuzhou cast his ice magic on her feet, making sure she can't run. Realizing the tide has turned, she admits that even together with Chen, they stand no chance of winning. She makes the logical choice, deciding that running is the best option. However, the top scorer grabs her ankle midair and slams her face first into the ground. As he's about to go for another strike, the girl uses hollow chaos steps to attempt an escape. Watching her running for her life, he grins momentarily, and then unleashes fleshbound demonic art, Shadow of the Demon Realm. This enables him to restrain her from running, and since she can't flee, he tells her to surrender. Lan Yusi finally surrenders and hands him all the pendants she's collected. He tells her that things wouldn't have escalated if she had been honest from the start, and urges her to reveal everything she knows. She explains that to win this trial, they must collect all 12 pendants. Since they are in the last stage, the other participants would come to snatch the pendants from him even if he doesn't strike first. She adds Ouyang-ze and Yan Zhengxiong from Evil City are among the top freshmen, and they probably have already grabbed quite a few pendants. Knowing she has no chance of winning, she offers to escort him to the elite freshman, intending to stir up trouble. He responds by telling her that she shouldn't be worrying about that. Meanwhile, Zhe and Zhengxiong are moving closer to the location where they detected the blue burst. The former assumes their companions have likely already located them, and the result of the fight doesn't matter. Whoever wins, they'll simply snatch the pendants afterward. Not long after, they come across a body split in half, and when they get closer, they realize that it's Chen. A few minutes earlier, after battling Yi He and barely escaping, he was ambushed by the Dragon Mask enemy. Shaken by the sight, he couldn't react to the enemy's attack and was consequently split in two. While Zhengxiong wonders why Chen died here, his friend appears to have already figured out who was responsible. He enlightens his friend that the only one capable of landing a clean and decisive one-hit kill is the Dragon Mask. However, the Dragon Mask was supposed to operate in the underground parking lot. He says he had taken over 20 freshmen underground to find Zhe at the time, but now only the two of them came out alive. They assumed this was just a trial where students weren't meant to be killed, yet the Dragon Mask slaughtered them all. Zhengxiong asks him what they should be doing now that Chen's pendant has been taken. Furthermore, he's certain the Dragon Mask may have left the underground lot because the freshmen must have completed some condition, such as defeating all the masked enemies. If that truly is the case, then the boss can move freely now, and will proactively hunt the freshmen like the other Zodiac masked ones did. Confronting the Dragon Mask head-on is nearly impossible, and that's exactly why Ouyang-ze aims to reach the others and seize their pendants. He can't allow the others to fall into the enemy's hands. With a well-thought-out plan in mind, he transforms into his ultimate form and sends out a signal to attract the other pendant holders. He wants a fight that's going to decide the winner of this trial. Somewhere in the Dead City, the injured Qingzhu remembers how she ended up there. She was going to take a bus to Huadu, but was inexplicably dragged into this eerie dead city. She seems to know about Dragon Mask's killings and encountered a teacher who offered to take one person out. However, she can't leave without her friend. Lacking the strength to search for him now, she's still certain he won't lose to anyone given his immense brute strength, so long as he doesn't face Dragon Mask. She suddenly gets a tingling sense that someone else has discovered her, conceding that some other party has spotted her presence and will come to snatch the pendant from her. Even though she doesn't care much about that, she has a feeling that her counterfeit fiancé needs those pendants. Right now, she could only think of luring the enemy over there. Turns out it was Z's signal that exposed her. Watching from above, he notices that the figure below is Qingzhu. She appears to have the Ox pendant, and he also realizes that she's luring him into the underground parking lot where Dragon Mask awaits. He considers her a fool, since Dragon Mask has already left and there's nothing left in the lot. Asking Zhengxiong to wait for him there, he goes after her to catch her. Chasing after Qingzhu, he calls her out, saying she can't run. Just as he's speaking, he senses a sinister energy. Frightened, he looks around and spots the silhouette of Dragon Mask, something impossible, since Dragon Mask should have been pursuing the other pendant holders. Sensing the enemy's killing intent, he wonders if his targets are actually the ones carrying the pendant. Since he's got 4 pendants, he's certain the Dragon Mask would come for him first. Unable to withstand the pressure, he admits he was overconfident and has now put himself in danger. Just as he's about to escape, the enemy drags him inside his domain. It's a technique that works when one makes eye contact with the caster, and Z was forced into it. Now that he's captured his prey, Dragon Mask strikes promptly. Elsewhere, Iha and Chucho are confronting Zhengxiong. It seems the duo watched the signal from Zhe and pursued it. That's how they ended up here, coming face to face with him. The nonchalant martial artist tells his friend to let him take this one, simply because he wants to test his strength. To their surprise, the enemy overhears their conversation and suddenly charges at them. However, Chujo evades his strike with Ice Vein, only to be attacked once more. This time, though, he counters by blocking with the Wind Soul Severing Blade. Yan is proving to be a formidable opponent. He's fighting as one with his blade and is fearlessly pushing his opponent back. After exchanging a few considerably inconclusive successive punches, both sides begin unleashing bigger guns, magical beasts. Meanwhile, Yihe spectates their fight in complete boredom. Suddenly, Zhengxiong picks up a distress signal from his best pal, causing him to grow anxious. Informing his opponent of the urgent business, he says that he must take his leave. But the top scorer has no intention of letting him walk away. He hurls an immensely powerful punch, catching him completely off guard. Hurled several yards back, he believes he was smacked down by a mere magical beast. The top scorer steps up to him, reveals that it was his doing, and complains about his awful shrieking. Zheng Xiong takes it as an ambush, but Yi He corrects him, saying it wasn't an ambush. His fist was simply faster than his thoughts. Enraged by how his enemy phrased it, he declares that he will kill him. And yet, barely 3 minutes later, he's lying flat on the ground, beaten to a pulp. Since he managed to last a whole 3 minutes against the top scorer, the latter tells him not to look so crushed. After all, Chen only endured a few hits. Inspecting the elite freshman's blade, Yi He thinks it still needs some upgrades. His friend, meanwhile, informs him that the pendant they fetched from the enemy is flashing, likely broadcasting a signal. Within Dragon Mask's domain, Ouyang-Zhe is barely clinging to his sanity. He hadn't expected this outcome. He used all the relics he'd bought from the Secret Realm ruins, every last one, and this was as far as he could go. To seal Dragon Mask's martial energy and power flow, one would have to strike his heart directly. Even after sacrificing an arm, he still couldn't drive the nail into Dragon Mask's heart, missing by only a few centimeters. In his final moments, Z finds himself powerless. He accepts defeat, and the enemy drives his sword through his chest. Tired and panting, Qingzhu is climbing the stairs to the rooftop of the tallest building in the Dead City. She knows Dragon Mask will come for her after finishing off Ouyang-Zhe, so she plans to bring her friend here and escape with him. Once she reaches the top of this building, she will fire a signal flare, just like Yi He did earlier. This would allow them to reunite. By activating Blood Awakening, Nether Sparrow, she manages to send a signal, but the effort drains her energy, and she collapses. Right as she's hoping he would get the message, she hears Dragon Mask's footsteps. Looking down from the rooftop, she spots the evil man closing in on her. She's frightened to realize he's been caught so quickly, and considers sending another signal to warn her friend not to come. Unfortunately for her, Dragon Mask appears before her, activates his domain, and is ready to strike. Her eyes fill with tears as she accepts her fate, but her friend arrives just in time to save her. As he descends, he reminds her of the promise he made to her parents, and as a man of his word, he won't abandon her. The top scorer swings his sword with such insane speed that he halts the enemy's terror for a moment. Turning to Qingzhu, he tells her to go to Eastern Alley, because that's where Zheng Xiong, Chuzhou, and the little brother he just took in are, and as for him, he will deal with the Dragon Mask. After regaining his footing, Dragon Mask makes a flashy entrance, slicing an entire building in half as he confronts him. He admits to the enemy that when he received Qingzhu's distress signal, he realized something was off about this place. Yi He ridicules him for fighting like a turtle holed up in a small field. Noticing the nail in the enemy's chest, he guesses that it must be the plan to deal with the Dragon Mask Zheng Xiong mentioned. Seeing the enemy charge at him, the top scorer draws the sword, matching the enemy's speed with his own swift reaction. Despite showing unbreakable confidence at first, Yi He now struggles to contain Dragon Mask. At the critical moment, he transforms into his magical beast form and unleashes a blue burst at the enemy. Since Dragon Mask is the first decent opponent he has faced in this world, he acknowledges his strength. And he also knows that his opponent won't go down easily. Suddenly, his eyes fall on the enemy's face. The mask has cracked open, leaving it a little exposed. To him, this feels more fitting. After all, the unbeatable boss Chen Long was never going down that easily, or so everyone had thought. With its mask shattered, Dragon Mask gains more speed and strength, and in a matter of seconds, he overwhelms him and slices his blade in 2 pieces. After he breaks his sword, Dragon Mask takes advantage of the situation and attempts to strike him from behind. The top scorer's insanely fast reaction allows him to dismiss the enemy's attack with just his teeth. In the next moment, he counterattacks, driving a punch straight into the enemy's gut in the blink of an eye, catching him completely off guard. With these successive heavy blows, he overpowers the enemy. However, he declares that he's not done, and throws another decisive punch. When Dragon Mask clashed with Z, the latter shoved Bronze Spike into the enemy's chest, throwing his chi flow into disorder and blocking his meridians. The top scorer is now targeting his vital points and meridians with strikes laced in deathly energy so that it leaves deep internal damage. Suddenly, Dragon Mask kicks his sword into the air and throws it toward the top scorer. Fortunately, Yi He had already expected such a cheap shot and was able to react swiftly. The first time Dragon Mask caught him off guard with a one-shot attack was due to the information gap, and even then, the enemy only had a 30% chance of winning. However, the fight isn't over yet, as the top scorer strikes back with 2 insanely powerful punches, one after the other. After making the enemy take 2 punches, the top scorer isn't done yet. He follows up with Mountain Black Fist, Black Flash. The attack hurls the enemy through several buildings before crashing into one. Yi He expected Dragon Mask to be stronger, but after clashing with him, he realizes the feared boss isn't so tough after all. Just as Dragon Mask is about to respond to his provocation, the top scorer targets his head, decapitating him. Now that he's slain the last of the Zodiac Masked ones, he has obtained the Dragon Pendant and is considering ending the trial. Shortly after, the top scorer rejoins Zheng Xiong, Chuzhou, Qingzhu, and others who had been secretly waiting for his return. Qingzhu wanted to accompany him herself, or at least have someone go with him, but the nonchalant friend of the top scorer tells her that other than Yi He, everyone would have gotten in his way. Looking back, she agrees with him. At that time, she was badly injured and unable to use her martial techniques. If she had accompanied him, she would have only distracted him. Noticing her lost in thought, he leans in closer and asks if he can borrow her ox pendant. Soon after, he collects all 12 zodiac pendants from everyone and arranges them in a random order. But when nothing happens, the nonchalant martial artist guesses that he must have placed them incorrectly. As they are trying to find what's wrong with it, Zheng Xiong steps forward and informs them that the dragon pendant wasn't designed to be one of the masked hunters. It's a specialized hunter meant to eliminate pendant holders. In short, the dragon pendant is of no use if they want to clear the trial. Surprisingly, the pendants that hadn't reacted at first begin to shake violently upon making contact. Seconds later, a bright cloud forms in the sky and soon an eye emerges within it. The gigantic eye sucks the top scorer in, and he suddenly opens his eyes aboard the Huadu train. It's not just him. Every freshman aboard the train returns, even the ones who had died. Once everyone snaps back to reality, an announcement is made through the train radio. The train attendant, likely an instructor, first reveals that everyone was drawn into a magical illusion realm created by an artifact called Mirage Eye, and this was the first year's freshman trial for Imperial Capital University. Following this, another announcement is made, with the train attendant declaring Yi He, Qingzhu, and Chuzhou as the top rankers for collecting all the zodiac pendants. Furthermore, the top scorer will be receiving a special award upon enrollment for his outstanding performance. The freshmen are all stunned by the announcement. None of them expected an unfamiliar face to take the first place. The top scorer's system notifies him that he outperformed all freshmen in the trial, so he's rewarded with one template draw. This template turns out to be a D-class level 13, known by the name Vampire Rakud. Yi He celebrates drawing the Vampire Rakud, even though its bloodline ability isn't worth mentioning. Fortunately, the evolved form of this template possesses a time freeze ability. As he's busy celebrating, he's approached by Z and his friend, and the former asks if he's the one who defeated the dragon mask. The top scorer corrects him, saying he didn't defeat the enemy, he simply killed him. Z leaves all the freshmen baffled when he invites Yi He to join his new club at Huadu as the president that is yet to start. Enlightening him about how locals of Huadu have firm control over the student council and top freshmen every year, he extends his arm for a handshake and remarks that he hopes his strength will break Huadu tradition. However, the top scorer declines his offer, saying he prefers going solo. After receiving his answer, they decide to leave, but before he walks off, Z hands him a business card. Soon after, the train reaches Huadu City, a city that appears to be a metropolis. Getting off the train, the freshmen are escorted to an aircraft and instructed to take their seats according to their roll numbers. Spotting Qingzhu walking toward the aircraft, he sneaks up behind her and startles her. In that instant, she recalls her mother's warning, not to let her counterfeit fiancé take advantage of her in public, even if he is her fiancé in name. Snapping back to reality, she shouts at him, but he promptly explains that he only wanted to ask why they're taking a plane. Blaming her mother for betrothing her to a country bumpkin, she points to the sky and tells him that is the direction where Huadu University is situated at. A little later, after boarding the aircraft, he looks out of the aircraft at the breathtaking city of Huadu, awed by its revolutionary technology. As the aircraft passes through the electromagnetic net, he notices the detection range shrinking, making him realize just how prestigious Huadu University is. After the aircraft lands, he's issued an ID card and directed to the maglev station, where a train will take him to his dormitory. Arriving at the Huadu dormitory, he proudly celebrates, unsettling other freshmen. Yi He's room is on the 42nd floor, Unit A3, while Chuzhou gets off the elevator on the 45th floor, Unit B7. Upon entering, the top scorer discovers his dorm room is a spacious 100-meter single room, something that feels like a dream. He also finds a fully equipped latest computer model and a massage bath in there, which further elevates his excitement. After jumping on a warm and cozy bed, he realizes that it's time to get down the business. For starters, he plans to max out the Vampire Rakud template. Back on the maglev, he figures out how to use his student ID and log into Huadu's dedicated app's Huadu Pass. The Academy City's marketplace is accessible only with a Huadu Pass and operates exclusively on Academy points as its digital currency. Luckily, he converted over 30 million coins into Academy points at the bank. When he checks his phone, he discovers that 100,000 coins equal just 1 point, a complete daylight robbery. However, the Academy marketplace has serious goods, and there are also items that are not sold on the regular market. He labels this exclusive privilege, one of the perks of being a Huadu student. He plans to buy only a blood attribute magic core. Soon after, drones arrive to deliver his package, containing blue and green cores. Once he has eaten all the cores at once, his Vampire Rakud template compatibility reaches 100%, but the price is a painful stomachache. Other than his stomachache, the effects of the template are incredible. Not only have his fangs grown sharper, but his fingernails have as well. All at once, a daring thought crosses his mind, and he plunges his sharp nails into his neck. After slitting his throat and coughing up blood, Yi-Hee's vampire regeneration quickly becomes noticeable. However, his bodily mutation is secondary, though what truly matters to him is his newfound power, Crimson Calamity. Just a few moments later, when he goes to the Hwadu University dormitory training grounds, he summons a Rakud to train with. He orders the magical beast to go all out, and it responds by unleashing a surge of power that he struggles to withstand. Once he calls for the timeout, he enables Crimson Calamity, Time Freeze, which he's only able to hold for 5 seconds. Once he goes beyond the 5-second limit, his body starts to react negatively, forcing him to give up at 5.4 seconds. The original owner of the body could endure it for 5 seconds, but he feels fortunate to have surpassed that limit. The next morning, as he walks toward the athletic hall with his best friend, he finds himself disliking the sunlight, though it's nothing too serious. Chujo asks him if he's seen Hwadu University's new academic reform for the year. Since he was busy fighting Rakud last night, he simply remarks that he hasn't heard about it. The nonchalant martial artist explains that Hwadu University has changed its previous classroom-based teaching model and adopted a group mentorship system. That means each academic year, students will study under a main mentor, with assistant mentors supporting them. When Yi-He says they need to find a mentor, his best mate tells him that everyone except him has to. He reveals that an announcement was made last night, and since the top scorer has collected all 12 zodiac pendants, the institution is granting him the right to directly choose any mentor. Arriving at the athletics hall, they find the place to be crowded. While his best mate joins the queue, Yi-He decides to take a walk. Since he can choose a mentor at will, he's not concerned about the timing of entering. Leaving the hall, he catches a strange scent of blood. He figures that if it were ordinary, it wouldn't be unusual, but this blood carries a hidden, ferocious intent, like an undersea of murder and sin. Following the trail of the scent, he ends up coming across a girl eating organs. Yi-He is surprised to discover that a cute little girl is the source of a terrifying aura. Just as he begins to wonder if he might have mistaken her for someone else, she suddenly asks whether he's been using the flesh-binding demon prison. When asked how she knows this, the little girl says she helped Xiaohu refine that art. Hearing that name, the top scorer recollects a moment that he doesn't want to revisit. The girl adds that Liu Cheng was her disciple 90 years ago. Assuming that she's messing with him, he reminds her that its true martial artist can outlive the average human being, and a grandmaster might still be in peak form in their 90s, but he can't comprehend her appearance. She's looking like a preteen. He's aware that certain martial artists can compress the skeleton into a childlike form. Furthermore, he believes that the level of purity the girl is showing isn't acting at all, something so incredible that even an Oscar wouldn't do it justice. Despite that, he decides to throw in some sarcastic remarks, which only angers the girl. She shows him a glimpse of her power, and ensnares him in a deadly illusion, so overwhelming that it leaves him trembling to his core. Her killing intent was so overwhelming that it made him hallucinate being beheaded. Just as he tries to speak, she stuffs a strawberry gummy into his mouth and apologizes for overdoing it. The truth is, she fears the school authorities and doesn't want him to report her. Calling herself pitiful, she adds that she gets 1 or 2 hours of outdoor time a week. Curious, he questions her identity. The girl introduces herself as Gong Kei, a powerful grandmaster. She adds an interesting fact, revealing that she once made Shi Jingwen, Hwadu University's president, cry. Conceding that Gong Ke refined the Xuanhuang martial art, he believes she can help him break through his bottleneck. As a slaughter-type grandmaster, she is the perfect match for him. He begs her to accept him as her disciple. Hearing his pleas, she makes a peculiar face. Inside the Hwadu University Gymnasium, the deans of all 5 Hwa University academies are serving as this year's new student mentors. If one were to become a disciple of any of them, they would be set for life. However, it's very unlikely that they would waste time on nobodies like them. All the freshmen believe the deans have nothing to do with them. The truth is they're here for the top scorer, who has completed the Zodiac trial. What the new students don't know is that the Zodiac trial was streamed live, with every teacher at Hwa University watching. Ever since the train broadcast at the start, the faculty was evaluating how each student handled an unprecedented crisis. This was made possible with the help of AI, which analyzed micro-expressions and reaction patterns. Each student's response was scored, and those who charged into Zodiac City unprepared received poor marks. Expectedly, Yi-He was the only student to receive the highest score across the board, but even that wasn't a feat that impressed the deans. What truly shocked them was that the top scorer managed to slay a boss that wasn't even meant to be fought, the untouchable certain death boss, Qianlong. This boss was a battle model designed by Manhwa, the national-level supercomputer, trained on the data left behind by Fu Hongsheng, a national-level martial artist, from when he entered Hwa University. Even though not all of Fu Hongsheng's abilities could be fully replicated in the Mirage realm, the fact remains, Fu Hongsheng is the strongest martial artist in the history of the Xia nation, or possibly even the whole world. For Yi-He to slay a model based on him, Even if it wasn't a perfect replica, it's already proof of his monstrous talent. As long as nothing hinders him, he is certain to reach the Archmaster level. From here on, the deans can only wait until he chooses his mentor. Just as they are waiting, word arrives that the top scorer has asked to become the disciple of Gong Ke, the former Imperial University professor and current special personnel. Back to Yihe, he's hugging and nagging in front of Grandmaster, begging that she take him in as her disciple. Though she looks like a lowly, she's technically over 100 years old. That's exactly why he is kneeling to her openly in broad daylight. In response, she says that she may have been expelled from Imperial University. He snags her by remarking that he's going to restore her freedom in 2 years, only if she takes him as her disciple. She accepts him without thinking twice. Abruptly, the deans of all 5 Hua University academies appear before Yihe and Gong Ke to confront the latter. One of the 5 deans respectfully reminded her that she had agreed not to make contact with the students during her release hour. He further adds that her current mental state isn't suited for combat. Everyone dean there wants her to return home immediately. Gong Ke asks the top scorer for his name, then tells him to follow her. Following Grandmaster Gong Ke, the duo arrives at the Huadu Research Institute, her place of residence. She explains that this place has been her home mainly because she had issues and kept hurting people. She adds that in recent years she has learned to control herself, so now she's granted occasional liberties. His corny comments make her realize that he's got an odd way of thinking. As they are stepping towards the hallway, he notices how narrow it has become. She responds that it is how it is because only she's supposed to walk through it. When he notices a timer outside the door, he asks her what it is for. Just as he brings up the countdown, she rushes toward her room and tells him to follow her inside. While running, she explains that every time she leaves, that clock starts ticking. If she doesn't get back in time, the alarm goes off directly in the Huadu headmaster's office. If that happens, she would be hunted by the university. Barely making it inside on time, Yihe notices that his martial energy cannot gather properly outside his body. This indicates that all martial arts techniques will be significantly weakened here. Gong Ke calls this institute her confinement cell, because to stop her from escaping, Xu Jingwen and his crew built her this massive 3-level house. It's stocked with everything, from entertainment to training rooms. Everything she could want lies right before her. What's more, layers of high-powered magnetic suppressors are in place to disrupt martial energy in case she tries to break out. While she views the institute as a cell, the top scorer considers it a luxury suite. Elsewhere, President Xu Jingwen is informed through his phone that Yihe has become a disciple of Gong Ke. The president tells the person on the other end of the phone that their goal is not to raise a pack of mid-tier talents. They are raising someone who can shoulder the future of Xia and all humanity. When a true genius appears, their job is to fully support them. He wants the top scorer to train under Gong Ke. With the special training camp for local freshmen nearing its end, Yihe will serve as the whetstone to sharpen those fledgling blades. Afterwards, he's informed that Gong Ke has returned to the confinement zone on time, and that everything remains stable. However, predictive analytics still label her as dangerous, even with someone accompanying her. The president calculates the top scorer's chances of survival and concludes that they are slim at best. The special class combatants are either death row convicts with incredible strength or martial artists who have uncontrollable power. Their freedom is restricted during free time, but when Xia faces a true crisis, they are deployed to the front lines as national-level weapons. He hopes for the new generation to grow fast. At the confinement room, B3 level, training hall, she reveals it's been decades since she last taught anyone, and now wants to start with a spar to see where he's at. Before the session begins, she suppresses her cultivation down to the martial stage to spar with him. Once he's ready, he signals her, and the fight begins instantly. He doesn't want to experience that guillotine illusion from earlier, so he plans not to hold back. In an instant, she moves forward and aims for his throat. He ran through at least 5 dodge patterns, but all failed. She was reading his body like a book. With only one choice, he changes into his magical beast form to take her attack head-on. She smiles upon realizing that he's trying to use his bloodline awakening to boost his speed, defend, and counter all at once. However, she leaps over him, grabs his shoulder, tells him she's quicker, and drives him hard onto the floor. The impact with the ground caused bleeding from all across his body. Grandmaster didn't hold back. She went full throttle, and as a result, his bloodline awakened to go back to normal. Tasting the blood that dripped onto her face and murmurs that it's been so long since she last tasted blood. Admitting that he's no match for her in physical combat, he lets her know that he's going to use slightly unfair martial arts. Unleashing the mega humanoid template, he feels lucky that he spent all night maxing it out. Grandmaster, meanwhile, is also astonished by his technique. Even though he's still at the martial disciple stage, she feels as if she's facing some kind of monster. She declares that it's her turn to get serious. When both sides clash with equal forces, Yihe gains an advantage by unleashing ancestral humanoid form, armor plate humanoid. His direct punch is intercepted by her spiral smash fist, shattering parts of his armor plate humanoid. He's agitated, conceding that she tore through his armor plate humanoid body, which is flesh-forged armor with defense dozens of times stronger than the mega humanoid. Even with all his vital signs suppressed, she still senses him and lunges straight at his face, the area of the armor plate humanoid's body where he's hiding. However, he activates Split Form, Meteor Humanoid right on time, launching quills from his body. But before the quills reach her, she shifts her trajectory and falls back. Having pushed his master back, he prepares another strike and challenges her to try cutting through his next attack. Just when he finishes speaking, he once again falls into a hallucination, back in the same place as before, unable to break free from the guillotine. In an attempt to break free, he summons Zawarudo. He realizes he pushed Grandmaster too far, and now she has dragged him into her domain. He's also aware that this isn't the real world, it's a mental illusion formed by her bloodlust. To break free, he also needs to fight back with sheer mental force. Moments later, he opens his eyes to find himself by her side. He guesses she must have violently ripped him out of the humanoid form by force. What's more, she shattered the hardened outer layer that had crystallized to shield his true body. However, that's not something a martial disciple should be capable of, which suggests that she must have cheated. In response, she argues that she fought fair and square, though she used a little more strength than she meant to. She admits she sometimes misjudges her own power during the first few strikes. But when her eyes meet his, it's clear from Yi He's gaze that he refuses to accept that. While crying, she promises that she won't cheat next time. Though she's had fun for the first time in decades, and now she doesn't want him to leave her. While telling her to stop crying, he reassures her that he won't leave. He points out that he worked hard to become her disciple. It wouldn't make sense for him to leave. Afterwards, she says that she has a good sense of his strength. Even though he is nowhere near her level, she acknowledges that he's a gifted one. Now that they can train, she asks him what he would like to learn. He responds that he wants to learn advanced martial techniques and understand how she cut through both lightning and his humanoid's arm. She refers to that move as slashing and claims that it's hard to teach. She adds that one would get a feel for it after cutting enough things. When asked what kind of feel, she explains it is called the line. Whether it's the human body, a magical beast, or any object, there's always a precise point of entry, a line that can be cleanly severed. It seems to him that Gong Kei's style differs from Qianlong's, even though the latter also focuses on slashing. If Qianlong's slash is all about overwhelming force and piercing sharpness, then Grandmaster's slash is like a butcher with perfect precision. Since learning slashing is a complicated process, she recommends that he become a martial artist first. Without a solid martial foundation, he isn't even qualified to learn most of the techniques. She suddenly asks him if he knows the difference between martial disciple and martial artist. Seeing that he's clueless, she tells him it's more than just physical improvement, it's about the mind as well. Compared to disciples, martial artists gain a critical new ability, inner vision. With inner vision, a martial artist moves from broad martial cultivation to detailed, micro-level refinement. Through it, one can see their own meridians, pressure points, and internal organs, then use martial energy to reinforce them, expanding the limits of the physical body. She puts it simply, a strong spirit comes first, and then the strength of the body. Having comprehended what she just said, he realizes how great a teacher his master is. It's no wonder she is a professor at the Imperial University. Even if she's a little unhinged, her knowledge didn't regress at all. She suddenly speaks, telling him that she's noticed a distinct rise in her mental state. This will give her a huge edge at the martial artist stage. Intrigued, Yi He asks her how the advancement methods differ once someone reaches that stage. She explains that advanced techniques and martial skills are ranked in 4 tiers: Tiangang, Disha, Xuanhuang, and unranked. Normally, students from vocational colleges or lower-tier schools only have access to unranked advanced techniques. The benefit of these techniques is that they are easy to use. Anyone with sufficient blood energy and martial power can break through. Over 80% of martial artists break through using unranked methods, but students at Huadu University start with Xuanhuang tier methods at a minimum. When he shows that he's eager to find more about the other 2 advanced techniques and martial skills, she explains that Tiangang tier skills are more or less sacred relics. Most of them were retrieved from hidden realms or ancient ruins, and now there may not even be 10 remaining in the entire world. Though he can learn a Disha tier advancement technique, she herself has mastered the Killer's Bodhi Heart Sutra, a Disha level advancement technique. What's more interesting is, Xiaohu's flesh-bound demon cage was inspired by this very method. Hearing her talk highly of that Disha level advancement technique, he's captivated to the point where he wants to learn it immediately. She tells him to get ready to experience the killing intent domain she just created for this. With that, the training begins. Later, when Yi He's class is dismissed, his best friend, who's out for a walk, bumps into him. As Chu-Chu is about to greet him, the top scorer shoots him a lethal glare filled with murderous intent. Frightened, he leaps backward. When the top scorer notices him, he apologizes and calls it a reflex. Taken aback by the killing intent from before, he asks him what it meant. About 10 hours ago, in the illusion realm, Yi He was fighting a horde of zombies. Gong Qi commands him not to use any martial skills or powers. He must rely only on the blade in his hand. However, when he mentions that he's not optimistic about a great deal of zombies, she explains that the point is to let his body remember the sensation. This would help him to get accustomed to the feeling of slicing skin and splitting bone. Furthermore, he can train his muscle memory so he can instinctively locate the kill line and strike better. Once he starts slashing down the zombies, his master is surprised by his remarkable swordsmanship talent. It's dangerous to train inside her Dishatir technique, and most martial disciples aren't even qualified to attempt it. It's thanks to Yi He's abnormally high mental stats. Otherwise, the killing intent alone would have devoured him. She now understands why Shi Jingwen calls him the rising star of Huadu. The next morning, he already feels tired from just a single day of training, but he now understands why this is considered the best university in Xia. While he's taking a bath, Qingzhu calls to tell him that her mother has sent over what he asked for. It's now with her. She adds that her mother also wanted to thank him for helping her daughter secure first place in the freshman team trial. He replies that he'll drop by her place to pick it up soon, but she assures him that she will just send it over by drone. Following that, he gets her to reveal that Dean Bai had taken her as a disciple just because she thought Qingzhu had potential. When she asks him who he got as his mentor, he chooses not to reveal that he turned down 5 deans in a row. Otherwise, she'd probably lose sleep over it. Soon, about half a semester later, the first term was nearing its end. The Huadu University was an eventful ride for freshmen. For instance, Z did precisely what he had earlier said to Yi He. He formed the Dragon Blood Society by gathering elites from various provinces. They quickly became an influential organization among the first years. Something that's not as relevant, but after Huadu students returned from their summer training camp, they clashed with Dragon Blood. As tensions escalated, duels broke out between Dragon Blood and local students, and naturally Z's organization lost more than they won. At the moment, the most popular first-year student is named Xiang Jianhui, or more accurately, he might be the most famous freshman nationwide. After all, he was the top scorer in the Huadu entrance exam. During the exam livestream, his powers blew viewers away. As for Yi He, who once stood in the spotlight at the school, no one remembers him anymore. It's been 3 months since everyone forgot about him. At the Huadu Research Institute, Gong Ke is helping him solidify his newly broken-through martial artist stage. He's holding a plank position on the ground while she climbs onto his back, pressing her weight down on him. She claims that each time her foot comes down, she's injecting refined martial energy into him. That energy is laced with her insights into the killer's Bodhi Sutra. The top scorer struggles to carry her on his back, since she has sealed away his martial energy. What's more, the way her martial energy is wriggling through his body feels like it's tickling him to death. Seeing him complain, she ridicules his weakness and casually calls him a scrub. Driven by anger, he goes all out, forcing himself through more and more push-ups. Pushing past 1,000 push-ups, a sudden burst of bloody energy tears through his worn-out muscles, breaking them down and replacing them with newly forged strength. After gaining his new physique, he tells her he's heading home, since he's been stuck inside the institute with her for 3 months. When she asks if he will come back to her, her emotions get the better of her. He reassures her with a positive reply. Stepping into the city after 3 long months, he feels like it's been ages since he was last here. The top scorer didn't come out to stroll around, he's got some work to do. At Huadu, a crucial part of the grading system is the off-campus missions. These can involve hunting down wanted martial fugitives, or even fighting criminal groups and foreign forces. He thinks of grabbing a mission and also saying hi to his best friend. Just as he finishes speaking, his friend shows up to greet him. When Yi Hu asks his best friend how his level up is going, he reveals he broke through to the martial artist 2 months ago. It's their first time seeing each other in 3 months. While on the surface, there's no obvious change in his friend's build or aura. That very fact highlights just how terrifying his growth truly is. About 3 days ago, the nonchalant martial artist was invited to watch a private ring match between Huadu freshmen, Rep. Xiang Yanhui, and Dragon Blood Society Vice Chairman Ouyang Ze. As he expected, Z didn't last more than 2 minutes. But what's even more interesting is that Xiang Jianhui wasn't even going all out. He now wonders whether his insanely strong best friend could defeat the current most popular freshman. As they are having a conversation, Qingzhu arrives. Since it's been a long time, and she's finally come face to face with him. In this moment of ecstasy, she recalls her mother's advice, to do things that couples would do with Yi He. After all, they are meant to act as a couple in Huadu. Blushing, she shuts her eyes, tilts her head upward, and embarrassingly puckers her lips for a kiss. She's left flustered when he remarks that she hasn't even greeted him, despite them not having seen each other in 3 months. Now that the 3 of them are together, Yi He takes a look at a big screen that shows hot missions and standout completions. His best friend informs him that he and Qingzhu have already completed 3 missions over the quota. They are here just to team up with him. As the two converse, she, absorbed in her screen, brings up 3 available missions and presents them before him. She explains that all 3 missions were originally Tier 2, but now one has bumped a Tier 3 mission. It's rare for a 3-member squad of first-year students to receive approval for a Tier 2 mission. However, the top scorer is fine. He's now got a privilege card. Earlier in training, Gonkei handed him a privilege card and told him he should take on tougher missions. Shaking off the flashback, Qingzhu asks him where he got the privilege card. Right as he starts stressing out, Chujo asks his take on the 3 missions. He feels glad conceding his friend changed the subject to his best friends. He adds that the first mission is a pure manhunt with low efficiency. The second is minor investigative support with little real action. The third puts the entire process in their hands. High risk, but high reward. The Tier 3 one. And they both agree with him. Later at the reception, the receptionist dismisses their request as nonsense, reminding them that a second-year squad was already wiped out in Lingshui. When Yihe shows her his privilege card, she refuses to believe him and threatens to report him to the director. However, her attitude shifts instantly after she calls and speaks with the director. After obtaining what they came for, he tells them to prepare gear while he's going to pick something up. Sometime later, the top scorer arrives at the College of Mech and Magitech Foundry and meets one of the deans of all 5 Hua University academies. He informs the dean that he's here to claim his weapon, the prize he earned from the Pendant War. The dean praises him for skipping a Disha tier skill to choose a weapon, then presents him with the blade he deserves. The sword lacks elemental attributes, but channels martial energy at 95% efficiency. Forged from the ultra-tough alloy Starfall Gold, it stands as a divine blade. The spine is etched with dense sun and moon serrations, adding mass and impact. Every swing lands with incredible force. The grip is also wrapped in anti-slip black leather threaded with metal filaments. Each cut rides a wail of wind and a flash of light. Even though the sword was designed to his old measurements 3 months ago, it feels perfectly balanced. No excess weight, no lightness. It fits his grip just right. As he leaves, he acknowledges Dean's weapon forging ability, and more specifically, all the blacksmiths of Imperial University. Now that he's got his sword, he heads to Lingshui County with his friends. Upon arrival, Chujo reminds them that they are on a secret mission and must act like ordinary students who are on an internship. The top scorer blankets the entire county with life field sensing, pushing his Demonra template to 71% in half a term. He's doing it because he feels there are people around with ill intentions, and he wants to handle them before they slip away. Right when Chujo suggests they should check out the house the Imperial University arranged for them, they get a lift from a 3-wheeled cargo. The 3-wheeled cargo driver, an old folk, asks Yi where he is from and what he is doing here. The top scorer replies that he's from Lingshui County, studying in Yuncheng, and has brought his 2 classmates here to have fun. The old folk doesn't recognize him, prompting him to reveal his family details. Yihe tells him his grandfather's name, Yi Shurong, who passed away a few years back, and he moved away after that. Before landing, the top scorer brushed up on the Lingshui dialect on the plane, and his cover identity for him actually exists. Soon after, they arrive at the Huadu mission base. As the top scorer and the others are about to thank the old folk for a free lift, he invites them to the Lingshui County's biggest triennial event, which will take place in 2 days. With that, they thank the old man and bid him farewell. As soon as they step inside the house, they realize that it hasn't been lived in for a decade. It's covered in weeds, and there are mosquitoes as well. But that's not a problem for the top scorer. He simply stomps his foot on the ground to make it clean. After setting down the luggage, decides to install micro cameras around the mission base for surveillance. Qingzhu, meanwhile, says she will check inside the house, but suddenly stops and calls him over to look at something. That something is a shrine which Yi says wasn't originally supposed to be there. He explains the shrine is made of wood, and if it had been here for a long time, it would have rotted away years ago. Chujo realizes that the shrine must have been placed in the house by someone else, and since he doesn't like the look of that statue, he plans to chop it down. Qingzhu, however, suggests they not act hastily, as it could be an important clue. To her surprise, when she turns to Yihe, she finds him prepared for battle. Unable to match their stubbornness, she suggests they should at least uncover the clay mask to see what's inside before smashing it. Just as she extends her arm and partially uncovers its face, the top scorer senses a sinister energy and prompts his friend to cut it down. Chuchu wastes no time and slashes it, and to their shock, black goo begins to bleed from it. The top scorer summons Zawarudo, and with its assistance, the nonchalant martial arts it manages to seal it. Meanwhile, Qingzhu starts to get tainted by the statue's psychic energy, and to break her free from its influence, her counterfeit fiancé channels some pure martial energy into her. With the earlier wave of terror gone, her body feels warm inside. From how it appears, all the Lingshui anomalies are tied to this strange clay statue. Thinking they have made their first real breakthrough in the investigation, he tells them to wait there while he goes to take care of something. Earlier, when they got off the tricycle, Yi tagged the old driver with a radiation marker. He believes that with the right timing, he can draw him in. Elsewhere in Lingshui County, at the Jinshan Buddhist temple, a monk greets the old driver, addressing him as a benefactor, and escorts him to where the abbot is waiting. Soon enough, They stand before the abbot, and the monk informs him that the benefactor has met the blessing standard and also has something to report. The abbot asks the old man about his intentions and why he came so suddenly. Suddenly, one of the monks, a lizard-like beast, senses the presence of someone other than the old man. Just as it is about to attack the old man, believing he's the traitor, Yi descends from the sky and falls onto his face, distorting it entirely. Luckily, he wasn't tainted by the splashes, thanks to Zawarudo, who keeps the gunk outside. After he provokes the enemy, all the other Buddha statues in the temple come to life and launch their attacks at him. However, Zawarudo jumps to the front and blocks the enemy's strikes, though he still ends up being crushed. With the enemy now targeting Yi, he hides his spatial ring and summons his sword, Starfall Cleaver. His sword gives him a clear advantage in the fight, but the challenge escalates when the Buddhas begin firing lasers from their eyes. Nevertheless, he dodges the slow beams and cuts through the rest of the enemies, including the old driver. From the very start, his life field sensed no vitality from the two bodhisattvas. He's now convinced that those weren't living things. What baffles him more is how a remote place like Lingshui County could have such advanced constructs. He wonders if the answers lie behind the door where the abbot is, and then commands Zawarudo to force the door open. Once the path inside opens, he walks in and discovers a giant Buddha within. Noticing no one around, he calls out for the enemy to come out of their rat hole. In no time, a monk appears and tells him the temple holds no grudge against him, asking why he is being disrespectful. It turns out the monk speaking to the top scorer was actually a robot, and he already knew it. When he slashes the enemy, another replica appears behind him, acknowledging the top scorer's blood karma. Just as he's about to charge for another strike, he falls into a strange place that looks like a sewer and has 18 doors in total. Soon, a massive herd of lizard beasts, ranging from Tier 1 to Tier 2, begins to appear. Sensing the same energy from the beasts, he becomes sure that they are mass-produced, artificial bioandroids. He's thinking of overwhelming the horde of beasts in just one strike before they gain any power. Summoning Starfall Cleaver, he unleashes Zhuanhuang Blade Art, first form Cull 1,000 Leaves. He begins slashing through the enemies with a wide smile, and in no time he piles up countless corpses. Decapitating the robotic monk, he feels annoyed hearing it loop a pre-recorded line. Even though he's wreaking havoc in the temple, the puppeteer behind the curtain is still not coming out. Just as he's thinking about the puppeteer, the monk transforms into a grand form, a giant statue, and attempts to crush him with its hand. But instead of dodging, he fully embraces it. Just milliseconds later, the giant reports an energy spike beyond its limits. The temperature rises to an unimaginable level, and he emerges in his magical beast form, breaking through the giant's hand. Now equal in size, Yi begins to overpower the giant statue. After throwing a series of punches, he says he's not done yet and goes for decisive knee kicks. The enemy takes critical damage and begins triggering multiple warnings. Being pushed to its limit, the enemy fires all its weapons through its batteries. It can't believe it's facing someone who can force it to launch so many attacks. Yi tells it that its weapons are useless against a martial artist, yet the giant still attacks with techniques like meteor personification. The top scorer counters by unleashing Byaokian breath, and this time he manages to smash the giant. After defeating the enemy, he finds a passage going down, and without giving it a second thought, he jumps into it. Half an hour earlier, a group of scientists running the evil plan noticed the top scorer stepping onto their grounds. When they saw him take down the mechanical bodhisattvas at the gate, they thought the newly built door would stop him for sure. After he broke into the hidden chamber, they believed their cyborg army and tens of thousands of bio units would be enough to stop him. But they were once again proved wrong. The operation's second-in-command, a scientist, tells the leader, a doctor named Feng, that their only hope is the Mecha Buddha's combat suite, which in the end was destroyed into pieces. With Yi nearing them, the doctor decides to use the guards to buy them some time, while he and a few crew members retreat and activate the base's self-destruct to not let any intel leak. In the underground laboratory, Dr. Fang lies collapsed in a corner, his frail body trembling as he struggles for breath, while Yi stands before him with calm precision, his cold eyes fixed on the dying man as he searches for the truth behind the deaths of 3 young martial artists and the secret this place is hiding. The old man weakly explains that he carries a monitoring device in his head, which will trigger an explosion if he reveals anything, and as he speaks, Yi studies him closely and notices a decayed tooth deep in his jaw, releasing a faint trace of green smoke. Realizing that his time has run out, the old man clenches his teeth, and the poison surges through his veins, burning his throat as his face twists in agony. Yi watches in silence, kneeling beside him with visible irritation as he concludes that the poison had been preloaded like another precaution used by the reckless members of Laserbird. Before he can decide his next move, the laboratory lights flash red and the sound of a siren fills the air, signaling that the self-destruct sequence has begun. Yet Yi remains composed because he knows death would be too easy a release for the man before him. He summons a vampire model and as the creature emerges from the shadows, it lunges at the lifeless doctor. Its deformed limbs pierce his throat and flood his body with venom. The venom spreads rapidly, consuming every trace of decay, but under Yi He's control the transformation shifts course, and the corpse begins to regenerate instead of rot. Red light floods the room as Dr. Fang's skin tightens, his body rejuvenates, and his dull eyes open once more. What stands before Yi He now is not a man, but a creation bound by his will, one that retains memory and intelligence, yet holds absolute loyalty. Yi He studies him with satisfaction, knowing he has achieved what he calls a perfect bloodline because the creature in front of him is immune to light, resistant to destruction, and completely obedient. Dr. Fang's old life fades into nothing as Yi He instructs him to recall when the city was first infiltrated, and the command takes hold immediately. A blue glow spreads across their eyes as their consciousness connects. He sees a younger Dr. Fang trembling in the dim light, his hands slick with blood and his eyes wild with hunger. Around him, another doctor chews raw flesh and claims it as an offering from the villagers, calling it fresh and sacred. The images shift to a dark hall where an old man sleeps before a Buddha statue, while Fang's assistant murmurs that deep sleep makes it easier to transport people into the laboratory. Yi He feels unease settle in his chest as he realizes something unnatural is happening there. The vision changes again, showing Dr. Fang kneeling before a clay idol, whispering strange words as he rolls up his sleeve to reveal a string of numbers carved into his arm. Driven by confusion, he begins to decode them, eventually discovering that the sequence corresponds to a secret access key. When he enters it into his computer, encrypted files flood the screen, but before he can process them, his consciousness begins to fracture, and he realizes his memories are being rewritten. In one final act of awareness, he carves the code onto his arm to serve as a warning for the version of himself that will remain after the manipulation. The memories grow darker as the truth comes into focus. The raw meat is human flesh, and all the experiments and disappearances lead to a cult called Divine Decent Nation. Returning to the present, Yi He finally understands the full scope of the corruption. The cult has infiltrated the laser bird facility and turned its scientists and workers into hollow shells stripped of will. Dr. Fang, now kneeling before him in submission, confirms this, explaining that the organization erased their minds and converted them into obedient vessels. Yi He's anger rises as he looks at the doctor's pale face and recognizes the 3 young martial artists among the victims of these experiments. In the flow of recovered memories, he sees how Dr. Fang's pursuit of progress twisted into obsession. The man who once dreamed of enhancing human potential had instead opened the door to forces beyond control. Through Fang's final memories, Yi He learns that everything began with an ancient relic carrying a parasite known as emotai, a living organism that invades the mind and feeds on human will. It spreads quietly, and as it grows, it drives people to cannibalism and endless sleep, reducing entire villages to offerings that nourish a greater power. Fang once believed his own cruelty to be unmatched, but compared to the cult, he was insignificant. The Divine Decent Nation had gone further, sacrificing an entire city to feed their god. At last the pattern becomes clear. The relic, the experiments, and the coming festival are all part of the same design, leading to the awakening of Emotai. Yi He's breathing slows as the realization settles in, and in the midst of that cold understanding, a faint memory comes that reminds him of the grand celebration to be held in 2 days, and he realizes that the old man gave him some crucial information. Yi He's eyes grow cold as he states that the memories have been fully extracted. He turns to the doctor and explains that this base belongs to the Laser Bird organization, but wants to know more about the Divine Descent Nation, the Demon Fetus, and the 3 Huada warriors. As he studies the doctor, he realizes how much information he has gained from him, including the secret experiments once carried out by Laser Bird. Though tempted to act against them now, he reminds himself that Huada will deal with them later on. Still, the thought of the golden gene interests him, because the doctor once studied it and understood its power, but he decided that the matter can wait until he resolves the incident in Lingshui. Thinking of the school's mission and the seal, he feels conflicted. Huada had already allowed the investigation to end, but the reward means little to him now, and he decides that he will claim the results of the Divine Descent Nation's prize for himself. After some thought, he orders Dr. Fang to hide in Lingshui. He will provide his blood and have it mixed into the water system to maximize infection. The doctor laughs, calling him mad. Yet he explains calmly that the people of Lingshui have already reached the 4th stage of pollution and cannot return to normal. He intends to control them and later, if possible, restore them to their former lives. At least under his control, they will not harm others again. When Yi He returns to Old House, he brings food from Lingshui. Lu Qingju and Su Hao hesitate when they see it, and Yi He immediately understands that they have guessed its origin. Su Hao trembles as he explains that they have found signs of cannibalism among the people. Yi He only smiles quietly, knowing they are close to the truth. He tells them everything, and Lu Qingju rises in anger, shocked that an illegal experimental base could exist for years beneath Lingshui. Su Hao grows pale and says that even a large biotechnology company has fallen to the corruption here. Lu Qingju insists the threat is beyond level 3 and that they should call Huada for help, but Yi He refuses, knowing it would cost him his credit. Almost crashing out, he assures them that the mission is dangerous but manageable, and that fear will only slow them down. Yi He places his hands on their shoulders and tells them to hold their ground until nightfall. He has already seen people eat raw flesh and worship clay statues, and he believes that only at night will the true nature of Ling Shui reveal itself. At the Laserbird headquarters, the board of directors holds an emergency meeting after learning about the destruction on Jishan Temple base in Ling Shui. Reports confirm that the base's self-destruct program was activated but interrupted, suggesting something has gone wrong. Communication has been cut off completely. A masked director orders the detonation of all heart bombs implanted in the researchers to erase every witness, while a special forces team is sent to Ling Shui to investigate. Back in Ling Shui, an explosion rocks the central water plant as the doctor's implanted bomb detonates. Thanks to the vampire's power, his body survives despite losing blood rapidly. Trembling, he reports to Yi He that Laserbird has triggered the bombs, and though he removed his in time, special forces are already on their way. Yi He immediately instructs him to continue with the plan, and the doctor obeys without hesitation. As night falls over Ling Shui, the streets lie silent. A train arrives at, and several passengers step off. Leading them is a tall man with a shaved head called Catfish, who laughs at how quiet the city is. Behind him, a woman named Ares, carrying a baby, confirms that Great Zia Dragonfish wasn't involved with the Jinshan Temple base. With them are a short-haired girl named Bluebird, a quiet man, Gold Snake and Black Lion, a sharp-eyed man wearing glasses. He orders them to destroy all experimental records and equipment. The five walk through the empty streets, speaking in low tones. Ignoring his team, Black Lion reminds the team that blending into the environment is part of the job, and quickly assigns roles. Snake and Bluebird will investigate the city, while he, Ares, and Catfish will move toward the Shuang Sea base. Snake and Bluebird enter a nearby house to investigate. In the kitchen, a basin filled with rotting flesh gives off a foul smell, swarming with flies. The sight makes Snake's stomach tighten as she realizes that the residents may be eating human flesh. Forcing herself to move on, she steps into the living room and notices a clay statue in the corner, identical to the one seen earlier by Yi He and his team. A strange unease rises in her chest as she senses something corrupt about it. Meanwhile, Bluebird speaks to his superiors through his communicator. He learns that the Buddhist temple base was destroyed by a single martial artist who annihilated everything inside. Tens of thousands of creatures lie dead, and fortress-grade armor was torn apart by sheer force. Dr. Fang's body is missing. As he listens, the connection suddenly cuts off, and he wonders if the signal is being jammed. Moving toward the window, he looks outside and freezes. The streets are full of people who are slowly walking with their eyes closed, and he realizes that an entire city has fallen into mass sleepwalking, and now they are surrounding them. Goldsnake realizes his position has been exposed and instinctively steps back, but before he can issue a signal, a blade drives through his abdomen. The attacker is Bluebird, the one he trusted most, whose eyes now emit an unnatural light as dark energy gathers around her body. The strike confirms that her will has been overtaken, and when Goldsnake traces the source, he finds a statue placed beside the deity's talisman, which is a relic identical to those once uncovered in the ancient ruins of Yuan, where ritual objects were said to enslave minds. At the same time, on the bell tower overlooking Lingshui County, Yi He studies the moon, noting that its size and brightness distort the natural order, and he concludes that the anomaly connects to the incidents of collective sleepwalking reported across the city. He sends instructions to his team to move toward the southeastern sector, where the concentration of sleepwalkers is highest, before vanishing to verify himself. Goldsnake wakes later tied to a tree. His vision clears slowly, and he sees Bluebird bound beside him. Below, a crowd has gathered. The people stare upward without expression, their mouths open and their bodies trembling. When he calls out, they do not react. Their silence tells him they are no longer conscious, and he realizes they have lost control completely. A bell rings through the air. The sound spreads across the forest, and the moon above grows larger as its light brightens until it covers the entire area. Under that light, the villagers begin to move. Their limbs shake, and then they start climbing onto one another, forming layers. The moonlight pulls them upward, and soon their bodies create a column that rises toward the sky. The wooden pillar holding Goldsnake and Bluebird is lifted with them, raising both higher as the tower expands. At Buddha Temple, Captain Black Lion grows uneasy. He has received no signal from either agent since their last report. The silence and the recent attack on Lingshui base suggest the two events are connected, so he orders the team to move out immediately. But outside, the team stops as soon as they look up. The clouds have vanished. The moon is larger and brighter than before, almost touching the horizon. Ares points toward the distance, where a silver beam of light shoots down from the moon and strikes the ground in Lingshui County. The light does not fade or spread. It stays fixed like a bridge between the sky and the earth. Black Lion studies the beam and realizes this is not a natural event. The destruction of Lingshui base may have been part of the same operation leading to this moment. He orders his team to move toward the light. They follow narrow streets until Black Lion senses movement ahead. He rushes forward, attacking with his blade, but before the strike lands, a spinning black umbrella blocks it. The weapon hits the barrier and rebounds with force, cutting a mark in the wall. Black Lion steadies himself and recognizes that the umbrella is a high-level tool, not ordinary gear. A figure steps out from the mist holding it. Her motion is smooth and deliberate. The air around her stills. She closes the umbrella and stands before them. Black Lion watches her closely. Her appearance and manner confirm she is not local. The timing and location leave no doubt. She is connected to the Lingshui base incident. Across the field, the veteran hunters see through their movements. They realize the two are stalling for reinforcements. Uneasy, they prepare to finish it fast, deciding to kill within seconds. Su Hao raises his sword and summons a pillar of ice. He stays alert, waiting for an opening. One of the enemies, a large man, charges at Lu Qingju with a cruel grin. He mocks her beauty, his words dripping with malice. Lu Qingju senses his power and braces for impact, but Su Hao reacts first. He sweeps his hand, forming an ice path that sends the attacker flying. Then Lu Qingju charges, furious and fearless, striking back. The ice wall between them begins to crack, slashed again and again by the enemy's blades. The wall shatters with a heavy sound. Su Hao feels a rush of disbelief at how easily it's broken. He drops smoke grenades from the Empire's arsenal, clouding the enemy's vision. Through the smoke, he pulls Lu Qingju with him as they retreat. He warns her the opponents are senior martial artists and far too strong to fight head-on. She agrees without hesitation, but before they can escape, a faster figure appears, cutting off their path. Two short daggers glint near their throats. The team leader smiles, sure of victory. He grabs their collars, but a sudden shift in the air makes him turn. A blade almost 30 meters long slams toward him. He dodges by instinct, and Yi He steps into view. Calm and cold, he faces the assassin. The assassin attacks in a blur, his body splitting into 12 shadow forms. Blades strike from all sides, faster than the eye can follow. For a moment, Yi He seems caught off guard. Then everything freezes. Time itself stops. The blades hang midair, locked in place. Yi He studies the scene, impressed by the technique, but he doesn't need to guess which is real. He and his ally strike together, shattering the phantom clones. He locates the real assassin, Black Lion, a top-ranked killer known for surviving anything. His skin is tough enough to resist bullets, but against stop time, even he is defenseless. Yi He draws energy into his hand and forms a blood-red arrow. The arrow pierces through Black Lion before time resumes. The killer's instincts scream too late. His long career ends in an instant. His final thought a question of how Yi He moved faster than sight. When it's over, Yi He lifts the severed head and begins absorbing the assassin's blood. The corpse withers and dries up, its power merging with his own. His energy surges, pushing him into the 8th stage of martial mastery. The battlefield grows silent. The remaining enemies, Catfish and Ares, stare in disbelief. Killing someone 2 realms above with sheer force is beyond reason. They realize something is terribly wrong and prepare to retreat. Yi He looks down at the blood pooling on the ground, a twisted grin forming. The blood stirs and releases a dark red aura. From it, a monstrous hand rises, followed by the demonic shape of their fallen captain. Catfish and Ares freeze in fear. The aura feels familiar yet horrifying. Their captain's image stands before them, twisted beyond recognition. They can barely breathe. Before panic takes over, Ares steps forward and shouts for them to move aside. She lifts the small child in her arms, and the baby's body changes, swelling rapidly until it becomes a massive, 3-meter-tall monster. The child was never human, but a bioweapon designed for battle. Ares orders it to attack, and the creature charges forward with a roar. Yi He watches calmly, hands in his pockets. Ares and Catfish flee, desperate to escape before he strikes again. But Yi He already has a plan. He orders Su Hao and Lu Qingju to stay behind with his phantom and destroy the bioweapon. The 3 take position at once. Su Hao channels the Phoenix martial technique, merging the Ice Wall, Dragon Shadow, and Northern Cold Sword into one deadly move. Cold energy fills the air, shaping into a dragon that dives at the monster. The cold aura forms a fierce dragon's head that roars as it strikes toward the towering bioweapon. It lets out a monstrous scream and charges, ready to sacrifice itself so its allies can escape. When blazing heat collides with freezing cold, the entire alley explodes in mist. Su Hao grits his teeth and leaps into the air. He slashes down with full force, his blade cutting across the mutant's face. The creature tries to dodge but fails, and a deep wound splits half its head. Beneath the torn flesh lies no blood or bone, only alloy plates and microchips. It is basically a machine disguised as a man. The giant surges forward at impossible speed, forcing Su Hao back. He grips his sword tight and narrowly avoids the next strike. The attack misses. In that instant, Black Lion appears from the shadows, moving like a phantom. He splits into 12 blood-red forms, each wielding a spinning blade. Together they weave a deadly net that slices down on the mutant's head. The creature's body bursts apart, torn into pieces. Even with its regenerative power, it cannot recover from such a brutal attack. As the blood and smoke swirl through the air, Lu Qingju rises above them. Her massive wings unfold, glowing with a bright purple light that floods the battlefield. She looks almost divine, like a goddess descending to bring judgment. From high above, Lu Qingju gathers her strength. Dark feathers burn around her hands, fading into ashes that form a dense black sphere. The sphere expands until it spans 5 meters across. Then it erupts, transforming into a blazing purple sun. Her cry echoes through the night, her power declaring that the enemy cannot escape. The mutant's legs freeze solid, trapped in ice. Black Lion holds it from the front, locking it completely in place. The explosion shakes the ground and a pillar of purple fire erupts, swallowing the cold moonlight and burning everything in its path. The mutant's screams echo for only a moment before fading into silence. Its body burns away completely until not even ashes remain. The battle ends in a flash of light, and the night falls eerily quiet. Far away, under the city's dark sewer tunnels, Catfish runs through the filthy water, gasping for air. His face is pale, his steps desperate, muttering curses as he flees. Suddenly a flash of blue light bursts ahead, striking down and freezing him in place. Terror fills his eyes as the light spreads through the darkness, revealing a figure in its glow. His eerie smile appears from the shadows. Panic floods through Catfish as sweat pours down his body. He knows he is being hunted and bolts in terror, trying to escape into the maze of tunnels. At the same time, Ares sprints through the narrow alleys above. A blinding blue beam crashes down from the sky like divine lightning. Her body trembles as she realizes it struck where Catfish had run. In that instant, she understands the truth. Their captain is dead, and now Catfish has fallen too. She is the only one left. Standing alone in the ruined alley, Ares shakes uncontrollably. Her mind races for a way out. She tells herself she cannot die here. Desperation fuels her thoughts until a wild idea flashes through her head. Her eyes land on a strange structure nearby, the human ladder of Lin Xuan, a bizarre tower stretching up to the sky. Her heart sinks as she realizes it is the work of Tiangu Jianglin. Fear mixes with determination. She bites her nails until they bleed and swears to survive no matter the cost, even if it means surrendering her soul to darkness. She rushes toward the human ladder, her fear rising as she draws closer. Bodies stack upon bodies, forming a grotesque staircase that reaches the heavens. When Ares finally stands before the structure, a cold shiver runs through her. Out of the shadows, Yi Hu appears with a massive blade resting on his shoulder. In his other hand, he carries the severed head of Catfish, blood dripping onto the ground. His presence freezes the air around her. Panic seizes Ares, and she bolts for the ladder, climbing desperately. She tells herself this is the only way to survive. The climb feels endless, yet her hands never stop. When she looks up, she sees a colossal door of jade. It opens slowly. Tears fill her eyes as she recognizes her dad. The column of people glows brightly, standing tall in the middle of the city and shining like a beacon in the dark night. The massive door opens slowly. When Biang finally sets foot on the moon, a faint, twisted smile forms on Yihee's lips. His body collapses under the moonlight, turning into black smoke that fades away. It was never really him, just an illusion created by the moonlight to prey on her fear and push her upward. The real Yihee watches quietly from a distance, his calm gaze fixed on the glowing pillar. After a moment, he speaks softly, as if already expecting this, noting that Tiangu Lin used Biang's fear to build his image and force her climb. He pulls out his phone, his tone steady, as he reports that the Laserbird assassin squad has lost 2 members, and the remaining 3 are barely alive. A dark smile creeps across his face, his eyes glowing blue with satisfaction and anticipation. He predicts that by tomorrow Tiangu Jianglin's men will arrive, and with Laserbird losing its base, another faction will fall. The night fades, the moonlight weakens, and the bright human ladder disappears as dawn breaks. The giant moon pulls back, and the last beam of light goes out. People from Lingshui County, whose bodies had been used to form the ladder, return to the ground. Some are dead, others alive, and some walk as if nothing happened, their faces calm and eyes closed. Yet their life force has been drained, leaving them as empty shells quietly heading home. In the cold morning breeze sweeping over the rooftops, Yihei, Suha, and Lu Qingju watch from afar. Qingju's voice carries doubt as she questions the strange mission. Yihe gives a calm smile, his eyes still on the crowd below, and says he has a plan. He adds that they are not alone, mentioning a capable ally who works in secret. Suha hesitates, his expression tightening as he considers the possibility. He believes he must come from power, either the hidden heir of a great figure or a young master sent to train among mortals. If that's true, the hidden ally could be a secret guardian. Before he can think further, Yihee's aura bursts out, filling the air with dark energy as his voice echoes, calling both of them to action. Dark mist spreads across the ground, twisting into illusions that crawl through the alleys and over the rooftops like spirits breaking free. In the middle of it all, Yi He commands them to destroy every clay statue in the city. Suha moves instantly, merging into the ghostly swarm. Lu Qingzhe lingers, unsure, her eyes locked on Yi He. Noticing her hesitation, he calls her name, and she startles slightly before giving a small, trusting smile. She tells him to rely more on his team instead of carrying everything alone. Yi He turns and walks toward the hidden base beneath the Jinshan temple. Inside, the mad scientist greets him with deep respect. Yi He cuts him off coldly, ordering him to prepare for battle. He steps into a dark pit filled with heaps of failed biochemical bodies. The doctor explains that all the artificial beings once defeated have been gathered here. Our boy is aware of this, pleased with the number, and shouts powerfully. His body erupts in thick black smoke as a giant skull forms behind him, glowing with energy. He suppresses the lightning within him to avoid harming the bodies nearby. From the smoke, a massive figure begins to form, tearing open its chest to reveal a huge beating heart. Blood gushes out, pouring into the pit and soaking the dead bodies. Their eyes flicker with life as their flesh starts to heal. Yi He watches as they transform into a resurrected army. Their eyes glow red, filled with rage and power. He orders the doctor to use the vampire virus to awaken them and enhance their strength. Each will be able to transform into a giant immortal soldier bound to his command. The doctor works quickly, controlling a swarm of tiny mechanical mosquitoes carrying vampire blood. They scatter toward Lingshui County, entering every home. Yi He smirks, saying that the warmth they bring is his own. He then orders the doctor to restore the Great Buddha mechanical armor, even if only partially, to make it usable again. The doctor laughs and agrees without question. Satisfied, Yi He lifts his hand with a cold smile and says that everything on their side is going as planned. Now he wants to see how Tiangu Jianglin will respond. Meanwhile, another force moves toward Lingshui County. A convoy speeds down the highway, marked with the emblem of Tiangu Jianglin, the ancient sect that rose when the secret realms first opened. Their leader, a mysterious pope, once gained immense power from those ruins. He used the artifact Divine Embryo, a dark relic that consumes body and soul, to build his cult into a growing empire. Their belief is that Divine Embryo will become a vessel for the divine and lead humanity into false salvation. The bishop's cold voice echoes as he says this land will soon belong to their faith. As the vehicles pass the fertile plains, his eyes burn with greed and conviction. These cultists may lack refined martial skill, but their dark methods are unmatched. They believe that through sacrifice and blood, Divine Embryo will awaken, and the divine realm will descend upon the mortal world. The dreadful moment is now drawing near. Inside, a bishop speaks solemnly about the land ahead, where their great patriarch once unleashed a divine calamity 4 years ago. A deputy bishop in a red robe, overcome with emotion, replies that the patriarch devoted everything to the divine church before being assassinated by the foolish Long Jew. He died without ever seeing the calamity he created take shape. Another deputy lowers his head, mourning that a man so faithful and pure could not even keep a single bone in the end, calling it a cruel injustice. The bishop at the front clenches his teeth, his eyes burning with fury. He vows that the patriarch's sacrifice will not be wasted, and that the world must not remain in the hands of fools dragging it toward ruin. His anger builds until he shouts wildly, filling the cabin with his voice. The followers around him tremble and shout in unison that the gods are descending and salvation is near. Their frenzy grows as they chant, their eyes wide and hollow, repeating that heaven will come to earth and that they must fight for their god. By the next night, the moon hangs high with an eerie light. 2 dark holes stare down like the eyes of a demon, smoke curling around them, and the cracks beneath form a twisted smile. As the convoy reaches the edge of the human ladder in Lingshui County, the bishop steps out, his excitement boiling over. He speaks to himself about continuing the divine legacy, removing his hood with pride. Smiling broadly, he recalls that only 2 divine beings had ever been successfully born before, each one causing global chaos with storms, tsunamis, and eruptions that wiped out millions. He remembers the second descent on the Australian continent, where everything vanished into a sea of mist and became known as the Dark Forest Sea, forbidden forever. He lifts his frail hand and cuts his palm, letting blood drip onto a huge demon stone. The blood reacts violently, and waves of dark energy spread outward, forming a massive circle around him. The bishop murmurs that their cult will now welcome a third god. His followers begin to chant, and the ground transforms into a burning ritual field. When the preparation ends, he climbs the human ladder, eyes fixed on the glowing moon, whispering blood spells as he steps on the motionless bodies below. Eventually, he reaches a massive closed gate and bows deeply. His hand, covered in blood, touches a corpse at his feet, and strands of red energy crawl out across the ground. He smiles and offers his blood to the dark power before him. As the gate opens, a blinding white light bursts out, and a voice from deep inside commands him to step forward. He obeys without hesitation, walking slowly through the light until he reaches a silver altar holding a platinum coffin carved with holy symbols. His eyes fix on it as he mumbles in awe. Inside lies the god of plague, sealed there years ago after draining the life from the people of Lingshui County. Now the time of awakening has come. The believers chant faster and louder as blood drips from their hands, filling the air with a heavy scent. The bishop raises his voice and declares that the moment to welcome their deity has arrived. The air vibrates as a powerful energy descends. The cult leader himself appears, walking slowly down the human steps, carrying the platinum coffin as if it were a sacred burden. The followers shout with devotion, while he places the coffin at the center of the ritual circle. Standing tall, he raises his arms toward the glowing moon and calls for its power to descend upon him. As the clock in Lingshui County strikes midnight, the sound of 3 bells echoes across the land. The name Yuyen Boros thunders through the air, and the entire county trembles. Souls begin to rise from the bodies of every resident, glowing pale white as they float upward like a swarm of lights. Their lifeless bodies collapse, drained of vitality. The souls gather into thick clouds, forming a vast current that rushes toward the divine light. Then a deafening roar shakes the sky, filling every mind with raw power. Half the glowing souls suddenly turn blue, as if their purity has been tainted. They spin around and rush straight toward the bishop. Panic flashes across his face as he trembles, realizing the ritual has been corrupted. He mutters that the souls have been defiled by the strange roar, and that someone is interfering. Still, the ritual cannot be stopped, and the corrupted spirits pour into the platinum coffin like a raging tide. The bishop screams in frustration as the unclean energy taints the god they have tried to awaken. In that instant, a dark figure appears beside him. It is Yi He, standing calmly with a sharp, cold smile. He says he has been waiting for this moment all along. The bishop turns in shock, his mind blank, unable to comprehend what is happening. Yi He's eyes flash with lightning as a powerful aura fills the space around him. His weapon roars to life, glowing red as faint symbols pulse along its edge. A bright slash cuts through the air, slicing across the bishop's throat in an instant. Yi He charges forward, his blade sweeping through the air in 3 rapid strikes that blend blood and light. The power of his attack distorts the world itself as time seems to split. The bishop collapses before he can breathe his last word. The dark energy around Yi He burns so fiercely that even the shadows recoil. He tilts his head slightly, a faint grin forming as he says with calm finality that what stands before them now is a demon. The pastor gasps for breath, blood spilling from his mouth as his body trembles between life and death. He tries to utter a few last words but can barely speak. Yi He frowns, annoyed that the man is still alive, and swings his blade once again and the strike cuts clean. Standing over the body, he shakes his head, muttering that his opponent was far too weak. That's when from the shadows, a calm voice calls out. Yi He turns sharply, realizing he killed the wrong man. The real bishop steps forward, calm and composed. Removing his hood, his bald head gleams under the moonlight. Introducing himself as Lin Qi, the highest leader of the Xia Kingdom's divine church, he casually mentions that the man Yi he just cut down was only his deputy. He laughs lightly, explaining that in his line of work it's smart to use stand-ins. Yi He clenches his blade, furious. Without another word, he charges forward, striking fast and hard. Lin Qi raises his hand, blocking the attack with an eerie calm. Black energy bursts from his palm, forming dark chains that wrap around Yi He like steel wires, locking him in place. The chains tighten until it feels like every bone in his body is being crushed. Gritting his teeth, Yi He breaks free, summoning his power. A massive rose-shaped spirit appears behind him, radiating violent energy that tears through the darkness. For the first time, Lin Qi looks surprised, staring at the spirit behind Yi He. He asks if Yi He also practices divine arts, but blue lightning already crackles from Yi He's hands, filling the air with light. He sneers that he just wants to end this fight and leave this cursed place. Thunder explodes around him, his body tightening with raw strength. He punches forward, the lightning forming into a dragon that slams straight into Lin Qi. The impact shakes the ground, and Lin Qi is thrown through debris and smoke. When the dust settles, Lin Qi still stands. His body is battered, but dark energy twists around him, mending his broken arm. He lifts his head, calm and arrogant, declaring himself blessed by the gods. Yi He narrows his eyes, muttering that this fight is going to be a pain. Lin Qi begins to chant in a low voice. With each phrase, the cultists around them gather again, surrounding Yi He. Their eyes are wild, their expressions empty. Without hesitation, they raise their blades and stab themselves, blood spraying across the ground. The air thickens with the smell of iron. Yi He watches, disgusted, calling it a pathetic display. But before he can move, he feels something cold crawling through the air. A sound echoes around them like wood cracking. Then a bloody hand bursts through the chest of one of the cultists. The skin rips apart as a twisted creature crawls out. Not human, not demon. Something worse. One by one, the dead bodies split open, releasing more of these creatures. Their horns curve like hooks and their teeth glint like blades. They crawl forward, leaving trails of blood as the ritual completes. Yi He doesn't flinch. He smirks and mutters coldly that these so-called gods are nothing more than monsters pretending to be divine. Yi He raises a hand to cover half his face, observing calmly. He mocks the cultists for offering their bodies to summon demons without care, letting out a short laugh. The summoned creatures reveal their true forms, twisted and bloodthirsty, locking onto him. Blue lightning erupts in the sky, intertwining into currents as Yi He announces that he is unleashing his own forces. The small lizards transform into massive giants, over 10 meters tall, roaring as they surge toward him. The demons charge, but Yi He's giants crush them instantly, turning their bodies to pulp before they can strike. More giants flood the battlefield, their footsteps shaking the ground. The deputy bishop, dressed in red, trembles as he watches. The church leader is dead, and now countless giants appear. He tries to use spiritual vision to locate the leader, but sees only Yi. He's standing by the coffin, targeting Tai. Despite shouting orders, nothing can reach him. Meanwhile, Lu Qingju and Su Ho descend from the sky in awakened states, confronting the deputy bishop. The pastor realizes all of them had planned ahead, assassinating the cult leader, deploying the giant army, and intercepting him, and understands the cult's mission is doomed. As cold air radiates from the coffin, he notes that the entity inside bears a grudge, connected to the position it lost. The system reports that Yi He has gained 5 special divine energy points, as part of the accumulated faith of the ritual, partially absorbed by Emotai to create a body for Noyat Yam. Yi He laughs at the revelation, steps closer, and opens the coffin with disdain, only to find it empty except for a luxurious interior. Confused and annoyed, he calls out, wondering why the deity hides. He summons his great blade, planting it firmly on the ground, and silence falls across the battlefield. The chaos of giants, demons, and battle fades as if the world now revolves only around him. Then a voice reaches him, and he turns to see a giant moon with a sinister smile, and Archbishop Lin Qi approaching, revealing that the moon and space were an illusion. Yi He recognizes him, narrowing his eyes while Lin Qi mocks him, asking if he knows when he fell into the dream. Elsewhere, Lu Qingju and Su Ho continue fighting the giant demon the deputy bishop summoned. The deputy bishop, realizing Yi He is alone, grows uneasy. He draws a jade-green blade and channels a deadly spell, intending to crush Yi He with a barrage of blood thorns, while taking advantage of Lu Qingju and Su Ho's focus on the demon. He rushes forward, shouting that the guilty will be punished by the gods. Su Ho notices the bishop heading straight for Yi He and reacts instantly. Channeling all his strength, he forms a massive tornado of ice and wind, compressing it into a storm sword capable of crushing mountains. He uses nearly all his energy to hold the giant, urging his teammates to act without hesitation. Lu Qingju spreads her wings, soaring over the ice wall and responding firmly. The demon swings its blazing battle axe, shattering Su Ho's ice barrier instantly, shaking the battlefield. Su Ho responds, sending sharp ice spikes flying through the demon's steel-like skin, tearing it apart. Dark energy swirls around him as he raises a hand, announcing that he channels the power of the ancient Huadu clan. Su Ho's body surges with energy from an ancient clan he once sealed, regenerating his wounds. His dragon horns grow longer, frost covers his reborn flesh, and his dragon eyes blaze. He channels the flame blood secret technique alongside his bloodline, risking a faster consumption of life for maximum power. His hands raise, gathering martial energy into a massive icy great sword, tens of meters long, shaking the surrounding space. He strikes with full force, aiming to destroy the demon before him. The creature braces, trying to unleash a massive flame, but Su Ho's attack overwhelms it. Ice and fire collide, spreading through the battlefield and shaking the surroundings. Despite the full strength of Su Ho's storm sword, the monster absorbs the energy with its own flames. The ice melts and fractures, leaving him exposed and exhausted. Just as he begins to falter, a sharp projectile pierces the demon from behind, dealing critical damage and finishing it. Su Ho collapses, drained, barely able to breathe. He looks toward his unexpected ally, Dr. Dine, who fired the rounds, realizing the kid he had underestimated hides extraordinary potential. Dr. Dine notes Su Ho's advancement toward martial disciple level, while Lu Qingju demonstrates equal talent, both carrying the promise of the master's chosen team. A swarm of drones appears, heading toward Su Ho, while the deputy bishop attempts to flee. The bishop notices the youth's strength and disguises, questioning their identities, as Su Ho and Lu Qingju move forward confidently. Lu Qingju spreads her wings, soaring over the battlefield, while Su Ho carries the slain demon's head, his steps and presence commanding attention. The moon deity intervenes, dropping 6 massive coffins containing undead martial artists. The coffins strike the ground and open, revealing identical undead figures exuding martial-level energy. Some are familiar faces from the university's second team, now turned into controlled corpses. The vice bishop grows frantic, realizing the threat they pose to his divine fetus. The undead begin advancing, and Dr. Dine commands his Titan squad to intercept them, buying time for Lu Qingju. The Titans are strong but fragile compared to martial-level zombies, who tear through them effortlessly. Lu Qingju seizes the moment to fly toward Yi He. She pushes herself against the wind, sustaining injuries but refusing to fall, driven solely by the need to reach him. The vice bishop panics, redirecting his forces to stop her, but she pushes through, evading attacks and finally reaching Yi He. Exhausted, she collapses into his arms, finding refuge. Her body shakes from fatigue, but her spirit stabilizes as she rests against him, a moment of calm amidst the battlefield's chaos. After destroying the bloodthorns, Lu Qingju holds Yi He tightly, suppressing the pain in her injured arm. She burns a small amount of her inner energy to counteract the poisonous blood and keeps moving. From above, she sees the giant mutants created by Yi. He's lying in pools of blood, trampled and annihilated. Among them, 6 bodies stir, their eyes opening with predatory intent, sending a chilling aura toward her. Recognizing the danger, she tries to resist the overwhelming presence pressing on her mind, refusing to surrender, spreading her wings to create a shockwave of resistance. The force strikes her physically and mentally, assaulting her spirit, causing intense pain, yet she clings to Yi He, determined to protect him. Her strength wanes as she falls into darkness, still holding Yi He as they descend. Below, 6 monstrous figures wait with elongated, twisted necks and spiked heads to impale them. Just before impact, Yi He awakens, freezing time and halting the spikes. Qinshi regains consciousness, supported by Yi He's shoulder. He reassures her, and she relaxes, letting herself lean completely into his embrace, exhausted but safe. The deputy bishop, enraged, tries to act, commanding 7 martial masters to attack. Yi He quietly channels his power, teleporting Qingju to safety, while confronting the remaining threats alone. In Titan form, he crushes the martial-level undead, moving with overwhelming force, leaving a trail of destruction. The vice bishop experiences hallucinations of repeated death, driven to despair as Yi He's presence dominates the battlefield. His mind and body break under the pressure, leaving him weak and terrified. Yi He continues his assault, towering as a titan, annihilating all martial-level enemies with crushing strikes. Below, the battlefield is a wasteland of flesh and blood, as his power leaves no room for opposition. Suddenly, the moonlight intensifies, revealing a new figure descending from above. This supreme leader, cloaked in silver moonlight, stands motionless, emanating a terrifying and divine aura. His hair is long and white, his features cold and sharp, and his gaze meets Yi. He's with an unshakable presence, conveying acknowledgement and dominance. Though he shows no chi fluctuations, his aura radiates absolute power, suggesting he is the source of all the mutations and chaos in Lingshui County. Yi He recognizes the threat but faces it with defiance, prepared to challenge the figure beneath the distorted moon, understanding that this encounter may define the outcome of the conflict. A mysterious deity emerges from the moon, and it seems like she is the moon deity. Yi He lifts through a void where the city has vanished, replaced by silver light like standing on the moon. The air shifts, and although he senses cold, he realizes this is a mental realm, not bound by physical laws. Unlike illusions, harm here is real, and he lacks his invincible golden body. Silver Moon Deity reaches the final step, hovering above like a god. He acknowledges Yi He's exceptional talent and claims that part of his divine essence has been stolen, making Yi He a potential vessel. The Silver Moon Deity promises to elevate Yi He from mortal to god, offering a partnership to rule together. Yi He refuses, maintaining disdain, declaring that gods exploit the weak and rely on threats when stripped of true power. The Silver Moon Deity remains composed, explaining that even minimal affinity with a mortal is enough to destroy him. He unleashes a surge of black and silver energy, trapping Yi He's body and soul in silver light. Yi He feels the vast gap between God and man as his supergiant body shatters, leaving only a skeletal form suspended in the void. Despite the assault, Yi He's consciousness survives, protected by a talisman controlling his spiritual essence. He anticipated the god's attack, setting a trap using the resurrection energy of the Vampire Queen. The Silver Moon Deity realizes he cannot touch Yi He's soul, enraged, as the mental realm cracks. A colossal blade descends from above, slicing through the void, and the realm collapses. From the breach emerges Chief of the Longquei Division, National Grandmaster Azure Dragon, wrapped in white bandages, blue hair fluttering, wielding a glowing greatsword. Yi He observes silently, satisfied as his plan succeeds, and the divine power he sought can now be seized. The Silver Moon Deity is shocked, questioning whether a human can possess such strength. Grandmaster scrutinizes Yi He, noting chaotic energy and impure form, likening him to the first demon hybrid. A Silver Moon Deity strikes, seizing Yi He, but the attack fails, and Yi He is flung away. Only Silver Moon Deity and Grandmaster remain, facing each other. Grandmaster gathers divine consciousness, channeling overwhelming power. As he descends, Silver Moon Deity braces, expanding the moonlight and flooding Lingshui County. The combined energies crack space, manifesting as a dragon in the sky. Grandmaster charges into the moonlight pillar, ready to confront the godlike entity and restore balance. On the other side, the sky and earth are upheaved as light and thunder intertwine. Yi He is thrown through mountains by Moon Deity, landing far from Lingshui County, wrapped in a protective sphere. The The forest is devastated, trees destroyed by the impact, and Yi-hee emerges pale but alive. He scans the area and finds no trace of the county, realizing the battle likely flattened the region. As Yi-hee contemplates, the system panel appears, displaying a moon seal curse mark linked to the Master of the Moon and nightmares. He understands the danger but also sees an opportunity. He studies the system interface, identifying divine attributes and their effects, particularly those related to the moon in dreams. He begins allocating points, upgrading his abilities and templates, including the vampire bloodline, moon demon bloodline, and powers that enhance under moonlight. Each upgrade amplifies his combat potential, transforming him into a war god under the full moon while remaining relatively inactive during the day. Yi-hee tests his strength, striking with explosive force that gouges the ground and scatters wildlife. He observes his improved muscles, reflexes, and nervous system processing speed, acknowledging the full effect of his lunar curse. He notes that he is a key figure in the unfolding events and anticipates the Dragonclaw's interest. He plans to contact Hua University for support, recognizing the importance of allies and resources. He activates bat wings and departs. At Hua University, everything appears peaceful. Yi-hee meets Principal Shi Jinwen, who welcomes him and commends the squad for completing the Lingshui County mission. The principal assures him that the mission will be publicly presented as Level 4 to avoid shocking others, while internally, the squad receives Level 5 rewards. Yi-hee nods outwardly but suspects the principal may know about his manipulations. Later, Yi-hee reviews images of the Lingshui County disaster sent by Dr. Madman, confirming that a massive explosion has destroyed the area and left few survivors. He recalls Moon Deity's words about the moon attack and feels the severity of high-level martial arts threats. Yi-hee reflects on the need for caution, remembering that the Grandmaster can help seal the Moonmark curse. As he waits, the Grandmaster arrives severely injured, his body bandaged and radiating a heavy aura, revealing the toll of the battle and signaling the ongoing danger in the martial world. In the reception room, Azure admits to his injuries, the frost damage he sustained from fighting the moon demon. Despite his wounds, he managed to claim victory. As he speaks, our bro giggles softly, finding it unexpectedly adorable that the usually stoic Azure Dragon is explaining himself. Then, Azure Dragon drops his cloak and begins with helping our boy seal the gaze. Since Principal Shi already discussed our guy's condition with him, he decides to spill some classified secrets. He reveals that the monsters once used to be as smart as humans. Casually, he mentions that he was the only survivor of an A-class ruin excavation, but he didn't leave unscathed. He was cursed. The curse mutated his body and slowly eroded his sanity, turning him into a beast. With no one able to help, he chose to enter an S-class realm, planning to die alone. What he didn't see coming was a massive sea storm which took him forcefully to an uncharted island, where no human has gone before. He puts the stop at his jaw-dropping lore as the rest is dangerous to be revealed. As he unwraps his bandages, strange scars and glowing runes cover his body. He admits that an unknown entity on that island halted his beatification. When our protagonist sees the runes, a hellish vision grips him, his body trembles, and blood trickles from his eyes. But Azure Dragon finds it strange, because even a martial artist would suffer extreme brain damage with a glimpse at his runes, yet our protagonist only bled a little. He hopes that Yi-hee can change the situation, since the principal has never been wrong when it comes to judgment. He follows up to imprint 2 runes into his mind, so he can have a good amount of sleep. The system displays that one may encounter the Master of the Moon and nightmares under moonlight or in dreams. After he's done imprinting, Ye-hee thanks him and confirms if his teacher is Gong Kei. He makes it clear that he has no problem with her. He mentioned her only because she was once destined to become a legendary martial artist before her brain injury cut that path short. Then Azure wonders if they could spar, and our bro isn't the one to hold back. He agrees to it, but under the moonlight. The next thing, the opponents stand in an arena. Azure Dragon urges him to strike first, saying he will only defend using one hand using only his physical power. His challenge is to move him half a step at the very least. If he's successful, he will earn 1 free request for his aid. The second prize being direct admission into Longquay Division 1st Department. The fight begins and our boy unleashes his flaring aura. Azure Dragon is a bit surprised to see that because it's somewhat similar to the moon's demon. He is doubtful, but in that while our guy lands his first strike. Azure Dragon is shaken as he's a dense killing intent. Gongka sees from somewhere, unable to decipher how could our guy figure out such a killing intent just with 3 days outside. In a hotel elsewhere, Sword Manor is with a girl, who wonders what got him distracted from her in the sheets. He admits that he sensed a heavy killing aura. He's sure that the university campus felt the surge of it too, though he dismissed it as mere showmanship. The attack obliterates the entire area around Azure Dragon, but what our boy notices is Azure's punch is really simplified compared to his Ashura 3 blades. He realizes Azure deliberately avoided exploiting his weak points. Instead, the dragon chose to meet him head-on, power against power, as if challenging him openly. The thought makes Yi-hee's heart race. It feels raw, almost confrontational. As he's immersed in his thoughts, Azure Dragon gets ready to throw in another punch, military fist. The impact is fast and brutal, sending our boy flying into the air. Azure realizes he's screwed if he lets Yi die and rushes to hold him before he falls to the ground. When he holds our guy, he wakes up, blushing that he won as Azure moved more than a step. He fooled him, and Azure can't help but admire his sharp thinking skills. So, he asks what he wants to, which he keeps the promise pending. Then, Azure admires his killing intent, but urges to exercise his body more to utilize it better. Nervously, our guy admits that he hasn't even used the Demon Emperor template yet. Azure still sticks to his point. Our hero needs a physically strong teacher to serve as a guide for him. Yi agrees to look for a teacher, but Azure secretly wants to take that role himself. He's torn between asking to make Yi his disciple or waiting for our hero to come to him. Then, he hands him over a badge containing a top-level body cultivation technique. It is considered a national treasure-level martial art of a Western country. He gives it with the purpose of he mastering it soon with staying determined towards his practice and studies. Azure Dragon knows that this technique is tough to cultivate, and the reason being this martial spirit space from the West doesn't recognize Easterners. This is why he has to wait to reach the Grandmaster realm, and he'll obtain the martial spirit space by force and get the inheritance. Since the technique is difficult, Yi will come to him by himself, and that's how he can make him his disciple. Later, at Yi's dorm, our boy takes a shower while he thinks that he barely spent any time in his room. While he's looking at martial art techniques, someone rings at his door. When he opens the door, he finds Ouyang-ze standing outside. Yi lets him in, hoping he's not here to recruit him into his club again. Suddenly, Ouyang-ze drops to his knees, begging the protagonist to become the president of the Dragon Blood Club. Our guy wonders, since when did this dude become such a loser? But he can't brush off the thought. How did he know that he was back at the dorm? Ouyang-ze admits a guy saw him come back, and that infuriates our bro, dragging Ouyang-ze for practice. A while later, Ouyang-ze is seen with a swollen face. The hero asks what's been going on with the club, and the dude admits that the club is failing, and unless they give some exceptional contribution, the university will cut off the funding. The Dragon Blood Club started off pretty nicely, getting sponsorships, which attracted many students to join. The beginning was virtuous, until it was suppressed by the student union composed of local Hua City people. It happened all because of Xiang Zhuang's leadership. The investors pulled back, commercial value declined, and the company's welfare channels were closed. Seeing the club fail, members began to leave, which made it harder to recruit new ones. Now the Dragon Blood Club is in crisis. Yi realizes that the club lost Xiang Zhuang, and everything started falling apart afterward. To suppress Xiang Zhuang, they can't rely on the seniors. They need someone from their own grade, and the only person who fits all the requirements is Yi. Our guy agrees, though he knows Ouyang's true intention is to have him protect the Dragon Blood Club's assets. So, he urges Ouyang to get straight to the point. Ouyang-ze explains the Daxia Recovery Plan, a national operation aiming to rally martial artists from across the country to reclaim the 12 cities and surrounding regions completely overrun by monsters. He adds that other universities will also participate, with their own school taking the lead. Under Yi's guidance, the Dragon Blood Club will follow official orders. However, Yi's immediate concern is to remove the surveillance cameras, and Ouyang obeys without question. As Ouyang-ze leaves, Yi realizes how big of a help he has been, and also notices he has great skills when it comes down to business. With his help, he can actually make the club go higher, raising the award template for the future. He then decides to master both of the martial arts templates. On the other hand, Xinchen calls Yan by his name, wondering what's taking Ouyang so long. Yan is deeply offended but also a bit worried because Xinchen is extremely provocative. Yan still informs them that the vice president and the real president will be here soon. Hearing that, Xinchen gets worried if Yi is the president he's talking about. He urges Yan to let it go because he thinks Ouyang-ze has no chance of a comeback against Zhuang. Backing off is the sanest option they have right now. The girl on the side agrees with Xinchen too. Yan wonders what they plan to do. Quickly enough, Xinchen mentions the Zhou family, and the eldest son of it, Zhou Kai, has promised to give them a good life. So he finds this option better than waiting for Zhuang to liquidate the club. The other members start to agree with him. Sure enough, he won't show up. Turns out, the people agreeing with him are actors, bribed heavily beforehand. A curly-haired guy walks in. It's Kai, and he wonders why it's taking so long for Xinchen to deal with Yan. When Yan looks at Kai, he screams at him. How did he even make his way in? Kai simply says that they fought their way in, and he will be sure to compensate for the loss he caused. Upon hearing this, he is about to hit Kai with a powerful punch, but it gets halted by a woman. He soon realizes that the woman is no ordinary woman. Then, the sponge-headed dude, Kai, orders the club to beat Yan up for his loyalty towards the club. According to him, he's of no use if he can't follow the orders. As the others move to attack, Yi He suddenly appears, having rushed over after hearing the commotion from the lower floor. In one swift motion, he grabs Kai by his curly hair and yanks him backward. Then, with effortless strength, he throws both Kai and the woman out the window. After kicking out Kai and his assistant, he turns to the people behind him. One of them stutters, begging for another chance as he admits that he was blinded by greed. He knows that if he gets kicked out of Dragon Blood as well, there's no place for him in the Hua City group. Ouyang walks forward and informs them that they won't be expelled, but their actions will be kept under strict surveillance. They are also suspended from all activities of the Dragon Blood Club for the week. Our hero looks angrily at the officers, and they accept their punishment. Later, the main officials sit down to discuss the club's investment and financial issues. Ouyang Ze suggests that Daxia recovery could potentially put them in the spotlight, but our guy proposes a more direct solution, defeating the threat of the Dragon Blood Club, Jiang Zhuang. To his disappointment, Ouyang Ze informs him that Jiang Zhuang has entered seclusion to break through to the martial master realm. That news makes him frown, but he quickly comes up with another plan. If he challenges the top experts of the entire university, he can attract more hype, and in turn, more investment. He then inquires about the first Longquay division. Yen explains that it is the strongest martial organization in Daxia. Members of other Longquay divisions are known as Longquay agents, while the first division members are called aces. His determination shows how badly he wants to join it. Yan admits that the first division is only for the strongest. Every year, fewer than 3 imperial graduates are admitted, making it a place all martial artists yearn for. This gives our boy an idea. He orders the Dragon Blood Club's media team to start spreading the word. He gets up and announces, as the president of the Dragon Blood Club and current ace of the Longquay First Division, he issues a challenge to all martial artists below the rank of Grand Martial Master in Hua University. He turns to the officers, wondering if the hype is big enough. Yan can't believe it, considering our boy hasn't even graduated. Yihe explains that he was directly recruited and didn't need to take any test. Ouyang wonders if he's joking, but our boy clarifies that he received the position the night before and that the documents will arrive in 2 days. Yihe thinks to himself that ordinary martial masters can be crushed easily, but the talented ones might take some effort. If our hero wants to fight a Grand Martial Master, he would have to use his time stop ability, but that relies on the element of surprise, and showing it off just for investment isn't a wise move. Ouyang quickly contacts the media team, and soon the news spreads everywhere. Nobody really knows our boy, so gossip runs wild. Many call him arrogant for being a freshman challenging others. When the news breaks that he joined the First Division without taking any entrance exam, people start to wonder if the officials were simply charmed by his smile. After all, 99% of applicants fail. Most students are convinced that he used shady methods to become an ace. Meanwhile, the media campaign runs rampant, dividing people into factions. Some believe he's just a show-off, while others think he truly has the talent to be directly appointed without a test. His live broadcast gains massive attention, skyrocketing the club's popularity and investment flow. From a hospital ward, the beaten-up Kai watches the news, thinking this challenge is a death trap. Still, he's excited. There's a chance his rival might get killed. Finally, the day of the challenge arrives. Our hero makes a grand entrance from a helicopter, leaving the crowd mesmerized. The crowd goes wild when Yi-He stands in the center of the ring, quietly taking all the cheers and criticism as well. Casually, our boy waits for the first opponent. At the side, Long Tao realizes that this freshman knows how to hype himself up. The man beside this long-faced guy wonders aloud if he'd be going up. That Long Tao guy folds his arms, ready to ride this wave of exposure. Running towards the MC, Long Tao thinks to himself as an internet celebrity, there's no way he can miss the chance to not grab his sky-high traffic. Also, he believes that the first challenger never loses, so if he wins, he'd be famous overnight. Additionally, even if he loses and someone else beats Yi-He, he plans to step up later and claim that he is the one who exhausted our boy. Thinking all this, Long Tao moves forward. His body is covered in smoke as he yells and announces that he is a martial master of Second Dan. The entire arena shook as both the guys came face to face, but the fight didn't even last 10 seconds, since this big mouth got knocked out by a single kick on his face as he leaped to attack our guy. Right then, from behind, Lao Ying soars higher into the air and lunges forward towards our boy, all ready with her weapon to attack him. Everyone immediately recognized her. She is only a Martial Master 5th Dan, and has a record of defeating 3 Martial Master 7th Dan students by herself. Her presence here is kind of odd, as she is a top figure in the entire second year, so everyone wonders if she is even a match for Yi-He. No matter what the case is, at least she is stronger and more skilled than that so-called influencer Long Tao. As Yao Ling's spear's tip swept down, our boy focused the energy into his palm. Before attacking her, Yi-He lets her know that her blade's purity is way too low. With that, the energy summoned by our boy literally cleaves the spear into 2. Just like that, all the rest of the opponents come at Yi-He at once declares that he is pretty busy and has to wind up hurriedly. Seeing his arrogance, the opponents charge forward, but with precise and skilled movement, the protagonist handles them all. Some were severely wounded, while some were licked flying the moment they came near. Others have their weapons smashed into pieces. At the hospital, Jokai trembles watching all this. He doesn't understand who to send in order to take revenge, because at this rate everyone will get admitted to the hospital. Perhaps his elder brother, Jo Yanting, can handle this very efficiently, but he is a stubborn blockhead who only recognizes reason. So he won't be doing shit to protect his little brother. However, right then, this guy smirks as an idea pops up in his head. Back at the battleground, the guys lying on the ground, all wounded, are ashamed, knowing that this is going to be a highlight on the school's pillar of shame, and whenever someone mentions Yi He, they all will be reminded of this embarrassment. Abruptly, footsteps echoed in the arena, and the whole audience went wild, because Yanging had stepped in. A 9th Dan martial master expert who was in seclusion had come here. This guy is no ordinary martial master. As he has recultivated his realm of perfection, he can even fight and defeat ordinary grand martial masters. Everyone is excited as Jo Yanting inherited the powerful sun-blaze blood of his family. He is so strong that he once couldn't control it and would catch fire, so the family gave him a special suit and training to keep it stable. Stepping forward, the guy very respectfully acknowledges that his brother caused trouble at Yi He's association, so his family will be compensating for all the losses. The protagonist could easily figure out that Yanting is not here for revenge and doesn't even look like a belligerent person, so his arrival here doesn't really make sense. This guy admits that he is indeed not here for revenge for his little brother, but for the Zhou family's reputation. He understands that the little brother was at fault, but Yi He insulting Yanting's family is unacceptable. Hearing this, Yi He scoffs, realizing that jerks will always add their own spin and slander. However, this guy demands that our boy kneel and apologize. Having said that, the MC challenges this guy to make him apologize if he really has the ability. The next moment, their fists meet, and an explosion of energy rings out as light surrounds the whole area. They both unleash powerful punches, their equal strength making everything and everyone shiver. Yanting roars in anger as he throws his full force into a forward charge, while our boy calmly counterattacks. At this moment, Yi He notices that his enemy's nano-battlesuit has receded, and the temperature is rising out of nowhere. The whole crowd understands that this is the power of the Sunblaze blood, and Yi He is literally doomed. The whole crowd's eyes are fixed on the match between Yi He and Yanting. Both the guys are equally strong, which makes the atmosphere very tense, as they are on an entirely different level from Long Tao and Yao Ling. The arena floor has split open as two streams of energy, one nuclear and the other fire, collide with each other. Witnessing this, everyone understands why Yanting is no joke, as he is the only one who is lasting against Yi He. At this moment, our boy unleashes an unexpected move as he transforms into his monster template form, which distracts Yanting. Taking this as an opportunity, Yi He launches a powerful punch, which sends Yanting flying. Catching the sight of this, even the little kids are rooting for their favorite warriors. Gasping and wounded, Yanting wonders how Longquei recruited someone like this, as he finds our MC's attack style barbaric. For a brief moment, he freezes, questioning his own senses as he realizes that Ye Hai is growing bigger. Yi He, standing calm, suggests his enemy be more confident because he indeed is getting bigger. Rather than releasing the humanoid power all at once to form a body outside, he is using the vampire's superior control over its own flesh and blood to slowly release the humanoid power inside his body. In that instant, he transforms into a gigantic form and sends a massive fist crashing down on Yanting. Using this technique, he has gained immense speed and nerve reaction capabilities. Additionally, he increased his physical quality by several times every second. The ground-trembling punch leaves Yanting unable to defend himself, forced brutally onto the arena floor, which splits open. This power makes Yanting realize that this guy is way too terrifying. He always thought that his own bloodline was monstrous, but compared to Yi He, it is nothing. Yanting's bones can literally no longer withstand our boy's power, and it seems that he will need to recultivate once again. However, right now he needs to get out of this situation. He dodges the powerful punch, leaps into the air, and changes tactics, relying on speed instead of strength, though Yi He wouldn't let him go and turned in the direction of his opponent. At this rate, Yanting is furious. Immediately, his body tenses and a blaze erupts and engulfs his entire body. Witnessing this, everyone starts screaming, being thrilled as this heat energy is literally changing the whole atmosphere. This move of Yanting can literally kill our boy, but who can stop an angry bull? There are energy spheres of this blazing fire, and Blazing King tackles these with his blazing sun demon hand. These spheres have literally surrounded the Godzilla-like body of our boy. Still, Yi He is not scared because he plans to use him to test his newly researched, self-created martial skill. With that, Yi He unleashes his ultimate move, the heaven-bombing dragon cannon. At that moment, a giant fireball fell from above, and he raised his hand, which turned into a Godzilla-like mouth, releasing a powerful beam of nuclear energy that swallowed the fireball. Yanting is left speechless as he realizes that he is going to die. At this moment, after going berserk, Yi He comes back to his original form, scratching his head as a figure appears in front of him, reminding him that he has gone too far this time. The principal descended, arriving in time to rescue Yanting. The oldie was on his way to see this amazing fight but ends up finding all of this. Chuckling foolishly, Yi He states it can't be helped. Without the principal on stage, the tournament feels less important, so he asks the principal to help him just this once. Sighing, the principal realizes that Yi He was messing with his teacher Gong Kei, who always called him dull. Thus, now he decides to personally support his tournament and announces if anyone still wants to challenge Yi He. Witnessing all this destruction and the protagonist's powers, no one even dares to say a word, and just like that, the principal declares our boy as a winner. Yi He stands proudly as the announcement echoed through the arena, declaring Yi He the winner, who has single-handedly challenged all the martial masters of the school, an event that will forever make his name legendary at Imperial University. Following Yi He's title-defending victory over Zhou, and the Hua University principal declaring him a legend, he has already become a sensation on the internet, the proudest top scholar of Ancheng. On the other hand, people are still dumbfounded by the Imperial University principal Shi Jingwen's intervention in Yi He's matter and his endorsement of a private event. And because of that, the top scorer's name has entered the field of vision of countless organizations and forces. His identity involves a top-level secret of Longquay, and the media doesn't want public opinion targeting him. Meanwhile, at the dorm, the top scorer is informed that the golden gene he hid in Anqing has been recovered. His right-hand man has a method to open it. After all, he was one of the main engineers of the project. However, the container he found has a built-in transmitter. Once opened, it will attach a tracking electronic shock device to whoever handles it, and the Laserbird headquarters will hunt them down. Fortunately, he has already begun acquiring materials to build a shielding room, though completing it could take up to half a month. Cracking the complex mathematical password built into the container will also require at least half a month. Yi He has just reviewed the Mad Doctor's memories and discovered that Prometheus had a close relationship with the heavenly kingdom of God's descent. Back then, Prometheus used its vast resources to secretly cultivate a demon fetus for the heavenly kingdom of God's descent. But when the demon fetus was almost fully cultivated, Prometheus betrayed them. During the long incubation period, those crazy scientists secretly introduced numerous additional substances into the demon fetus, which caused the otherworldly demon to be particularly weak when it descended. In the end, Prometheus successfully captured the first living otherworldly demon, and then methodically dismembered it, organ by organ, for experimentation. With a living otherworldly demon as research material, whose level of existence far surpassed all life forms on Blue Star, Prometheus advanced in the field of biological science. This eventually led to several breakthroughs derived from the otherworldly demon's body. One great example is Project Eden. In this project, the madmen of Prometheus planned to create a god on Earth with their own hands. This man-made god was not only meant to protect Blue Star from the invasion of the secret realm and the descent of otherworldly demon gods, but was also meant to abolish the existing national and ethnic systems on Blue Star, integrate all human beings, and use his brain, which is above any organization or collective, to allocate all the resources on Blue Star, to achieve absolute fairness and turn Blue Star into the Garden of Eden in mythology. There was also Project Fireseed, which aimed to change the genes of all human beings and achieve a leap in the life of the race. This was the predecessor of the Laserbird Golden Gene Project. Since Yi He accidentally mentioned the term gene lock, he was even mistaken for having a relationship with Prometheus. He had a gut feeling that sooner or later he would be drawn into the vortex related to Prometheus. He then suddenly remembered that he had been so busy helping Ouyang-Zhe that he hadn't had enough time to study the badge Qinglong gave him. But now that he finally has enough time, he prepares to practice the sleep cultivation method. Moments later, he opens his eyes to what seems to be a battleground where a war had happened not too long ago. He finds countless burning scorch marks on the ground, which surprisingly even the cold rain can't extinguish. The top scorer also sees some non-human claw marks. Soon after, the rain stops, and he contemplates whether he should take off the armor of the Westerners. He also can't freely use his strength in this martial rhythm space for now, and has to rely on the weapons of the soldiers for the time being. It is about time for the master of this martial rhythm, who is like a quest NPC, to arrive. Funny enough, the NPC he seems to be waiting quietly for attempts to evade him the moment its eyes land on him. The NPC, an old man, turns his face and tells him that he doesn't want to have any business with a robber like him, deep down shocked by his strength to hold back a carriage. When Yi He reacts as if he's clueless, the old man calls him out and reminds him that the martial artist with the azure hair who broke in back then also came for his family's inheritance. He deems his sons and grandsons useless, and he can only guard the family's honor in this martial rhythm space. He never thought for once that a martial artist with azure hair would forcibly break into the martial rhythm space after breaking through his realm, and in the end, learn the inheritance through the most direct violence. Because of that, he calls both Yi and the martial artist robbers. Seemingly annoyed, the top scorer says that he's not interested in the old man's grievances, but as a quest-giving NPC he can't just ditch his job. With that, he cuts the carriage into multiple pieces with his blade, just so that the NPC gives him the quest that he wants. Since the old man is the master of this martial arts space, the top scorer has him lead the way. The NPC admits that he has a bit more manners than the blue-haired martial artist, and further believes that if they continue to follow the spray marks, they will find the location of the trial. But to their surprise, the spray marks disappear at a certain point. Deep down, the NPC plans to trap the top scorer in this martial arts world forever. Since there are no footprints on the ground and the birds are hovering over them, he wonders if it went to space. Yihe's keen perception in noticing the key details that the old man thought were concealed well enough makes the old man acknowledge his talent. Without exception, flying creatures never build their nests in low-lying areas. They are currently on a vast plain, and they have to keep looking in the direction they are headed until they reach the highest point, which is their target. Wearing a smug expression on his face, the top scorer turns to the old man and asks if he can borrow his horse. Later, when he's mounted on the NPC's horse and seems to be headed toward the destination, the horse suddenly throws him off, indicating that they have arrived at the destination. However, to his surprise, when he glances at the sky, he finds a giant dragon, deducing that it could be the legendary nemesis of Demora, the star-destroying calamity. Before he even knows it, the enemy lunges at him. Coming out of the fire is the old man, who reminds the top scorer that he thinks of him as nothing more than a speck of dust, to be devoured by the wrath of the star-destroying calamity. Furthermore, he's sure he won't die. After all, he's the master of this space. This trial isn't about killing the multi-headed white dragon, but about finding a spiritual object guarded by various strange beasts in the snowy mountains, and then gaining the recognition of the multi-headed white dragon by offering sacrifices to it to obtain the inheritance. The old man witnessed the guy with the blue hair use his brutish strength to violently kill several dragons and seize the inheritance, and he believed that he might not be at the same level as that person, only to find him alive and standing on his feet. Looking at the old man, the top scorer explains that the reason he didn't get any power from the template after entering the martial arts space for the first time was due to the low compatibility. But now that the template's compatibility is gradually improving, its power is merging into his soul. This finally allows him to showcase the template's power in the martial arts space. Once the template is activated and he blends perfectly with the nemesis of Demora, the star-destroying calamity, the old man straight up lumps him into the same group as other monsters. Meanwhile, the 71% compatibility of Demora's circular power completely absorbs the power of the Colossus humanoid, achieving Demora's complete transformation. However, this terrifying power is limited. When the anthropomorphic power and nuclear energy are exhausted, it will exit the godlike form. But the good thing is, it can last for 2.5 minutes. Once he's done explaining, he takes a giant leap into the sky, only to fall back down and crush the Calamity Dragons. He decides to relive this battle in the 5-element space, and appears to have a clear advantage in the fight, despite the enemy's ability to fly. His main arsenal seems to be the ability to shoot long-distance attacks, which he throws at the Calamity Dragons, hoping to end them once and for all. Using an attack spell called Meteor Emperor Demora, Yi manages to crush through nearly all the Calamity Dragons, leaving only 3 alive. This reminds him of a certain 3-headed dragon. Though these 3 heads won't be saved either, he rips the dragon's heart out. Meanwhile, the old man finds the sight of dragons fighting unbelievable, especially the top scorer's ability to slaughter the multi-headed white dragon with such overwhelming power, all in the form of a monster. The man himself also admits that it's very satisfying to rampage in the body of a giant beast. He claims to already know where the inheritance of this martial rhythm space is, so he won't trouble the NPC anymore. However, the snarly old man doesn't intend to let him do that and cusses at him. And since it was already evident from the NPC's behavior that he won't help him acquire the inheritance of the martial rhythm space, Yi casually shoves his arm inside the dragon's heart, which is so hot that it feels like molten iron. After digging through the heart, he eventually finds what he was looking for: inheritance of the Earth Fiend armor body. The inheritance then transforms into the abyssal dragon armor, and surprisingly wraps around the body of Yi, which shocks the top scorer himself, let alone the old man. The bodies of the martial artists who enter this space are normally too weak to bear the weight of the dragon. Even the azure-haired martial artist who forcibly put on the armor only received about 90% of the inheritance. This makes the top scorer the first martial artist in 1,000 years to be fully recognized by the dragon armor. What boils the NPC's blood even more is when Yi says there was no difficulty in putting on the armor. However, he manages to suppress his negative emotions and acknowledges him because the ancestor has also done so. Since the old man has no heirs, he thinks that passing the inheritance to someone suitable like Yi is fortunate. At the very least, the inheritance isn't disgraced. The top scorer feels that something is still missing. which prompts the old man to shout at him for being too greedy and targeting their family's other treasures. The abyssal dragon armor is too extreme and domineering, focusing only on external cultivation. It must be paired with an internal cultivation method of the same level to achieve a balance between internal and external cultivation for the martial artist. Otherwise, any ordinary martial artist's internal organs simply can't withstand the pressure of the armor. Therefore, the complete forging technique is the combination of these internal and external body forging methods. The level is a heavenly gang martial skill. It is a rare opportunity, and he can't let it go. Fast forward 7 days, and he wakes up from the martial space when he receives a call from Chuzhou. He informs his friend that he spent 80% of his time sleeping and practicing in his dreams for a few days. The information in the abyssal dragon armor is immense and needs to be slowly digested in the martial rhythm space. Chuzhou informs him that he and Liu Qingzhu were discharged from the hospital a day before. They were notified to come to the University Activity Center today to settle the mission rewards. He was also told to inform the top scorer that his mission rewards also need to be settled in the principal's office by the principal himself. Hearing this, he can't help but feel like avoiding going there for a private chat with the principal. At the central hub of Hua University's floating city, the Heavenly Arc Tower, a beautiful woman named Nuwa welcomes him. After introducing herself, she informs him that the principal is waiting for him upstairs. Having his guard up, he tries to detect any martial qi but doesn't find any. However, she doesn't seem like an ordinary human either, making him wonder if she's even human. Before long, the woman sees through his curiosity and asks if he's curious about her body. Just as he's explaining that he's just interested in cutting-edge technology, she removes her top while saying that it's different. Nuwa explains that the mass-produced, service-type carrier on her chest is very different in structure from a human female's. It's just realistically imitated for the sake of affinity. He now understands the reason why she was calling it different, and for a moment, he is scared. Once they reach the floor where the principal's office is, she tells him that the principal is waiting for him and leaves. Afterwards, he steps inside and is shocked to lose his balance, nearly collapsing from a strange feeling. Surprised, he looks up and finds Jingwen sitting on the other side of the table, asking him if he's learned the martial arts manual Qinglong gave him. The principal offers him a special cup of tea that tastes very different due to its origins, and reveals that the ability he used when he entered involved spatial transformation. The top scorer concedes that what the principal is saying is true, because the principal couldn't have saved Zhou Yanting without a cultivation method involving space, at least on the same level as the heaven-defying ability of time stop. The principal informs him that the academic points and various Imperial University resource usage cards have already been credited to his account. As the main contributor to the completion of the Level 5 mission, the top scorer is encouraged to choose any 2 Earth Fiend martial skills, and has a chance to customize a high-level weapon. Deep down, he doesn't fancy getting his hands on any weapons or martial skills. He tells the principal that he wants to access the files on Gene Locks and the authority to check more information about Prometheus, further clarifying that he doesn't have any ill intentions. Despite clarifying that, he feels uncomfortable, suspecting that the principal might be able to see through his thoughts. The principal immediately stands up and asks him to follow him to the archives, not even letting the top scorer finish his tea. The first thing he sees inside the archive is a half-cut brain of some unknown creature. The principal reveals that what he's seeing is Nuwa's main body, her central computer unit. And decades ago, this half of the brain belonged to Prometheus, the first living otherworldly demon captured in human history. This extraordinary information puts Yi He in awe, making him realize that Project Eden was all justified because of Prometheus's incredible power. The principal makes Nuwa export her data into a USB flash drive and gives it to his student, telling him to ask Nuwa many of the things he wants to know. Thinking about how many core secrets this central computer unit manages, including the strategic missions of Hua University and even Daxia, he feels as if it's almost unreal. The principal doesn't want to keep lingering there, because even for him, as the principal of Hua University, it's a violation to bring a student in here privately. For him, it's crazy to think that the principal is leading him to break the rules. Abruptly, an unknown person meditating inside a nearby chamber emerges and introduces himself as Xiang Jianzhuang, a rank 9 martial artist genius. He already seems to have learned about the top scorer from Ouyang Ze and is excited to see him in person because he wants to spar with him. Yi He appears to bat an eye at him and suggests that he should find Ouyang Ze if he has something to say. His reaction angers the adversary slightly, who reminds him that he's the one who almost made his Dragon Blood Club a historical term. But before he even finishes, the top scorer knocks him out in an instant with an elbow to his head, not because he was disrespecting his friends or the club, but because he was blocking his path to the training room. What unfolded next, Jianzhuang didn't know, because by the time he woke up from his coma, it had already been a week. At the exclusive advanced cultivation chamber for talented students, Yi He is seen trying to push the compatibility of the Emperor template by using a huge amount of magic cores in one go, which will trigger a metamorphosis mode while asleep. At the same time, it will release massive nuclear radiation. He had Nua open the largest sealed cultivation chamber for him. And ever since he got her, Hua University has felt like his own home. For anything he wants to do, he just has Nua, whom he calls electronic maid, unlock the permissions. This basically means that he doesn't need any procedures. When others have privilege, he's outraged, and when he has it, it's glorious. When he commands the electronic maid to activate the chamber's energy shielding function, the level up fails because of insufficient resources. The higher the compatibility rises, the harder it is to increase the level. The required quantity and even the quality of magic cores grow exponentially. This is the flaw of high-grade templates. The growth period is absurdly long, and the resources needed are terrifying. If the template can't quickly turn into actual combat power, it drags down one's growth pace. That's why he still works hard to become naturally good at martial arts. Even with cheats, you need to use them wisely. After waiting for a whopping 3.5 hours, the time for the King of Monsters to appear arrives. Levitating in the air and giving a little speech to the Huada students, he reminds everyone in attendance that it's the day of the Great Summer Recovery Plan. 70% of the nation's martial artists are going out on campaign. He is hopeful that the warriors of the Great Summer will reclaim the 12 fallen cities. He then commands all the students to ignite their blood smoke banners. This will cause their blood smoke to surge into the sky, intertwining together through the clash of martial ki and blood energy. This is their battle spirit, their resolve to reclaim their lost lands and restore Great Summer, even at the cost of death. Every student there knows their mission, and some of them are even willing to sacrifice themselves. However, the principal wants them to return alive, because living is where hope lies. Jingwen weaves their voices together and convinces them that there exists no power that is above them. Meanwhile, a woman named Yu Yan, formerly a Prometheus Level 2 researcher and currently an executive of Laserbird, seems frustrated with how things are unfolding. First, the golden gene was stolen. Then, an important base was breached. And finally, an elite squad was lost. The board is beginning to suspect that all of it was done by one individual who aims to destroy Laserbird. But they don't have concrete proof. Even though Black Lion wiped all traces at the Jinshan Temple base, Longquei still pinned the blame on her organization. She's fully aware that if it weren't for Longquei's campaign to reclaim the fallen cities, Laserbird would have been crushed by now. She then talks about the failed product of the first-generation Golden Gene experiments, a Pandora's box that could plunge humanity into irreparable ruin at the slightest mistake. Since the Golden Gene is still flowing in its body, it can sense the locations of other Golden Genes, even as a failure. Although it's prone to losing control, it is the only thing capable of finding the stolen one. In the next moment, she opens the chamber door with her keys and finds a pod connected to an immaculate number of wires. Inside that pod is a mysterious being, who seems to be her ultimate destruction plan. Elsewhere, a different advanced aircraft from Laserbird is shown carrying a different hound. The Hound seems to be directing the crew to West City, one of the fallen cities that Longquei is preparing to retake. When the captain of the ship shows visible concern about the impending threats and problems, one of the crew members reassures him not to worry, because as long as the one who stole the Golden Gene isn't a Grandmaster-level expert, they can quickly surround and kill them. Despite having the trust of his crewmates, he commands the central computer unit of the ship, named Eve, to first block the plane's signals and hack into the flight system to activate autopilot. This sudden and unexpected move from the captain leaves some of the crewmates to wonder if the captain is betraying them. The captain calls their statements incorrect, clarifying that he's never been a member of Laserbird, which rules out any talk of betrayal. Before they explode inside out, he apologizes to them and tells them that they can punish him as much as they want in hell. Once everyone has died, it's only him and the Bloodhound left. The latter then demands some blood as it's thirsty, and the captain feeds it his crew members' bodies, all being martial artists at the Grand Martial Master level, convinced that the Hound will enjoy eating them. But that's still not enough to quench the Hound's thirst for blood. The captain reveals himself as a North Baton secret agent, but here he's been lowered to the role of feeding dogs. Since the Hound is now free, it asks the captain what he wants it to do. The captain says that it doesn't need anything specific to do, and that the Hound should just vent its emotions freely in this country of Sia. Daxia is beginning to reclaim the cities it has lost, and its resurgence is something that the people of North Baton do not want to see. The captain also decides to leave, because if the Hound gets out, he will also be torn into pieces. The Hound says that before, it was a hunting dog searching for food, but now it's a mad dog that's been let off its leash and is biting people indiscriminately. He's really been underestimated and is so enraged that he wants to tear everyone into pieces and then swallow them. With that, he smashes the pod open and obtains his freedom. Moreover, he has a clear goal in mind, to complete his Golden Gene to achieve his true form and become a god. And he's not going to hesitate in the slightest if anything or anyone were to confront him. Later, in West City, some airships appear to be bombarding the city to eradicate beast tides. They are planning to penetrate the enemy's core and decapitate the Overlord. However, when one beast is about to attack the hound, he kills it in one shot, and, using its ability to absorb any creature's genetic ecosystem, he eats it and feels that he can recover perfectly here. Fighting monsters at ground level, martial artists like Liu, Xiaozhang, and others aim to rescue the aircraft that are being attacked. Being a Grand Martial Master, Liu is encouraged by her teammates to scatter and venture around the outskirts of West City, because if they don't, there's no point in talking about heading further into the heart of it. Suddenly, they come across the hound eating one of the monsters, which completely catches them off guard. They are surprised to see that all the demonic beasts that were attracted by the crash were single-handedly dealt with by him. It turns out that it was just a bait from the hound. He was awaiting their arrival so that he could absorb their genetic ecosystem, especially Liu's. The moment his intentions are revealed, Grand Martial Master Liu and her companions jump at him with their special strikes. However, their ordinary slashes can't make a difference. They feel as if they are cutting into soft mud. Before they know it, their companion Xiaozhang gets eaten. Unable to control her emotions, Liu goes for a confrontation, only to witness him using the signature attacks of her late comrade, Xiaozhang. And as she's wondering how the hound could use the same attack as her companion, she hears his voice from behind her. She turns to see Zhang's face on the adversary's tentacled body, screaming in pain and shouting for help, as a wave of horror overwhelms her. The hound uses this opportunity to kill her from behind, acquiring her abilities and appearance. It is after eating her that he discovers that the golden gene is in another direction in West City. He plans to blend in with other martial artists on his way there, and once everyone is familiar with him, he will suddenly start eating people. He also senses a lot of powerful life forms on the battlefield, presuming those must be Grandmaster-level martial artists. If he were to devour genes of that level, no one would ever dare to command him like a dog. Elsewhere, a group of martial artists led by Chen Tianyu, Dean of Hua University's Grandmaster Academy and captain of the West City Recapture Plan's elite team, is fighting a Lord-level demonic beast that has broken through to the rear. Only by relying on individual, agile, and powerful warriors to kill the high-level demonic beasts in the Beast Tide can the Beast Tide be dispersed, thereby drawing out the Overlord. Their 5-person team from Hua University's Dagger Team was tasked with this arduous mission. The president of the Hua University Student Union, Dai Qiming, is also there to carry out the mission with Tianyu. When the latter notices the environment around them getting a little quieter, the former confirms that there's no problem with the route they took. It was the best route to the Overlord's nest, scouted by Longqui's Vanguard Scout Team. The Dean enlightens him that the higher a martial artist cultivation level, the stronger their spiritual vision becomes, even to the point where they can see their own death in their dreams. Therefore, the student must trust a martial artist's intuition. After this, he commands everyone following him to stop and be on their guard. Much to the Dean's expectations, he senses something approaching them at high speed. Once the threat lands, he confirms that this is the target they were after, the West City Overlord, Golden Horned Beetle. He commands all troops to form up. Believing he has the upper hand in this battle because of his pure brute force suppression, the Golden Horned Beetle throws a punch towards the Dean. However, one of the martial artists of the Dagger Team uses a secret technique, Earthly Fiend Martial Arts. Water droplets pierce Stone Hand, which does harm the beetle a little. More precisely, it only annoys him a little. He's certain that these cunning humans he's fighting have studied his characteristics because of the tactical squad they have brought to this fight. The first person he targets out of all the Dagger Squad is the same martial artist named Mu who damaged him moments ago. However, the teamwork from the squad saves him from death. Qiming, with the support of his companions, establishes yin and yang, which he hurls towards the enemy with a little push, aiming to seal its movement. Following the coordinated attack from the Dagger Squad, the beetle finds himself trapped in a domain expansion, and then gets hit with a powerful attack that makes him admit the human cultivation system has its own merit. Once both sides collide with the best of their attacks, putting up a visually soothing show for spectators, the Dagger Squad members wonder if they managed to defeat the Overlord. However, they are aware that injuring him would be more than enough to achieve their goal. Expectedly, the beetle emerges from within the smoke, looking all worn, admitting that an ordinary Overlord would have perished right there, but he withstood that immense shot. Once he's finished speaking, he transforms into a rare metamorphic form, Golden Horned Insect, second molting stage. The old man Mu is still the first person he targets because of his troublesome ability. With just a touch of his finger, he sends about 3 martial artists flying, including the old man Mu. Not even a second later, martial artist Wu Hong and the Dean ambush him from behind, but he sees right through them, making Hong the next to fall. The beetle then proceeds to also shoot down the Dean and mocks him for not even having the strength to handle an Overlord like him, despite all his scheming. And he wonders how they could have possibly dealt with other Overlords. However, this statement from the adversary turns out to be a bit of a twist, as Tianyu and his men didn't know there were other Overlords in West City. In the East War Zone, a Dagger Squad unit is fighting to retake West City from the monsters. Inside the command ship, the commander and his crew detect a massive bioenergy signature. It's 1,000 meters underground and rapidly rising. According to their computer calculations, this creature has reached the Overlord level, and there are currently no Grandmasters guarding the ground forces. The captain is baffled by the information, thinking it's not possible, because the only Overlord in West City has already clashed with the Dean's squad. However, he's not planning to take any chances, and tells his crew to notify the ground troops to retreat, ascend the entire battleship, and prepare to drop the bunker buster nukes. Abruptly, they find a tentacle coming right at them, but their quick reactions allow them to intercept it with railguns. But to their surprise, the tentacle grows back, forcing them to drop the bunker buster nukes immediately. The release of 3 nuclear warheads creates a large-scale explosion and destruction in the city, forcing the captain to lower his cap. He just hopes that the warriors fighting down there manage to survive. But then he's informed that the Overlord's signature hasn't disappeared. It survived 3 nukes. When he sees his doubts and fears shaping up into reality, he wonders if the West City recovery plan is going to fail. Suddenly, a report comes in that the Central System Authority has been taken over, and the voice making this announcement is Manhwa. Thanking all the warriors of the West City War Zone, she wants them to retreat and hand over the battlefield to him. Confused, the captain wonders who this person that Manhwa is talking about is, but before he finds out, the crew informs him about an intercontinental ballistic missile coming in their direction. To his astonishment, the captain also detects a life signature on that missile. He discovers Yi-He standing on it. A few minutes ago, the top scorer was able to break through his level and received a special nanosuit Longquay designed especially for him. After putting on the nanosuit, he turned to Manhwa and asked her how long Hua University's West City unit had been gone, and she informed him that they had departed 5 hours ago. Taken aback by how long it had been, he immediately told her to arrange an ICBM for him, since it's much faster than a supersonic jet. He has 2 goals in West City this time. One is to meet the maid doctor and retrieve the golden gene, and the second is to kill the Overlord, obtain an Overlord rank demon core, and take the final step of his evolution. The Emperor General template synchronization has reached over 90%. And aside from low-rank demon cores, other cores are pretty much useless to him now. But even the low-rank demon cores only provide a fraction of a percent. He's brute-forced it to 99% using massive resources, consuming so many Lord-rank cores he even emptied the Hua University market. But that final 1% won't budge, no matter how much he consumes. Only a higher-tier gene can complete the final synchronization. Now that he's seconds away from crashing the ICBM into the tentacles, he assumes that the last 1% depends on the demon. According to the database, the creature he's fighting is called the Earth Demon, which to him is not a very imposing name. His comments anger the demon, making it attack him viciously. However, the top scorer has quite a temper too, and the enemy's actions make him throw some punches as well. The captain and the crew on board the command ship are excited, thinking they can finally breathe easy now with a Grandmaster from Hua University arriving to reinforce them. Meanwhile, right beneath the ship, on the ground, the top scorer appears to be thrashing the demon with his special techniques. He unleashes Emperor Mora's secret art, Nuclear Sky Kick, which creates a very blinding and highly vertical beam. Elsewhere, Tianyu and his men are not in a good position in their fight against the golden horned beetle. His side is low on numbers, and even the Dean's trusted friend Wu Hong has fallen. And if that's not enough, the adversary brags about how easy it was to kill Hong. On the other hand, he praises the Dean for having pushed him into activating his third form. The Dean's trump card, the blood-burning secret art, won't last long enough, and even if they were to triumph in the battle, he won't have many years left to live. But to him that doesn't matter. What actually matters is that he must slay this monster right here. Having absorbed attacks like martial intent locking and forced attacks, the golden horned beetle admits that these idealistic moves the martial artists use are quite mysterious. But in the end, they cannot make up for the absolute gap in power. While casting the technique Earth Fiend Martial Art, 1000 Fathom Thunder Stake, the adversary of Daxia says that after the Dean dies, the beetle will reincarnate his corpse, so he may be reborn in a more powerful form. However, despite the weak condition Tianyu is in, he shouts that he will keep inflicting such heavy injuries on him that he won't be able to interfere with the West City recovery battlefield. The beetle is annoyed by the human spirit to live. They are using the blood-burning secret art to forcibly extend their lifespans. His attack from earlier would have been enough to kill them. He adds that it doesn't matter, because he held back just to preserve the integrity of Wu Hong. Abruptly, what happens next shocks everyone. Wu Hong, who was supposed to be dead, stands tall behind the alien. However, from Wu Hong's speech manner, his genes seem to have been eaten by the Hound, and no one is aware of it yet. When Elder Mu points out that Hong died in the battle, the latter himself says that he's not sure before beginning the metamorphosis. The Hound can't help but let out his true feelings of enjoying eating a Grandmaster expert's corpse, imagining how much better it would be if he were to eat the Grandmaster himself. He also wants a taste of other humans. Meanwhile, the beetle isn't completely sure what this thing before him even is, but he senses that it actually contains traces of the dark way star aberrant's aura. He suspects that it must be a crazy creation of humans, and he didn't expect them to lay their hands on those aberrants. If that's the case, he believes it's for the better, as they can rule this planet more efficiently. The Hound then introduces himself as -1 and says that he's here to eat him. In response, the alien just calls him arrogant. Before landing a punch on -1, the golden horned beetle calls it an easy dub. However, when his punch lands, he finds the Hound's flesh and blood eating into his body, which prompts him to say that his opponent is not even showing his true form. However, this confidence from the alien works against him. Turning into an anglerfish, the Hound swallows him whole. But since the Overlord isn't just any regular Overlord, the Gene Devourer is unable to digest and absorb him immediately. The alien is still struggling inside his body. Elder Mu thinks they should take advantage of this moment, and asks Chiming to take the Dean and escape. However, -1 turns to them and says that he hasn't forgotten them, and goes on to call them his perfect dessert. Suddenly, he senses something powerful flying towards him, and before he knows it, he crashes down onto the ground like a shooting star. He thought that the Hound had taken down the Overlord and was on their side, but now that he's planning to eat the Dean and others, he won't let him get away. The top scorer cooks up an attack strike and unleashes it towards -1, tearing it into pieces. However, he doesn't intend to let the adversary die so soon. He grabs its barely alive body, takes it to a height, and then yeets it back onto the ground, making a mess out of its body. This splendid display of attacks levels up He's infinite monster template, increasing the compatibility to 100% and unlocking Flame Lord form. While regenerating, the formless Hound admits that it was a really strong attack from He, to the point that it hasn't been crushed to this level since it was born. But thanks to the top scorer, it has successfully digested and mastered the genes of that Overlord-level magical beast, and now it will devour him bit by bit. Annoyed with its chatter, He kicks it onto the wall with a curved shot, but just like any of his attacks so far, this one also doesn't do a sustainable amount of damage to the adversary. The adversary says that he can't be killed by him, and that he will become his nightmare, which prompts the top scorer to comment that this is the first time he's seen someone more arrogant than him. And since the enemy is growing bigger, the top scorer thinks it's easier now to blast him into pieces. He then strikes the enemy with the Godzilla secret technique, Imperial Ki Blast. Meanwhile, the survivors from the Dean's squad, such as Elder Mu and Chiming, are amazed by He's amazing display of his powers. The speed and power he's demonstrating are something that even a Grandmaster in the butterfly transformation stage can't do. Elder Mu also hasn't seen or heard about that blue energy fluctuation, but at the end of the day, this person is on their side, and with him in the West City war zone, they should be safe. -1 calls He's endeavors useless, telling him that no matter how powerful his attacks are, he can't be killed. He can split infinitely and survive through every attack of his. The top scorer's attacks, while tearing apart and annihilating his body, are also accelerating the division of his cells, even outpacing the rate of his atomic energy diffusion. is completely disgusted by the enemy's antics and character. However, the maximum compatibility with the Emperor gave him a powerful sense of chi and blood. Although it can't observe the changes in each cell with the precision of an electron microscope, it can still roughly sense that this thing is constantly adapting to its atomic energy. The enemy also confirms it, claiming that it is his power, invincible evolution. No matter how strong his opponent is, they will eventually be devoured. The Hound can feel incredibly powerful genes within his opponent, and compared to him, even the Overlord he consumed moments ago is dull and worthless. The monster has devoured countless living beings, constantly developing more perfect genes and a bloodline within his body, yet he can't compare himself to the man before him. But then he thinks that he shouldn't, because he's going to eat them alive. With the intention of eating the top scorer alive, the Hound takes the form of a giant creature. Seeing it transform, Chiming admits that the monster is also a force to be reckoned with, and this makes him question whether that powerful mysterious figure will be able to handle it. The top scorer unleashes genuine dragon armor, one-arm liberation, a technique so powerful that it could split the sea. And this spell does justice to its description, nearly splitting the enemy's body into two big halves and forcing it to transform back into the beetle's form. Yeho tells him to accept that his strength will always be greater, but the monster counters by proceeding to use genetic ability, air explosion. When the smoke clears, the top scorer is still standing there completely unharmed. Casually dusting off his shoulder, he egotistically says that what the enemy is seeing isn't his prime. Even while putting genetic capabilities like Deadly Acid Elbow Strike, Molten Lava Iron Mountain, and Thunderous 5-Strike Lightning Whip to use, -1 isn't able to deal any damage to the enemy. He isn't ready to believe that the top scorer is more invincible than him, because he believes he's the perfect being. Yeho isn't pleased with the enemy's series of nonsensical attacks, and then he throws that statement back at the monster, telling it that he can't be killed. After Zawaruto's physical strength was elevated to a new dimension, he, as a combination of spirit and body, was also elevated to a level far exceeding his original one. His stats in all aspects are several times higher than the top scorer's normal level, so whether the Hound can break through his skin in Yi-He's normal state is still unknown, let alone Zawaruto. To put it bluntly, even if the monster stood still and fought for a whole day, he probably still wouldn't be able to break through his defense. These revelations and the unwavering confidence from the pinnacle of human fighters make the monster doubt his strength and capabilities. Even though the monster is getting stronger every moment and is constantly developing more perfect genes, the gap in strength between them is too great. Describing the strength gap in a real-world example, if the gap between them is like a kilometer, then even if he shortens the distance by a centimeter or two, on that kind of scale, it's basically like nothing changed at all. Frustrated, he falsely convinces himself that as long as he has more time to develop, devour more powerful beings, and deduce more perfect genes, he will eventually surpass the man in front of him. However, it's too late for him now. He blames the golden gene aura for suddenly breaking down. Otherwise, after he successfully replenished his genes and reached a more perfect state to fight this monster, even if he couldn't beat him, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. After chewing over it for a brief period, the monster admits that his opponent is also a perfect being like him, and that he hasn't found a way to defeat him so far. Believing that his opponent also doesn't have a way to kill him, the Hound then calls for a truce, which he thinks will benefit both of them. He explains his plan of traveling to other countries, such as the Northern Baton Federation, which aligns with his policy of counterbalancing the power of other nations. In the end, they can divide the Blue Star into two. The monster will rule the Northern Baton continent, and Yi-He will rule the East and West continents. Furthermore, this treaty will also include the monster helping him create a toxin that targets the bodies of his enemies, enabling him to eliminate all his adversaries. Instead of responding with words, the top scorer makes some hand gestures, and when the monster grows curious, he asks him what they mean. Yi-He softly murmurs that if the enemy is still alive in 10 minutes, he will consider his offer. The monster claims that he can't even bring himself to die. Every cell in his body is roaring to evolve. However, the top scorer has other plans. He wants to see it for himself by putting him to the test. He grabs the adversary, takes off, and while heading towards space, does every possible thing to inflict pain on him, like rubbing him against a building. The moment they reach the space, -1 assumes he's going to be thrown off Earth. Before even confirming it, he clarifies that it's no use. Cosmic rays and the absolute zero environment of space can't kill him. He will continuously absorb radiation and evolve in space. When that time comes, he will kill all the humans on Earth. Meanwhile, Yi-He appears to be preparing for a move that he couldn't let the people of Earth observe, and at this height he's safe. Moreover, what he's about to do won't cause devastating damage to West City. And that's not all. At this distance, the monster should have lost contact with those derivatives, which generally play in his favor. -1's true form is not as invincible as he boasted. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been captured and imprisoned by the laser bird. He closely observed him from the beginning, and while he is difficult to kill, each time the monster regenerates, he consumes his life energy, becoming weaker the more it depletes. In his battle with Yi-He, he lost a total of 30% of his life energy. In terms of the energy stored in his body alone, it was even comparable to that of 3 ordinary overlords. However, the biggest advantage that -1 had over Yi-He was not his number of resurrections, but the derivatives that had detached from him. From the head that was smashed away by the golden-horned insect venerable at the beginning, to the various body tissues that were later shattered by Yi-He, these body parts do not lose their activity after being separated from the main body. Instead, they enter a dormant state. When -1's body completely exhausts its life energy, it will activate the backup consciousness stored in the body parts, achieving a kind of alternative resurrection. Unfortunately, this ability to split consciousness has not been developed to true perfection and is currently limited. The reason he knows is that he's better than that monster. In actuality, Yi-He sensed the connection between the parts detached from him and his main body using his life magnetic field. Then, by observing changes in the battle arena, he perceived the strength of this connection, and deduced that there was a distance limit between him and those parts. In other words, the monster now has only one life left. Since his enemy has seen through him, he doesn't want to die. With that being his ultimate goal, he self-destructs and splits, calling it his secret weapon for survival. He believes Yi-He won't be able to catch every single one of him. As long as even a single piece of flesh can reach the ground, he can survive. The top scorer calls the monster's survival weapon an instinctive fear of death, and his confidence suggests that he already has a plan. Using one of his primary templates, he grows bigger in size and crushes them in the palms of his hands with a clap. With no way to escape Yi-He, the monster wonders what he's trying to do, soon discovering that his opponent has opened his mouth wide and is ready to swallow him whole. However, this naive mistake from the top scorer changes things or so the Hound assumes, because he's sure that he can devour him from within his body, and not to mention he has narrowly escaped death as well. The top scorer clarifies that devouring him is the first step in the extermination plan. The next step is to unleash Flame Lord, which he does as he's speaking. The burning sensation -1 is feeling is equivalent to stellar temperatures, and no living being, let alone a human, should be capable of emitting that temperature. His gene pool simply doesn't contain any extraordinary genes capable of adapting to life-threatening environments like the sun. And being in such a predicament, he screams for mercy while staying true to his ego, still thinking that he's the most perfect being. 10 minutes ago, Qiming tried to make contact with the West City Warzone headquarters, and the headquarters responded to his call, enlightening him with the same general information he already knew, such as the overlords of West City being killed in action or the beast tides being completely dissipated. Reporting the situation on his end, he does not forget to give credit to that powerful, mysterious figure, Yi He, whom he doesn't know in person. Curious about his savior's identity, he asks the headquarters if the mysterious person's identity isn't kept secret, as he wants to learn about him and thank him. He assumes that it must be a specially appointed professor or the dean at the University of Washington, and as the president of the Huaqiao University Student Union, he has met all the teachers and professors, but none of their battles have displayed that dazzling yet extremely destructive blue radiance. And the moment he discovers that it's a junior student, 3 years younger than him, he completely freezes in shock. Meanwhile, Yihe isn't delighted after eating his enemy, because not only does it look bad, but it doesn't taste very good either. To make matters worse, the stellar temperatures have already burned away the nanosuit, but now's the time to assess -1's true potential. The advanced vampire bloodline, combined with the evolutionary ability of the god template, allows one to absorb the genetic abilities of -1 while refining them. It seems that the Hound has inherited black and red biomass from one of the beings that it consumed earlier, and since he has it equipped, he discovers that not only does the monster simulate clothing, it also repairs his body, which was damaged while he was in Flame Lord form. Though he has a feeling that it's more of an optimization than a repair, he has a wonderful feeling that simply can't be described in words. This ability is no less than a high-level template. Meanwhile, at the Federal Military Command Base, Northern Baton Commonwealth, General Duller of the Union Army of North Baton and his crew detect a high-energy reaction at the boundary between the stratosphere and the thermosphere, right above western city of the Sia Kingdom, affecting a range of 600 kilometers and estimated to be equivalent to a nuclear explosion with a yield of tens of millions of kilotons. He wasn't expecting this from the Jia Kingdom, as they were supposed to be carrying out a reconquest plan. The general is further informed that the federal supercomputer named Eve has detected life activity at the epicenter of the explosion, but the general doubts it, because an explosion of this scale will turn even a Grandmaster-level expert to ashes. Once his crew zooms in on a satellite image, Yi glares back at the satellite and asks if they are spying on him, which then Eve translates for them. General Duller is baffled after being detected because their satellites are in outer orbit. He immediately commands his staff officers to identify the man's face, suspecting that the Great Xia dynasty has a fourth Grandmaster. Flipping them off, Yi targets their satellites and shoots them down with a burst of energy. On the other side of the globe, he's not very happy with North Baton spying on his country. Fortunately for him, the Emperor's template has been fully utilized, and the scope of his life magnetic field has expanded to a super large area, sufficient to cover the entire globe. Moreover, it can sense the aura of carbon-based organisms, as well as the signals emitted by machines and various special frequencies. Now that the western part of the city has been recaptured, he suddenly has an idea. He wonders whether, with his current level of life, he is capable of setting foot in those 11 S-level forbidden zones. And trying that out by unfolding his magnetic field will answer his question. The -1 black and red biomass combines with the life magnetic field to construct a complete regional distribution map. The urban distribution of Daxia can be accurately and clearly described. Looking at Guanshan City, which has fallen due to the S-level secret realm, he had anticipated it and isn't surprised. After all, even the most powerful humans at the pinnacle are helpless when faced with an S-class secret realm. Nevertheless, he's curious about how it is going in other cities. The sensed magnetic field spread throughout Great Xia, even across the eastern continent of Blue Star, the Great Eastern Ocean, the northern Baton continent, the northern Cold Ocean, and Yongfeng continent located at the south pole of the Blue Star. He wants the magnetic field to explore and map everything at once. At Xiaodong Island, Rijing Imperial Palace, the ill ruler of the palace finds out about the perception ability of Yi, which has even reached Dongri. They further believe that someone has noticed something from their nearly century-long absence and is trying to test them. The ruler wants to refine the god object as soon as possible so that they can reach the legendary realm and conquer Blue Star. On the western continent, at the pilgrimage center of the god's descent to heaven, the god capital, the giant statue of an idol has come alive, and the believers are worshipping it. The reason it started moving was because of that arrogant gaze from Yi He that startled it. But its servant assumes her duty and asks it to continue and rest. Yi Ho's perception ability is even detected at the AO offshore, and by now it has become evident that several people are targeting him. The life magnetic field forms across the entire blue planet, and there are several other places like Guanshan City that, like black holes, devour his senses. He also knows that there are some entities out there that, after detecting his sensory network, tried to reverse track him. He suddenly hears Principal Shi Jingwen's voice, warning him to be careful of Fu Hongsheng, and he figures that the source of this signal is the Kunlun Mountains of Daxia. This warning from the principal leaves him confused, because from what he knows, Fu Hongsheng was in seclusion due to serious injuries. Wondering what happened on Kunlun Peak, he asks Nua to detect the principal's location, but unfortunately the central computer unit finds nothing. Worried, he then commands her to find the signal of the Azure Dragon, the great Xia Dragon Sparrow. Once again, he's left disappointed with Nua's response. However, she notifies him that she checked the last trip that Section Chief Qinglong took, which was to Kunlun Peak Death Valley, and the specific reason behind this trip was not disclosed by him. This clue suggests that they really are together, but unfortunately, this happened at a crucial juncture in their plan to reclaim Great Xia. At the end of the day, all these hints and clues point directly towards Fu Hongsheng's betrayal. Principal Shi Jingwen and Qinglong have gone missing, and if Fu Hongsheng is also an enemy, the top combat power of the Great Xia dynasty is gone. Meanwhile, a vigorous recapture was underway, which, while reclaiming the fallen cities, also suffered heavy losses. The fall of the colossal Xia dynasty signifies the rise of countless suppressed nations, and all the tigers and wolves that devoured the giant's flesh and blood will grow stronger. The lack of top-tier combat power means that Great Xia has now entered its most dangerous period. If he's not careful, he will be attacked by the whole group. Death Valley on Kunlun Peak, a place that can suppress the appearance of martial artists, even magical beasts, and secret realms, shows no signs of combat. Battles between grandmasters can split mountains and seas. If Principal Shi joined forces with Qinglong to fight against Fu Hongsheng, then the entire Kunlun Peak should be the Kunlun Basin now. There's only one direction left: go find Hongsheng. But if this was a misunderstanding and he isn't an enemy, going there would only expose him. Frustrated, he admits that this kind of puzzle solving is not his thing, and that he's better at fighting. In any case, becoming stronger is the most favorable solution. Now he's maxed out all 3 templates, and the achievement of being the top student in his grade and retaking West City is enough to get him 2 more templates. There's also the golden gene unlocked by the mad scientist. If the Great Xia dynasty has no more powerful protectors, then he will become the supreme ruler. Later, inside a commercial building in the western part of the city, Yi He appears to be searching for that blood person. Not seeing that person anywhere, he wonders if they are hiding something. After moving around for a moment, he bumps into a giant larva-like monster, which he cuts down in an instant. Surprisingly, when the monster is slashed and its insides are exposed, Mad Doctor emerges from its stomach. When Yi He tries to approach him, he gets called disgusting, but he manages to get him to explain why he was hiding. He reveals the reason he hid inside the worm was to conceal the golden gene and his own aura. Laserbird sent a real monster to steal the golden gene, and that monster is the ultimate creature that could devour every being in West City. Casually showing him the hound, he asks the Mad Doctor if this is the creature he's talking about. Before he even asks the question, the top scorer says that he's redefined the beast instead of labeling it as eating, just because he doesn't want to cause any misunderstandings. In honor of his master and to congratulate him on his ascent to a new stage, the Mad Doctor falls to his feet. Yi He tells him to stop and demands that he give him the golden gene, something he wasn't particularly interested in. Since it is all sticky liquid, he uses Zawarudo's ability to remove it without damaging it. Looking at the golden gene illuminating inside a tiny container, his mouth waters and his body craves it uncontrollably. But instead of taking it right away, he reserves it for the future. He explains to the Mad Doctor that consuming a large amount of energy often puts him into a deep sleep, and the West City War Zone is definitely not a place where he can peacefully cultivate. Commending Mad Doctor's efforts, Yi He impales his hand into his heart and passes on -1's black and red biomass to enhance his brain, because he's too weak, both mentally and physically. However, that's not the only favor the Mad Doctor receives from his master. The top scorer grows his spinal crystal and hands it to him. Drawing power from the crystal depends on his skill level. Moved by his master's kindness, the servant, who's generally mature, lets out his emotions, thanking him and promising to repay him 1,000-fold. With his work finished here, Yi He shifts his target to start a citywide purge. On the east side of the West City battlefield, the Overlord and the Beast Tide have completely dissipated due to the brave martial artists. But when they receive orders from Nua to leave the city to him, they follow the orders and evacuate immediately. Meanwhile, on his mission to purge every monster in West City, Yi He unleashes his new template, which allows him to summon arms and shoot down monsters. Elsewhere, the commander from earlier who tried to kill an overlord with 3 warheads is quietly spectating the top scorer's brilliance. He alone is equivalent to an entire heavy firepower unit, and every bullet coming out of those guns is precisely guided. The commander wonders where Shi Jingwen found someone like Yi He. Soon after, the top scorer's attacks stop, and it seems that his weapons have overheated. The commander, assuming his role immediately, commands his crew to fill the gap while their savior's weapons are on cooldown. When the command ship starts firing a mobile energy cannon, the monsters are annoyed by the humans' advanced weapons. The aerial turrets of the command ship are coordinating with the ground-based cannonball of Yi He, and these beasts are trying to think of a way to shoot that cannonball down. Soon, the cannonball begins its second round of bombardment, and the low-level monsters cannot retaliate. Even their underground hideouts get wiped out, but then the cannonball abruptly stops, going into its cooldown phase once again. The monster tides immediately lock in. While it is recovering, the monsters think of rushing and destroying it. If the cannonball isn't destroyed, none of the magical beasts will make it back alive. Some monsters have already returned to report that the West City outpost has been captured by humans. They must buy time. Meanwhile, the crew members on the command ship clock a massive energy reaction occurring in the city on their radar. They discover that at least 20 or more Lord-level magical beasts have gathered and appeared. However, the martial artists near the city quickly rush to protect the cannonball. They don't plan to let those lords succeed. Even if it means death, they must hold out until the next round of concentrated fire from the turrets. Motivated, the martial artists rush to fight the Lord-level magical beasts, only to witness these monsters getting wiped out in an instant by Yi He, who, after eradicating the unit of magical beasts, states that after tonight, there will be no more monsters in West City. Upon completing the achievement of becoming the savior of West City, Yi He receives 1 template draw as a reward. The system, which resembles the same gacha system as a certain Chinese game he played in his past life, is ideal for template extraction. Monster templates below rank B are no longer valuable, so it's best to save them and use them to draw a major one after completing all the capture achievements. It is at least an A rank monster template, one on par with an emperor. He is genuinely looking forward to it. The first battle in the campaign to recapture Great Xia was a resounding success. 3 cities were reclaimed in a single day. The first was Liancheng, retaken under the leadership of the 1st Division of the Dragon Sparrow. The second was Land City, reclaimed under the leadership of the Evil Warriors. The third was Xicheng, recaptured by the team led by Dean Chen Tianyu. The warriors of Great Xia will continue reclaiming the cities invaded by monsters. At the general headquarters for the recapture of Great Xia, Yi He's identity was classified as top secret, as its revelation would be too shocking and would attract the attention of many parties. The subject of the conversation arrives right on time and asks for help. Yi He gets straight to the point and asks when he will receive official recognition as the top student in his graduating class at Huazhong University of Science and Technology. The minister tells him that he is already better than the dean of the college and sees no reason for the top scorer to concern himself with the student leader position. Furthermore, certification as a student leader for the year requires confirmation from the University of Washington Student Union, and this typically takes about a month to process. However, Yi He's situation is very special. No student from the previous year would object to his status as the top student. In addition, the president of the University of Washington Student Union happens to be present and can certify him on the spot. Curious about the student council president's identity, Yi He raises a question, only to find the man approaching from behind. The president brings his face uncomfortably close to the top scorer and expresses his gratitude for being saved in a rather unconventional way, screaming and becoming extremely touchy. Yi He says that what he did was simply what he was supposed to do. He reminds his senior that he is several years younger and should be addressed as such, implying that he does not wish to be called senior. Despite this, the president insists on calling someone younger than himself senior because they stand on the martial arts path. Later, the system congratulated him for achieving the title of top student in his grade at Huada University, confirming that everything earlier had gone smoothly. Moreover, he gains the opportunity to draw 1 additional reward template. When he accepts the tempting offer by simply touching the floating screen, he receives a B-rank template called Hellstar. Fortunately, his luck seems boundless. This template turns out to be a reward-type template, allowing him to unlock Bloodpig's abilities. These include Sun-Obscuring Madstar, the ability to sense cosmic radiation and light energy, the power to freely alter particle density, light energy guidance, which manipulates energy flow and changes its trajectory and effectiveness, and Great Dark Sky, which allows him to devour all things. However, the compatibility of these abilities is only 1%. It's unknown whether the Hellstar's ability to control light and energy can overlap with the Emperor's nuclear energy. If a perfect match is achieved, the potential for development is enormous. He is ready to fully utilize this template and start in-depth development. Elsewhere, at the fallen city of Qincheng, A squad consisting of 4 strong martial artists seems frustrated that they managed to recapture 2 counties surrounding Qincheng in an entire day. Their Overlord Decapitation Squad, composed of many guild leaders, couldn't even pinpoint the Overlord's location. The beast tide in Qincheng is mainly composed of rat-like magical beasts, with no particularly large beasts dwelling there. However, these weak magical beasts are difficult to deal with on the battlefield. They established a complex underground transformation network in the fallen city to wage tunnel warfare against the Martial Arts Alliance. They had originally planned to use the same strategy as the Western City Alliance, lure the beast tide in by bombarding the city's outskirts, then send out a special squad to carry out a decapitation strike. But the rats were highly organized. Almost no monsters were attracted by the human bombardment, and the entire fallen city remained deathly silent, with no defenses on any of the streets leading to the city. They were forced into urban warfare, their least favorite terrain. Otherwise, they wouldn't have managed to recapture only 2 county towns while suffering heavy losses. News reports indicate that the cities of Lian, Lan, and Shi have been captured, which isn't satisfactory for them, as the Overlord never appeared and is hiding deep underground in Qin City. This means that to find the Overlord, one would need to navigate narrow, complex tunnels swarming with hundreds of millions of rats, nearly impossible for anyone. Arriving at Qin City, Yi He, wearing a mask, has decided not to let anyone know that he has come to retake Qincheng. Apart from him, no one on the entire planet knows that the 3 great national protectors of the Great Xia have disappeared, and the mastermind behind it is most likely Fu Hongsheng. But why would Fu Hongsheng target 3 top experts from the same country, when he has already reached the pinnacle of strength, reputation, and status in the entire world? Since he has begun targeting the top experts of the Xia Kingdom, it means that one of his goals must be to weaken the Great Xia. Given his rapid growth, he will inevitably become a target for elimination sooner or later. In the future, he is certain to face a battle with Fu Hongsheng. To confront Fu Hongsheng, who claims to be the martial saint, he plans to accumulate more strength and strike preemptively. After all, his biggest advantage right now is the information gap. Fu Hongsheng does not even know that he has received Principal Shi's message. This is part of the information gap, as is the growth speed granted by the infinite monster template. This recapture of Qin City is the best opportunity for development. After he completed the process, he examined it using the life magnetic field detection. The dense array of biological signals, possibly numbering in the hundreds of millions, severely hampered his senses, making it impossible to locate the dominant entity. This explains why neither he nor the Qin City Martial Arts Alliance could conquer this place. This all reminds him of the blood-eyed black ape Anqing, a high-level magical beast that intensifies one's bloodlust. Since he has way too many abilities, he is sure there must be one that will eat up the hundreds of millions of rats. Just as he had expected, most of the rats in the sewers and narrow tunnels were eaten up with the help of -1's ability. Sometime later, while he is expecting the dark red substance that has extended hundreds of meters underground to surface, a giant rat with multiple faces and spider-like legs comes out roaring. When he is noticed, the magical beast tells him that while his black and red ghostly thing is powerful, it is completely countered by his sonic roar. Yi He tells the beast that the move he unleashed moments ago is not his only move. He then proceeds to cast a raging storm of stars that emits energy so enormous that it is several times the size of the Earth. After experiencing Yi He's raging storm of stars ability firsthand, the annoyed magical beast seems to be done fighting him and starts to run for his life. However, the top scorer does not plan to let the enemy escape. He shoots small beams at the enemy, which blast its physical body into a pulp, leaving only its demon core intact. After this, he extends his arm to accept its demon core, but similar to the hound's ability, the magical beast splits into countless tiny rats. Even though the magical beast's pride perfectly portrays it as a hegemon, all it has are these cowardly survival skills. This proves that a rat will always be a rat. It can never become a ruler. After this, he summons Zawarudo and has him stop time. Zawarudo's time stop has upgraded to the point where it can sense the vital cores of living beings. Once he has shattered each core of the hegemon, the beast will not be able to split anymore. But if these rats are the ones disguising the demon core, he wonders where the Qin City Overlord's real demon core is. The old rat has a trump card that can lock in health. Although this rat is the weakest of all the Overlord-level creatures that he has ever seen, its ability to survive is truly amazing. But unfortunately, for all the trouble he has caused, the rat was destined to die. After all, the rat has already slaughtered the city, and he will not use the blood of the progenitor to turn it into a subordinate. At the underground rat palace, the rats appear to be awakening a giant rat by passing their strength to it. Though not as large as the hegemon, it is far more cunning than the king. Realizing that the Qin City outpost cannot be held, he plans to quickly run back to the sinful realm. This creature blames those tiny, low-level magical beasts with demon cores for coming to the human realm and fighting to the death. Furthermore, this creature believed that it could hold out for at least a month, but the human grandmasters ruined it. Not to mention he never expected a masked freak to appear. That masked human can not only release a mysterious substance that devours all demon beasts, but also wield the power of stars. This creature seems confident, believing that he's a cut above the rest. Earlier, Yi-he killed a clone, and this creature believes that the top scorer must not have even realized it. But as he approaches the sinful realm to escape, the worst possible guest comes knocking on his door. Outside of the underground palace, some martial artists are stunned upon noticing bright purple beams of light. They wonder if it is a space-based energy weapon, and if it is, why no one notified the Qin City Allied forces. The martial artist group moves closer to attack whatever enemy there might be, and when they approach, they notice that the rats from earlier are no longer detectable, implying that the low-level beasts have completely disappeared. The beast's mysterious disappearance leaves many questions unanswered, the biggest question being who could mobilize such powerful weapons. Meanwhile, the senior executives of the Great Xia Allied forces are watching broadcasts of civilians celebrating the recapture of Qincheng. Within a week, the Great Xia dynasty had recaptured 4 fallen cities, but what concerns the Allied forces is who recaptured those cities. They encountered all sorts of problems in achieving that, but then a mysterious person appeared and solved them. Qincheng is the same, except it has just changed to purple. Now they can be certain that this person is helping Great Xia. They know that the appearance of such a mysterious and powerful figure within the territory would certainly attract the attention and investigation of Longquei, and it is logically correct to assume that. However, after contacting Longquei, they learned that they do not know either. Regardless of who this mysterious person is, they must continue to recapture other cities. Otherwise, it would make them look incompetent. Elsewhere, on his way to recapture other cities, Yi-he works out how many cities are yet to be captured. Excluding Guanshan, an S-class forbidden zone, there are currently 3 occupied cities that have not yet been liberated. 2 of the fallen cities are currently under the control of Longquei and Huada. He has heard that they have been winning battles and are not far from being successfully liberated. He can now only go to the remaining city, Wave City. The Wave City Allied forces release daily updates on battles at fixed times, showing neither major defeats nor victories, and rarely appearing in the news. Previously, the abilities used were mainly based on the Hellstar template, and that standard purple light was too conspicuous. He thinks of changing his identity before reaching Wave City, and transforms into a Tengu face resembling character. Since it has been a long time since he last used Starfall Blade, he thinks of disguising it as well. After his whole outer appearance has changed, he decides to focus his identity on killing techniques and martial arts. Only a few people know his secret, so this should be very secure. Elsewhere in Wave City, disguising himself among martial artists, he watches as these weak-willed martial artists prepare for the battle against the Beast Tides. These martial artists are not weak, they just do not have the courage to fight on the front lines. However, Yi-he sees something he did not expect. The overlord of Wave City is doing big things quietly. All these seemingly non-serious martial artists are actually under an illusion, or something even more terrifying. Approaching a woman behaving oddly, he makes a small cut on her neck, and discovers that her body is rotten, which indicates that everyone must be in the same condition. The entire Wave City coalition has been wiped out for who knows how long, and probably everyone is dead. But the most terrifying thing is that they have died, but are not aware of it. The flesh inside the body rots, but on the surface it still maintains the appearance it had before death. In terms of life, it is very likely that it continues to repeat the last day before death. In this way, the Wave City Allied forces have deceived themselves and the Xia Kingdom. He aims to eradicate this mysterious plague. The top scorer casts blood magic, spiritual hypnosis, which allows him to help the girl break the hypnosis she has been under. Before the hypnosis is broken and the life out of her is completely drained, he reminds her that she is dead, which she agrees with, explaining that she died on the battlefield. The overlord of Wave City is terrifying. He killed all the guild leaders and martial artists and turned them into the living dead. Only a grandmaster is capable of defeating that overlord. He observes that when she realizes she is dead, the force that kept her alive disappears. Gently closing her eyes and telling her to rest in peace, he leaves to avenge her. Yi-he covers the entire Wave City with the life magnetic field, but despite that, he does not detect any life signal as powerful as that of the overlord. On the contrary, the intensity fluctuations of the life signals of each monster are almost the same, as if they had all become mass-produced puppets. With that being the case, he decides to force the enemy out. As his red biomass covers the nooks and crannies of the city, he notes that the enemy is still not out. However, he knows where it is while staring at the mountain just visible outside the city. Elsewhere at an undisclosed location, the strongest member of the Allied forces, Li Chongzhen, the Hongwu sect leader, and a grandmaster in the butterfly transformation stage, is seen supervising a team of warriors. He informs them that the overlord of Wave City is right ahead and alone, and that he intends to fight and kill him to liberate his city. The warriors following him appear to heed his command, chanting, "Liberate Wave City" after him. However, before they even change their positions, a bright purple light appears in the sky out of nowhere. Emerging from that light is Yi-he, who starts attacking the moment he reveals himself. The warriors were not expecting this surprise attack, and guessed that this powerful figure might be from an enemy nation allied with the monsters. When the commander calls for the ground troops to retreat and the air forces to engage, he is informed that their aircraft and missile inventory have disappeared. The commander is not ready to accept that, because what is more painful is that this is their first expedition, and they have not even used them. Meanwhile, hiding behind cover, Chongjin wonders if his plan has been discovered. He was hoping to take this opportunity to infiltrate the human ranks, but now calls it a pity. With a smile on his face, he unleashes the Hongwu sect's secret techniques, earthly fiend martial arts. Soon, the fight evolves from hiding behind cover to taking the battle head-on. Chongjin, seemingly in control of an overlord, displays immense game-changing strength. He admits that the bodies of human powerhouses are truly massive, and their extraordinary techniques make them mysterious. This overlord says that his opponent's attacks cannot cause him any damage, not even in the slightest. And with that confidence, he decides to find out whether the top scorer can withstand the punch that is about to come. Unlike any opponent Yi He has fought so far, this matchup seems like a fair one. For the first time in a long time, he is punched directly in the face, which even leads him to admit that his enemy is strong. Chongjin's direct punch on Yi's face cracks his mask and reveals his identity. Since the latter was able to see through the overlord's scheme, the former is sure that he must be among the best of humans. Planning to make the top scorer his puppet next, the enemy continues to throw punches in succession. Soon enough, the top scorer starts withering away. Fragment by fragment, he begins disappearing. However, Chongjin suddenly has a feeling that the way things are unfolding is not right, and in the next moment, he finds himself staring directly at a massive camouflaged mechanism, the slaughtering moonwheel, and realizes he has walked straight into a trap. Yihe then cuts through the moonwheel, injures his enemy, and shows himself completely unscathed. He states that he was expecting it. A fake is a fake. It cannot compare to the keen senses of a true martial arts master. Even the optical monster he created cannot tell the difference. The adversary accepts the fact that not only was his disguise seen through, but his puppet army was also annihilated. His human body, which is stronger than most overlords, still sustained scars. This strength from Yi he proves that he also has a top-tier physical body, something he wants for himself. Once it is settled that both sides are fighting for something the other has, they go all out. Swinging his Starfall blade, the top scorer admits that having a human body as a ruler is truly rare, but the adversary blocks his attacks and pushes him back, confidently stating that his golden ring cannot be broken, not by the likes of him, and that he should hand over his body. The overlord thinks that his opponent possessing the body of a top martial artist is a waste, and he will prove it through his actions by demonstrating who is stronger. Following the overlord's comments, Yi He's attacks become sharper and sharper. He points out that the enemy's forehand is weak, his backhand is unreliable, and his reaction is slow. None of his movements is impressive. If that is his peak, then the top scorer plans to prove him weak and incompetent. Even with the power and reflexes of a grandmaster at the butterfly transformation stage, Chongjin still cannot completely see through his attacks. On the contrary, the top scorer seems to have seen right through him. The overlord can change his life magnetic field to disguise his position, but he cannot hide his true nature. Soon enough, Zawarudo finds him inside the body of the strongest member of the allied forces. This unexpected scenario prompts the adversary to consider retreating immediately. He can only fight him once he finds a more powerful puppet. However, he then realizes that his body feels as if it has been locked in place by some force. In that instant, Yi He unleashes deadly purple beams that, after a long battle of attrition, finally end the fight. After the enemy falls for good, the system congratulates him for completing the achievement of contributing to more than half of the territory recaptured. He now becomes eligible to draw a template with a guaranteed grade of A. He wastes no time and immediately starts the extraction process. When he draws the template, a big S appears before the template is revealed. This letter suggests that it is an S-level template. Once the animation is finished and the real thing is revealed, his jaw drops. It is a huge gold drop, which makes this his luckiest episode. He has packed an infinite monsters template. Its bloodline ability is to condense the natural energy of the planet and create 7 types of energy. Entering the 10 Yeno poems, an S-level template signifies possessing an extraordinary system. If this template could be maximized, its skill set might be even greater. Nevertheless, it is not as good as Starry Sky, Demora. The system detects that he possesses a homologous template, which can be fused with his new template. Furthermore, the 10-headed Yeno template can be added to the plant attribute mutation path of the Mad Emperor Mora template. However, the system gives him some warnings, as the level difference may cause unpredictable changes. Since both his templates share plant attributes, they can complement each other and be integrated based on their complementary characteristics. However, reality is far more complex, fusing 2 templates with limitless potential results in an unknown outcome. Success means that the 2 templates are combined into one, which will not only greatly reduce the source burden of upgrading the template, but also give him a more powerful super template. However, if it fails, it is not as though both templates are completely ruined. After all, both templates have a good foundation and a high starting point. Even if they decline, they will not be too weak. However, the merged template may experience a sharp drop in growth potential and template rating. The system explains that the host possesses advanced fusion material, the golden gene, which can optimize bloodline genes. This can greatly increase the probability of genes developing in a positive direction during fusion with a template. Regarding the golden gene, he has a feeling that the moment it unexpectedly fell into his hands, it was all prepared for this day. Since that is the case, he decides not to refuse this offer, as he needs to be at least 10 times better than he is right now to fight Fu Hongsheng in the future. Once the decision has been made, the Star Emperor Mora begins devouring the genes of the 10-headed Yeno. However, before the genes of the latter template are completely devoured, countermeasures take effect, allowing the template to undergo fusion and optimization. Meanwhile, Chongzhen opens his eyes, looking much weaker than he was when the Overlord had possessed him, and asks if the adversary is dead. As he learns that the enemy is dead, he also asks if his men, the warriors of the Wave City Allied forces, are alive. The top scorer informs him that they will all be wiped out soon, and that being desecrated is what Chongzhen needs after going through such pain. Holding a parasite in his hand that, like any other parasite, kept its host, in this case the warriors of the Wave City Allied forces, alive, he is not ready to accept that something so tiny could defeat the strongest member of the Allied forces in a confrontation. He wonders who did that. Before closing his eyes for the final time, the strongest member of the Wave City Allied forces warns him to be careful, explaining that an Overlord-level magical beast claimed to be one of the 4 Emperor's envoys, and its strength even surpassed martial artists at Chongzhen's stage. More importantly, this creature could skillfully utilize martial arts techniques, and had even comprehended the domain of a grandmaster. Before that mysterious thing killed Chongzhen, it murmured that it was going to Huadu. After hearing this, he becomes worried. The Great Jia dynasty has a total of 36 grandmasters, with at least 20 stationed in Huadu. Since the plan to reclaim Great Xia began, almost all the powerful grandmasters have left to recover lost territories. As part of the reconquest plan, Longquei also dispatched a large number of powerful warriors to the border to guard the territory and prevent anyone from entering. In other words, Huadu is empty now. Huadu, a base stationed within the secret territory of the Julong River, is a hidden fissure located at the bottom of a body of water. Dragon Sparrow built this underwater base there, but strangely, in the past 5 years, the magical beasts in the secret realm have become extremely rare and of very low level. This led to the danger level here being downgraded to D from B. Martial artists and civilians dwelling in Huadu call living in this underwater city a privilege. While martial artists from other places have all been transferred elsewhere, they remain in this leisurely position, drinking, eating, and making money comfortably without a worry in the world. They have given in to their materialistic desires to such an extent that they are not even guarding the place, and unbeknownst to them, the enemy has already sneaked inside. The adversary is one of the 4 envoys of the Emperor of the Sinful Realm, a supreme-level magical beast named Asura. He has 3 heads, one facing forward and the other 2 attached to the tops of his arms, each having control over the arms. The Emperor of the Sinful Realm has sent him here to slaughter humanity's strong forces as soon as possible. Fu Hongsheng, the strongest human being, gave them a list containing the locations of other powerful humans. The envoy's main head commands the other 2 heads to focus on efficiency and not waste too much time killing inferior humans. He aims to bring the planet under the Emperor's command. Even without the envoy going through the trouble of killing them, these inferior humans cannot even withstand the wind created as he passes by. When he attempts to set foot inside the spatial rift, he discovers that he is subjected to immense repulsion. If it were not for this, the Emperor would have already conquered the other side of this world. The envoy still has to rely on the objects that the otherworldly demons left behind, which he finds disgusting. After utilizing the power of the alien object, the envoy manages to enter the spatial rift. Elsewhere at the Huadu 9 councils, the council members are engaged in a very serious conversation because Dragon Sparrow headquarters have received a warning message from Nua and have issued an encrypted emergency alert. A grandmaster or an expert of the same level is required to return to Huadu immediately. If it were not for this emergency, all these council members might never have been able to gather together like this. They cannot afford to let Fu Hongsheng remain in seclusion any longer, and Jingwen and Qinglong are also missing. They cannot be contacted. Some people were sent to look for Fu Hongsheng, but the strongest of humanity has not responded yet. This suggests only 2 possibilities. Either Hongsheng has reached a crucial moment in his cultivation and cannot afford to be distracted, or he did it on purpose. These council members are certain that the strongest martial artist of humanity intends to seize central power in the Great Xia dynasty and destroy the 9 families of Huadu. They want to suppress martial artists in terms of treatment and reputation. Otherwise, they will attempt to do more. The 9 families are supposed to defend against the great enemy that Nuwa spoke of, but that would mean falling right into Hongsheng's trap. The powerful individuals cultivated by the 9 families at great expense are meant to suppress domestic martial artists. They represent the very foundation of these families. If they were to lose those martial artists now, even if the war were won, the 9 families would collapse. They plan to make a strategic retreat first, and then make a decision after the nation's strongest warriors return to the capital. Meanwhile, at the Julong River, a passing couple suddenly sees an explosion in the water, with dead fish being ejected. Startled, they look around and notice that the river has turned black, and all the fish in it are dead and floating on the surface. They deduce that this kind of explosion must be caused by a rift in the secret realm. Just as they are thinking about it, the envoy descends to the surface, making his existence known to the humans. Meanwhile, the people at the Dragon Sparrow Command Center feel overwhelmed at seeing a supreme-level magical beast in the human realm. The director of Longquay, Wang Jiting, is exasperated with the situation. The top specialists of the 1st Division are still guarding the frontier, and Section Chief Qinglong and Principal Shu are not currently in Huadu. It is his duty to buy some time, at least until the National Guardian Warrior emerges from seclusion. He wants all Dragon Sparrow agents in the capital to depart. Sometime later, 4 martial artists from the 4 major martial arts schools line up to fight the 3-headed envoy, just to buy time for the experts of Dragon Sparrow to arrive. The supreme-level magical beast asks all of them to leave, as he is hunting the strong beings, and these agents do not match the description. Their potential has been exhausted, and they have no room for growth. In other words, even if they survive the impending slaughter, they will not affect the Emperor's plan. In response, the martial artists tell the adversary that the experts from Longquay will arrive in 3 minutes. Until then, they will try to restrain him from running rampant and harming the people of the capital. Despite the envoy's warnings, the masters are the first to strike. This decision of theirs brings a smile to the envoy's face, who ultimately kills all 3 of them in an instant. After the fall of the masters of the 4 major martial arts schools, the Dragon Sparrow experts and low-altitude bomber aircraft arrive as reinforcements, launching interceptor missiles. These missiles lock onto the target but are unable to penetrate the adversary's defensive field. Only martial artists can harm him. Dragon Sparrow's 2nd and 3rd units specialize in head-on confrontation, while its 4th and 5th units focus on restraint and support. The envoy was waiting for this. Now there is at least 1 or 2 strong human beings worth hunting down. On the other hand, the martial artists plan to stall him for as long as possible. Meanwhile, the director of Longquay receives reports on the situations of different divisions. The section chief and the 3rd section chief have heroically sacrificed their lives in the line of duty. The 2 Dragon Sparrow divisions have suffered 50 casualties, and the 4th and 5th divisions have chosen a strategic retreat. The heads of the 4th and 5th sections died heroic deaths in battle. The presidents of the Lanfeng, Yunhai, and Laishan martial arts associations have come to support them, but the battle is still at a standstill, and Asura continues advancing toward the city center. So far, 4 grandmasters at the transcendent stage have already perished. The director desperately wants Hongsheng, Jingwen, or Qinglong to help them. They are the only ones who can save them right now. However, he is informed that they cannot get in touch with any of them, not even the 9 families of Huadu, despite having dispatched the Grand Martial Masters and a handful of Xuanwu martial artists to participate in the Asura interception operation. If this continues, not only Huadu but the entire Great Xia dynasty will come to an end. This situation forces the director to make a decision he never even considered to make. He asks his men to release the Special Combat Forces. It turns out that the reason he was so hesitant to authorize its release was that the Special Combat Forces could not seem to control it. This is a matter of life and death for the Great Xia. He wants it released and is willing to take full responsibility if anything goes wrong. Meanwhile, the envoy walks freely through the city, destroying any martial artist standing in his way. He is quite disappointed with the Special Combat Forces, having thought that Dragon Sparrow was a powerful organization, but they are merely a group of good-for-nothings. When the supreme-level magical beast casually kicks a fire hydrant and washes his hands with the pressured water, several martial artists with rather odd appearances arrive at the scene. They are the special combat power the director of Longquay was referring to. Since they were released specifically to fight the monster, they waste no time and immediately engage in it. The adversary finds it infuriating when he clocks that they are looking down on him, so much so that he wants to kill these arrogant humans. Just then, he senses a powerful energy coming from the metropolis in the sky and immediately shifts his main target toward it, with the main head finally opening its eyes, an indication that it is looking forward to the encounter. Before heading there, the supreme-level magical beast intends to wrap things up on the surface quickly. The other heads of the envoy wonder how powerful the enemy must be for the main head to open its eyes. One of the martial artists from the Special Combat Power Unit sarcastically asks to be killed by the supreme-level magical beast, urging it to engage in combat already. With that, the envoy begins making gestures, and before the 3 martial artists realize what is happening, he unleashes a domain, something not inherent to magical beasts, and normally found only in martial artists. In the next moment, the supreme-level magical beast crushes all 3 martial artists who had arrived as the final line of defense. The envoy cannot believe that the top-tier combat forces were so easily defeated. This proves that humans are fragile. However, he hopes that the powerful being in the sky will provide some stimulation. With that, he begins his flight toward the city in the sky. As he closes in, the energy magnetic field protection shield activates at maximum power, but that is not enough to stop him from infiltrating. Several anti-aircraft missiles launch as countermeasures to prevent the adversary from invading, but those missiles do not even scratch the envoy. Abruptly, he notices that the aura of the powerful human from earlier has vanished, which means that they must have escaped. Just as he's thinking about it, Gong Kei leaps at it, proclaiming that he will be the one to run. She leaves a massive cut on his neck, so deep that his head is nearly severed. Despite the damage he sustained, the envoy quickly heals using a technique called the Wind of Death and Corrosion. One of the side heads copes with the fact that if the main head is completely beheaded, then regardless of whether the core remains intact or is destroyed, he will die. The damage he receives baffles him, ultimately making him admit that Gong Kei is the most valuable prey it has encountered so far. She considers that far too much of a compliment and decides to demonstrate her true capability, ultimately unleashing her killing intent. The envoy wonders whether she directly opened a domain when releasing her killing intent. However, the surrounding buildings have not disappeared, which suggests that she may have extended the domain into reality, rather than using martial arts to create an independent space. He decides to wait and see what the effect is. Meanwhile, she tells it that compared to his disgusting corrosive aura, hers is far superior. Since the enemy has been preparing to attack at any moment, the instant she finishes speaking, he unleashes a blinding spell called the Earthly Fiend Martial Technique, Sunset Hammer. Once the attack comes to an end, the envoy looks down and realizes that the target is no longer there, only to hear her voice from behind, expressing her astonishment at seeing a beast use martial arts. Now taking the fight seriously, she casts the genetic technique, Blood Slaughter and Death by Cuts, an ability that allows her to manipulate blood droplets. The envoy admits that these blood droplets are unusual. He notices that a thin line of blood forms between every 2 droplets. Among thousands of them, the connecting lines create a dense blood network so tight that not even a mosquito could pass through. This means that the supreme-level magical beast has no way to escape. With the threat trapped within the blood droplet network and no way to escape, she forms peace signs with both hands and begins driving the droplets down upon it. And while protecting his body, he admits that it is incredible to see so many droplets unleashed simultaneously. Even his ironclad body, which can ignore the attacks of a grandmaster and easily withstand 1,000 upon 1,000 strikes, can't contain a single strike. Although those black particles can restore a deep wound, they cannot stop the next slash. Despite being in an unfavorable position in this fight, the supreme-level magical beast cannot help but smile, thinking the battle was worth it. However, that is not enough. His legs suddenly feel heavy. Confused, he glances down and sees strange creatures dragging him down, and before he realizes it, the atmosphere around him turns sinister. As he heals their body, he admits that the opponent's ability to kill is truly astounding, but she covers her ears, saying she's not listening. Having wasted too much time fighting her, the envoy decides to finish this quickly and leave to hunt other strong humans. He activates domain expansion, covering his surroundings with a dark and uncanny setting. She unexpectedly pulls out her phone and starts filming, intending to later show off her strength to Xiaohei. She then unleashes her domain, Limitless Decapitation, summoning giant blades. However, the enemy counters with his own domain, activating a technique called Great Black Heaven. Not long after this, she feels her legs begin to disappear, as if she's being devoured by an unknown force. The envoy tells her that he will completely erase her, also admitting that they had a good fight. Deciding not to record such an embarrassing moment, she puts her phone back into her pocket and refocuses on the battle, dropping the giant blades onto the enemy. Earlier, she was very close to losing her body, but what saved her was the martial arts realms simultaneously reaching their limits and collapsing. The supreme-level magical beast, having fought several Grandmaster-level experts, admits that she is far more powerful than Grandmaster Li Chongxin. Because of her incredible strength, he is forced to use its full power to eliminate her. The supreme-level magical beast then pulls out 2 long blades, resembling longswords but thicker and more curved. Meanwhile, as she struggles to break free from the enemy's domain, she realizes that the situation is becoming troublesome. Before the onset of her illness, she was a titan in the field of killing. She has the ability to sense the intensity of an enemy's killing intent and thereby judge the probability of either annihilating them or being killed herself. When the envoy activated his domain, the killing intent he directed at her was about 6 out of 10, perhaps due to his unfamiliarity with the technique and the instability of the domain constructed through martial arts. Under normal circumstances, she would not lose in a head-to-head confrontation, but now it seems like a predetermined death for her. This is something only a grandmaster at the butterfly transformation stage, possessing powerful spiritual strength, could perceive by chance. Accepting her fate, she imagines a statue of herself being erected for future generations of students to revere. Even after living for over 100 years, she is still reluctant to die here. Every year brings new blockbuster games to play, every month offers interesting anime to watch, and every day presents good novels to follow. She then remembers her apprentice Xiao He and silently wishes him well in the future. Having gathered enough courage, she decides to fight the envoy to the death. However, just as she charges toward the enemy, a mysterious person with a mask arrives and tells her that she is the one who can rewrite her destiny. The director of Longquay and other senior officers are perplexed by the strong magnetic field detected at the location where the Special Force warriors fought the envoy earlier. They are unsure what happened there, as they have never encountered such a phenomenon before. Meanwhile, the envoy asks the mysterious human to state his name. The expert introduces himself as Demon Eye, a member of an organization called Monster. This shocks both the girl and the supreme-level magical beast. The latter is puzzled because Fu Hongsheng never mentioned any organization or individual by that name. This leaves him wondering whether it was an oversight or the strongest human has an ulterior motive. Regardless, the envoy decides to kill the enemy. Charging toward Demon Eye, he unleashes a technique called Original Martial Art, Black Slaughter Annihilation Slash, an attack that allows him to cut through opponents with ease. However, this time the technique fails, because something's not right with it. When he looks back, he sees bright energy gathering behind him, which soon erupts and crushes him. Demon Eye, who is actually Yi He, realizes that although the template compatibility of the 10-headed Yeno is still in its early stages, and the skill's power is not yet fully developed, it is more than sufficient to deal with a monster like the envoy. After all, the Emperor has already evolved. He tells the magical beast to stop pretending and get up, because he knows that such an attack cannot kill him so easily. Following his remark, the adversary finds this interesting and immediately lunges at him. Ever since Yi He acquired the passive skill Eye of Cause and Effect from the 10-headed Yeno template, everything appears to move in slow motion to him. Since the envoy is the first enemy he will face after unlocking the S template, he intends to use the supreme-level magical beast as his training ground. He then begins using his S-rank template techniques, starting with cellular refinement, a technique that allows its user to create clones of himself. Within seconds, he creates enough clones of himself to completely encircle the adversary. These clones are formed from the essence of the sacred 3 cells, and are further enhanced by a black and red substance. It is safe to assume that each clone possesses power comparable to the original body. However, in contrast to the original, the clones are extremely fragile. Under high-intensity energy output, their cells will break down and disintegrate, yet they remain incredibly terrifying. Finally, he adds the light energy traction capability of Hellstar on top, further enhancing the nuclear energy and multiplying its power. The enemy grows wary of the danger his opponent now poses and prepares to strike first. At that moment, the top scorer freezes time with Zawarudo's time stop ability and unleashes the nuclear immortal slaying formation, activating all clones simultaneously. With the sky growing increasingly ominous and radiation levels rising over BGI, the director of Longquay seems to have given up hope. The officials also notice that the outdoor temperatures are soaring and that a second sun has appeared in the sky. As time passes and the battle shifts between intensification and stillness, everything returns to normal in about 40 seconds, including the drop in temperature and radiation levels. Astonished, he refuses to believe what he has just been told. Meanwhile, the envoy survives Yi He's nuclear immortal slaying formation. The top scorer had expected this from someone who openly claims to be one of the 4 envoys of the Emperor. Even at -1, it would be impossible to adapt to the terrifying energy of the array's core within a few dozen seconds. All cells that adapted and evolved should eventually have been evaporated. This marks the envoy as a high-class product. The adversary begins recovering even while charging forward, but the top scorer refuses to allow him to continue. He grabs the main head and flies out of the city, knowing that Huadu cannot withstand the energy of a third sun anymore. The strongest among humanity have never been wounded this severely since the moment they were born. Although the envoy is still far from being able to kill them, but he has a reason to be proud. The supreme-level magical beast claims that he has developed a fondness for talent, just as the Emperor has fully perfected the transformation ritual of the old civilization. He then offers Yi He a chance to abandon his humanity and join his superior race, stating that with his qualifications, he could become the Emperor's 5th envoy within a few decades. Such a futile offer disgusts the top scorer, not to mention that he didn't even consider it, not even for a second. In his rage, he declares that he stopped being human long ago and then smashes him into a mountain. Realizing that he has made his decision, the envoy lets him know that he respects his choice, but that it will now grant him death. Since they are no longer in Huadu, Yi He no longer needs to hide his identity or powers. He then unleashes Demora's secret technique, Nuclear Light Battle Body, Super. Shocked that Yi He had not unleashed his full potential earlier and is demonstrating it now, the adversary grows curious about the organization called Monster. He wonders whether all of its members possess such terrifying power. If that is true, then the Emperor's grand strategy may be jeopardized. He begins to scheme about eradicating this organization as soon as possible. The enemy's refusal to relent leaves the top scorer with no choice but to overwhelm it completely. As they clash, the battle intensifies. This confrontation will determine who stands superior and who falls, and it will decide life and death. Yihei wants to test how formidable the top-tier combat power of the Secret Realm forces truly is, but the envoy tells him not to be so arrogant. Although the supreme-level magical beast has lost his physical body and his strength and speed have depleted massively, he remains a force that a mere human like the top scorer should not be able to contend with. As they continue exchanging distinct fighting techniques, the envoy admits that the organization called Monster is a major threat to the Emperor and must be eradicated as soon as possible. While swinging his blades, the supreme-level magical beast accidentally steps on a spore-like object, triggering a mechanism that ejects thousands of similarly structured objects. These spores are the result of combining the cosmic cells of the celestial Emperor Mora with the 10-headed Yeno cells, which Yi He calls the YH cells. As for its function, this technique seizes the target's mobility and causes it to lose control of its body. As the adversary sinks deeper into the spores, he struggles to break free, unwilling to abandon its mission. Meanwhile, Yi He explains that the celestial Emperor Mora can use cosmic cells to infect an entire planet's ecosystem, including the atmosphere, land, oceans, and underground layers. All organisms within the ecosystem are gradually assimilated by the cosmic cells, becoming part of them in a sense. However, the enemy has been infected with a more advanced type of cell, and these cells are sufficient to force the envoy into submission. Surprisingly, the supreme-level magical beast appears to transform into a magical beast that obeys Yi He. Furthermore, the color scheme of his skin changes, indicating that he has become an avatar of the top scorer. After this, Yi He makes him do silly activities like squat and jump for amusement, even forcing him to bark and behave like a dog. As he does so, he explains that the inspiration for the YH cells came from the parasite Kingpin in Boston, and it appears to be working remarkably well. Meanwhile, at Dragon Sparrow headquarters, the director of Longquay is informed that the unusual sky phenomenon over Washington University was caused by a man wearing a vortex mask. This mysterious individual appeared only about a week ago and has since been active in various fallen cities of the Great Xia. He wears a different mask for each reclamation mission. Furthermore, he has not made contact with any warrior alliances in those cities. Instead, he focuses solely on tracking down overlords and annihilating monsters. Each time the unusual sky phenomenon occurs, the clouds turn purple. Satellites capture this violet glow, identified as cosmic light from the atmosphere, suggesting that the individual can manipulate cosmic energy. The director thinks that this man seems straight out of an anime, returning the light of the universe, perhaps to help the Great Xia reclaim its fallen cities. However, his assistant informs him that this assumption is incorrect. According to Nua's insight, his goal is not to reclaim those cities, but simply to hunt down the overlords of the fallen territories. Just as the director is lost in thought, Director Gong Kei, the woman who fought the envoy earlier, contacts him. Visibly shaken, she hurriedly reveals that the mysterious man claims to belong to an organization called Monster, with the codename Demon Eye. This leaves both the director and his assistant in confusion. Not only the director and his assistant, but everyone working under him is shocked by the masked man's identity. The director wonders why he has no recollection of such an organization and whether all members of Monster are as powerful as Demon Eye. What unsettles him most is that they are revealing their strength at such a critical moment in the Great Xia reclamation plan. Suddenly everyone notices the envoy, now Yi He's pet, appearing above the Sky City. When the director looks closely at his shoulder, he sees his master standing there. This makes no sense to him, as Demon Eye is supposed to be a hunter of overlord-level magical beasts. Moments later, the surveillance signal abruptly cuts off. However, the life-sensing system remains operational and detects that Demon Eye has already taken the envoy, now known as Asura, far away from Huadu. The director feels disheartened by the fate of the Great Xia. Once the most powerful nation on Earth, it has now fallen into a pitiable state, facing invasion with no one capable of stopping it. Now they are resting their hopes on a member of a mysterious organization to fend off Asura. In a single day, 4 section chiefs have been killed in action, and most of the elite troops have either been wounded or killed. He blames himself for failing his people. The 9 families of Huadu chose to protect themselves and fled the city during the war. This matter cannot end like this. Meanwhile, the recent events in Huadu have caused an uproar on the internet, especially the news of the city being attacked. Elsewhere, the president is informed about the situation, though there is some uncertainty, which he personally clears up. He claims to have inside information and explains everything that has happened in the city, including the news of Dragon Sparrow deploying special forces that did not last long. Furthermore, he appears confident that they have Jingwen, Qinlong, and Hongsheng to provide support within minutes. So far, not a single top-level expert has appeared in Huadu. They all seem to have gone missing. The severity of this incident even surpasses the fall of 12 cities of the Great Xia dynasty during the invasion of the Secret Realm. Things are certain to change. On Liuli Island of the Great Xia, the head of the most prestigious family on the island, the Kai family, along with his clan members, welcomes guests from across the ocean, the Northern Commonwealth. Although the two countries have a long history of conflict, business still needs to be conducted. The head of the Northern Commonwealth wishes to skip formalities, as they are pressed for time. If the intelligence is accurate, then Great Xia's remaining 2 Grandmasters of National Protection and their martial artist of defense level are confirmed missing. And North Berlin isn't the only one making a move. Elsewhere, Yi He officially makes Asura a part of his organization, renaming him Hook. Hook is honored to become the first member of the organization. As the world grows increasingly chaotic, Yi He prepares to build his own force. With a new member added, he decides to visit the Mad Doctor's secret base. However, just as they are about to leave, he realizes that traveling openly with his new subordinate could spark rumors. Taking appropriate measures, the top scorer uses Hellstar's light-controlling ability to turn invisible. Later, while passing through a dense forest, he notices demon trees with giant eyes which frighten him. Frightened, Yi He charges toward the anthropomorphic tree, but just as his punch is about to connect, he hears the tree telling him to stop in the Mad Doctor's voice. Asking his master to calm down, Mad Doctor reveals that the entire forest consists of biological monitors he synthesized using biotechnology. This means he has engineered the forest to speak human language. After everything is clarified, the servant invites his master to the base he created a few weeks earlier. The master is baffled by how quickly the Mad Doctor established it. Now communicating through a drone, the latter explains that issues regarding facilities and research funding can be easily resolved. There are always people in the world who are seriously ill or die young. What he did was extract a self-healing factor from his own blood, which he intends to sell to wealthy individuals. Furthermore, he is searching for suitable candidates for his lord to undergo a vampire transformation. Their social influence would greatly benefit the development of the Lord's organization. He will begin the conversion process only with Yi He's approval. The master permits him to proceed as he wishes, provided he does not force anyone to buy or sell. If the Mad Doctor follows the same reckless methods as the Laser Bird, the master is certain he will eventually understand his preferences. After this, the servant explains the matter of scientific research results to his master. He begins by stating that, thanks to the black and red biomass provided by the master, this biological cell, with its limitless potential, is unlike anything he has ever encountered. Furthermore, he knows the whereabouts of certain experts and scholars from the past, such as Prometheus and the Laser Bird. He has converted them into members of his own circle and assembled a research team for his lord. The top scorer has no objections with it, and he states it very clearly. Upon setting foot inside the base, the master finds several cyborgs working as laborers. The Mad Doctor explains that these individuals are cyborgs whose brains have been modified, and he demonstrates this by communicating through one of those vessels. This leaves Yi He wondering where his real body is. The servant explains that he wishes to provide his master with the greatest possible assistance in scientific research. Using the black and red biomass, he has completely transformed his body into a brain, discarding all unnecessary organs and tissues to avoid wasting precious brain power on controlling a physical form. Normally, only a portion of one's consciousness can be grafted onto a carrier to move freely. While making a few odd jokes, the master once again states that he is satisfied with whatever makes the Mad Doctor content. The master then explains that the Asura standing in the forest outside is his external embodiment. His will can be transferred into that body at any time. He plans to leave it there for the time being, but prohibits the Mad Doctor from conducting any unusual experiments on it. The servant promises to take proper care of it, treating it as if it were the master himself. Passing through an immense aquarium, the servant presses a big red button near the glass door, explaining that he is going to introduce his lord to the most important research and development project, Project Artificial Demora. He created a creature by extracting the original genes from the dorsal fin of the sacred object the master entrusted to him, then having them calculated by the black and red biomass, and finally putting them through a series of bioengineering experiments. It inherited Yi. He's racial talent for controlled nuclear fusion from his dorsal fin, and also possesses the ability of the black and red biomass to adapt and evolve according to the environment. This will be the pinnacle of all the creatures the Mad Doctor has created so far, and he has dedicated this work to his great lord. Impressed by his disciple's achievements and commitment, the top scorer suddenly has a strange premonition. Would this giant thing land on Xiaodong Island? After all, it has a special attack capability targeting that island. Satisfied with the results, the Lord bestows upon him his newly developed YH cells, and he's looking forward to more surprises from his precious disciple. To thank his Lord for the grand gift, the servant falls to his knees. Since the matter entrusted to Yi he is resolved, he guesses it's time to head back to Huadu. After several days of hard work, the plan to reclaim the Great Xia was completed with the secret assistance of a mysterious master, and the whole country rejoiced. But soon, something happened that puzzled the public. Effective immediately, a curfew was imposed, and the entire country entered a state of war, prohibiting all transportation, including airplanes and ships, as well as all communication with the outside world. Special police officers began patrolling the streets, drones flew overhead from time to time, and various supplies were subject to purchase restrictions. Even the most foolish person could sense the impending crisis. This also led to various conspiracy theories emerging online, but they were quickly suppressed to prevent social instability and foreign interference in public opinion. Finding himself in a more urbanized Huadu with large skyscrapers, the top scorer is certain that the city lives up to its reputation as the most technologically advanced city. The countless streets and districts destroyed in the battle have already been restored. It is as if no battle had ever taken place. Today is Yi He's first day of internship at the Longquay skyscraper. When he sets foot inside the building, he encounters a woman named Lin Zhu, a staff member of Longquay. She seems to be aware that he is the specially admitted student recommended by Section Chief Qinglong. When he formally introduces himself and calls her senior, she also introduces herself and reveals her identity, explaining that she is just a staff member and does not dare presume to call herself a senior special admission student of Huazhong University of Science and Technology. She points to his desk and says that all his documents are over there. She lets him know that she's busy and doesn't want to be bothered. Despite that, he questions whether she was the only one there from the First Division. She says that perhaps it is fortunate, or perhaps unfortunate. But when the Dragon Sparrow 1st Division was attacked in Huadu, they were mostly focused on guarding the frontier. Ultimately, they didn't lose any ace agents, preserving their full strength. Now, due to the sacrifice and deaths of a large number of elite specialists from the 2nd to the 5th Divisions, as well as the various covetousness of foreign countries, a large amount of work has fallen on the shoulders of the 1st Division. Although she shouldn't be complaining, she hasn't slept for 30 hours straight and is exhausted from doing high-intensity work. To help her, he summons a substance secreted from his black and red matter that is harmless to humans and can improve brain efficiency and relieve mental stress. When he offers it to her, she doesn't hesitate and drinks it all in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, they receive alerts about riots breaking out in several cities bordering the Southeast Triangle region. 4 top agents have been dispatched to investigate and suppress the unrest, but at least one more agent needs to be sent. This alert annoys Linju. Of all time, an urgent mission comes at this crucial moment, when she was planning to go grab a bite to eat. She tells him that this is up to him, special admission student. Happy to help, he wants her to let him do it. Because he was recommended by Section Chief Qinglong, she assumes he's here because he has potential, not because he's strong at his current level. Simply telling him that these types of emergency missions are dangerous for him. Seeing how she doesn't believe him, he arranges a full tray of delicious food for her, but it turns out it's an illusion he created just so that she could believe in him. Growing curious, she asks if he's just a random man or a master of illusions. He explains that because she was too tired, he seized the opportunity. However, that's not the case. She reveals that their top specialists have all undergone training to develop resistance to illusions. Even if one's consciousness is blurred, they cannot be easily hypnotized. Only pure and powerful illusions can invade their consciousness. He cannot only hypnotize her into going downstairs to the cafeteria, but also make her name her favorite dishes. Yi He's illusory abilities alone are something that ordinary Xuanwu warriors cannot contend with. She admits that he's a rare genius, and that they should focus on developing his talents. If anything were to happen to him, she couldn't bear the responsibility. But in the end, he still flees, leaving her a bottle of some kind of medicine. He also leaves a note beside the bottle, saying she should drink this medicine to help her recover. The frontier bordering the Great Xia and the Southeast Triangle region still hasn't recovered following the reclaim mission. The atmosphere is so unbreathable that the civilians don't even need an air quality index to determine how dirty and unhealthy the city is. But Yi He, disguised as an old man sitting at the very last corner seat of the bus, is barely hanging in there, shielding his respiratory system and forming a protective film on his skin. Otherwise, he would have been dead long ago. According to Nua's intelligence, the other 3 ace agents, due to the urgency and heavy workload, rushed to several border cities and swiftly eliminated the terrorists leading the riots. However, these terrorists who led the riots on the border are merely spokespeople for foreign forces, which means that if one dies, another can be found. But this only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. With the identity of the 3 top ace agents revealed, he aims to start from the shadows and find the source of the riots. Just then, a silver van forces the bus to stop by blocking the path, nearly causing a collision. A person covered in tattoos and jewelry exits the van, commanding the bus driver to open the door with an angry gaze. Seeing bandits hijacking the bus, Yi-hee reflects on the past. The Great Xia, once the safest country on Earth, was a place where no one dared to commit crimes. He believes these hijackers must be backed by someone to be this bold. One of the bandits tries to calm everyone down, saying they are good people. Their leader isn't here to rob them of their money or commit any felony. The leader just wants everyone to cooperate with his work. The moment the subordinate notices passengers reacting in sheer terror, recoiling for their safety, he lashes out at them. But once he regains composure over his temper, he continues to fool them, introducing two huge dudes as tattoo artists, just because their bodies are covered in tattoos. Getting to the real talk, the subordinate says that in a minute, everyone there on the bus has to get a tattoo like the one he has on his chest, a tattoo of an arrow piercing a heart. Yi-hee immediately recognizes this issue, because Nuwa showed it to him. But what's new is that these heartless bastards have actually started forcibly dragging ordinary people into their scheme. An old man suddenly starts lashing out at the bandits, asking if they aren't afraid of retribution for what they have done. This enrages the underling, who pulls out a machete from his pants and swings it toward the old man, only to accidentally attack the leader, giving him a deep cut on the arm. Glaring at him, the leader asks if he is trying to rebel. Frightened and stressed, the underling explains that it was an accident, and that he didn't mean to do it. However, the leader, being the leader of the bandits, doesn't show him any mercy, and asks his men to kill him. When the leader turns back after cleansing his bloody arm, he finds his brawny, tall men collapsed on the ground, with blood gushing out of their mouths, and their faces covered in blood. The leader wasn't expecting his underling to be this good, but this makes the situation worse for the underling, as everyone charges toward him. But the leader's pawns also get destroyed. After giving a good beating to these bandits, Yi-hee finally unveils himself before the leader, while the unconscious underling continues to shout that he wasn't the one who did it. Bewildered, the leader of the bandits asks the top scorer about his identity, but Yi-hee doesn't introduce himself. Instead, he grabs the enemy by the face, drags him to his van, throws him inside it, and drives the van off. Meanwhile, the passengers are confused, wondering what's going on with these people. To them, it appeared as if these people came, demanded that they have similar tattoos, then started fighting without saying a word. But one passenger clarifies that it involved the person who was seated in the very last corner of the bus.